A roar of an engine sounded in Su Ping's ears, followed by a cloud of dust in the air. Cough, cough, cough. Following a cough, Su Ping opened his tired eyes. He was stunned by the unfamiliar things in front of him. This was a wide street. A dilapidated bus passed in front of him, rolling up a cloud of dust in the air. There were also antique-like cars and 28-inch bicycles around. Two children in red cotton jackets were chasing and playing on the street. He was sitting on an old flatbed tricycle with a bunch of tapes and a man on it. The man was wearing old-fashioned green work clothes and a light yellow marching bag next to him. He was thin and had a capable temperament, but also had a reckless spirit, especially the pair of deep eyes. It seemed to hide countless secrets. The man riding the tricycle was a fat man. He was sturdy, with broad shoulders and a big waist. He wore an old-fashioned denim jacket and jeans, sunglasses, and long hair. He looked rude and didn't look like a good person. There were no high-rise buildings, no bright lights and wine, only the atmosphere of the old society of the 1970s and 1980s. Why am I here? Su Ping looked at the unfamiliar environment around him with a look of confusion. He was an excavator worker. During the construction, he dug up an ancient tomb and dug out many antiques from it. When he went to check, he was attacked by something and woke up here. At this moment, a torrent of memories, like a surging river, poured into his mind. He traveled through time, and he traveled to the year 51 and became a newborn. Now, 28 years have passed. As the memories merged, the environment he was in gradually became clear. His grandfather was a Taoist priest in Longhu Mountain. Later, when war broke out, he resolutely went down the mountain to save the world and became a warlord. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, he went up the mountain to practice Taoism again. His parents were also soldiers, but they died in the war when he was 2 years old. He has been with his grandfather in Longhu Mountain and has been learning Taoist scriptures since he was a child. During the activities of going to the mountains and the countryside, he went to Jingjue as an educated youth, met Hu Bai and Wang Pongzi, and went to Huang Pizafin and Baiyin Cave together, forming a deep friendship. Later, his grandfather died of illness, and he returned to Longhu Mountain. Because of policy changes, he went down Longhu Mountain and cheated people to make a living. Until a few days ago, Hu Bai was driven back by the army. After the reform and opening up, all walks of life have flourished. The three of them decided to become individual industrial and commercial households. So Hu Bai joined him, and the two went to Beiping to find Wang Pongzi. After a brief review, Su Ping felt numb and a little confused. Individual business owners, this is a ripoff. This is definitely the rhythm of going to grave robbing. Red-haired Big Zongzi, grassland otter, dap ghost bug, prehistoric overlord salamander. Desert marching ants, Jingjue agama. There are also the queen of Jingjue, corpse fairy, ghost mother. Are these things that an ordinary person like me can do? Hu Bai and Wang Pongzi relied on good luck to rob tombs. They had the luck of the protagonist. What do I have? With my luck of having a life to dig, but not a life to use, wouldn't it be a death sentence? For a moment, Su Ping had the urge to jump off the tricycle and run away. Calm down. Calm down. I am a time traveler after all. Follow the process. In Su Ping's mind, he recalled all the time travel novels he had read in his previous life. There's only one answer. Tongzi, come out. I know you are there. No sound was heard. Damn. There's no system, right? If we go to rob tombs with this luck, wouldn't that be a waste? Maybe I didn't open it the right way. After returning to the rental house where Fatty Wong lived, they packed up and went to Dongxi to eat mutton hot pot. Along the way, Su Ping tried many ways to communicate with the system, but got no response from the system. He accepted his fate that if there is no system, then there is no system. At worst, he won't go to rob tombs. With his familiarity with history, it is not difficult to live a good life during the period of reform and opening up when even pigs can take off. 6 bottles of beer. Fatty Wong hosted and shouted when the waiter came over. The waiter said, "Okay." Su Ping was very happy and shouted, 2 more bottles of Nolinshin. Hu Bai looked at Su Ping in surprise and said, "Oh, Bai Jia beer, Lao Su, I haven't seen you for many years. You could drink so much." Su Ping waved his hand and said, "We are brothers. It's not easy to meet each other. Let's drink a few more glasses." "Okay." The 3 of US brothers will not go home until we are drunk. Hu Bai opened a menu and was shocked. "Oh, this mutton is really expensive. I can't eat a few meals with my demobilization fee. Things in the capital are more expensive than ours." The waiter brought up 4 bottles of beer first. Fatty Wong opened the beer and said proudly, "Let go, Fatty, I don't need this little money." He said so, but Su Ping knew it. Business is not good now. Fatty Wong still has a lot of tapes that have not been sold at home, and there is not much money in his pocket. A real poor man. However, for the two of them, they will not be short of money in the future. When they make money in the future, they will not treat him badly. Su Ping ate with a clear conscience. He ordered 7 plates of beef and picked up beer glasses. The three of them drank one first. Su Ping looked out at the mutton hot pot restaurant. According to the plot, the big gold tooth should appear at this time, and then the two of them would prepare to go to the tomb. This meal was also a farewell meal. This is a good thing. Please take a look. I understand that you want a bargain, but I can't do a loss-making business. I saw 3 people in the handsome mutton restaurant, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was a foreigner, and the one who was talking was a Chinese with his back to them. Because not many people can afford to eat in the mutton hot pot restaurant, there are not many people. They talked, and Su Ping and the other 2 could hear clearly. This sentence immediately attracted Fatty Wong. His face changed, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He cursed, "This bastard is here." Hubai asked in confusion, "Who is it?" "Big Gold Tooth. I've been looking for him for several days, but this bastard has been hiding from me." Fatty Wong pointed at Big Gold Tooth and said angrily, "My tricycle was detained at Panjiyuan Industrial and Commercial Bureau a while ago. He fell in love with the jade my father left me. I was anxious to redeem the tricycle, so I sold it to him for 300 yuan. What a bastard, he lied to me. Later I found out that my jade was worth at least 2,000. At this time, Su Ping's attention was all attracted by the jade in the foreigner's hand. When he saw the jade, he felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had dug out such a piece of jade in the antiques he dug out with an excavator in his previous life. Very similar, very similar. Wow. At this moment, his mind seemed to be playing in reverse like a movie, back to the time when he first discovered the jade, and then the jade flashed a golden light, and finally shot into his eyes. When he came to his senses, the world in front of him had become different. Chapter 2. I can duplicate talent attributes. He surveyed the individuals surrounding him and was astonished to discover that each bore a line of minuscule text above their heads. Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi were no exceptions. Even the waitstaff displayed this phenomenon. Initially, Su Ping thought he might be mistaken, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Yet the tiny inscriptions remained. His emotions fluctuated between astonishment and delight, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Could this be his extraordinary ability? How might he utilize it? He noted that the text above these individuals' heads, though exceptionally small, seemed to enlarge as he focused his attention, vividly coming into view. The individual closest to him was Hu Bai. Talent attribute, Feng Shui secret technique, green. Leadership ability, blue. Duplication conditions, read half of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret technique once. Duplication success rate, Feng Shui secret technique, 10. Leadership ability, 10. Based on his extensive experience, the hierarchy of quality should range from green to blue, purple, orange, and red. Was Hu Bai and Apos S Feng Shui secret technique merely of the lowest quality? That seemed unlikely. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Hu Bai had not yet encountered many ancient tombs and lacked practical experience, relying solely on theoretical knowledge. A lower quality was to be expected. Yet, the Feng Shui secret technique and leadership ability could not be equated. The Feng Shui secret technique was indeed a high-level talent. Su Ping had learned considerable knowledge of Feng Shui at Longhu Mountain, adept at deception and trickery, yet the true art of tomb raiding was a different matter entirely. Did this imply that he could replicate Hu Bai's talent attributes? Could he master the Feng Shui secret technique himself? If so, tomb raiding could indeed become a viable pursuit. As the saying goes, among the 360 trades, tomb raiding reigns supreme. There was no faster way to amass wealth than through tomb raiding. His gaze shifted to Wang Pengzi, and as he concentrated, Wang Pengzi and Apos S talent attributes came into view as well. Talent attribute, marksmanship, blue. Fate and Apos S chosen, blue. Duplication conditions. Wang Pengzi disregards advice and faces life-threatening danger. Duplication success rate. Marksmanship, 10. Fate and Apos S chosen, 0. 1. What was the duplication probability for Fate and Apos S chosen? 0. 1. That talent attribute must be extraordinary. One might even mistake Wang Pengzi for a leading protagonist. Indeed, his extraordinary luck in the narrative was unparalleled. As the first male lead, Bai could not be so lacking. There must be additional talents he had yet to reveal. Having observed Bai and Wang Pengzi, Su Ping's gaze landed on the top of Jinjue's head. Talent attribute: insight, purple; business acumen, purple; duplication conditions: severely exploit Jingjue. The unscrupulous businessman. Duplication success rate: insight 5, business acumen 5. Indeed, at this moment, Bai and Wang Pengzi appeared less practical than Jingjue. Duplicating Bai and Wang Pengzi and Appos S attributes might not ensure wealth. However, successfully replicating Jingjue and Appos S talent attributes would certainly lead to prosperity, and the opportunity to exploit Jingjue lay before them. At that moment, Wang Pengzi could no longer contain himself, seizing a beer bottle from the table and standing up. Bai, noticing this, quickly restrained him, saying, "What are you doing? Don't be impulsive." With that, he snatched the beer bottle from Wang Pengzi's grasp and, adjusting his attire with an air of feigned composure, approached Jinjue's table. Wang Pengzi followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Su Ping silently lifted a chair, resting it on his shoulder. Wang Pengzi approached and reached for the jade pendant in the foreigner's hand, which Jingjue promptly grasped. "Oh, Brother Kaixian, what a coincidence to encounter you here," Jingjue exclaimed, smiling broadly. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened in anger as he retorted, "Who the hell is your brother?" Bai tugged at Wang Pengzi's chubby hand, signaling him to remain calm. He then addressed Jingjue seriously, "My good man, that jade you have was taken from my brother, correct? There and Appos. It's been a misunderstanding regarding this jade, and since we crossed paths today, we ought to discuss it." Seeing that the other party intended to reclaim his jade pendant, Jingjue shrugged and replied, "I and Appos, am sorry, but today ISN and Appos, T suitable. I have friends, foreign guests." Clang. Before Jingjue could finish, Su Ping slammed the chair onto the table. "Just give us a straightforward answer. Will you return it or not? What is it going to be? Do we need to resort to force?" Jingjue, unfazed, casually sized up Su Ping, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "If you want that jade back, fine. 3,000 yuan, not a penny less. You should inquire about who I, Jingjue, am. I'm not someone to be trifled with. We never." Bai interjected, gesturing for Su Ping to remain composed while preparing to negotiate a fair price for redemption. However, Su Ping was more clear-headed than anyone else at that moment. Redeeming at the original price was hardly exploitation. Su Ping unabashedly declared, "You guessed correctly. We're here to take it by force. What are you going to do about it?" He had resolved that even if Jinjue's duplication rate was low, he could always return to try again. Whether it was 1 or 10 attempts, as long as he could extract the attributes, it would be worth it. Bai observed in astonishment. After all these years, how had Su Ping and Appos' temper become so volatile? Did he really have the audacity to act this way in the capital? The police station was just across the street. One could easily end up in a brawl. Wang Pengzi, hearing this, felt a twinge of admiration. He had longed to take action but had been restrained by Bai. Who would have thought it would be Su Ping who bravely stepped forward to confront the situation? Jingjue scrutinized the 3 imposing men around him, his neck recoiling as he blinked rapidly, filled with reluctance yet powerless to resist. He placed the jade pendant on the table, conceding, "Fine, 3 against 1, I admit defeat." Su Ping picked up the jade pendant, inspected it briefly, and tossed it to Wang Pengzi, still clutching the chair. His eyes fixated on the emerald ring on Jinjue's hand. Having exploited Jingjue once, duplication of attributes initiated. Su Ping's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A 5 chance, what if he succeeded? It would be an extraordinary gain. Yet he was unconcerned with the outcome. If it failed, he would simply return for another attempt. Soon, a line of tiny text appeared above Jinjue's head. Insight, purple, duplication successful. It was unfamiliar, utterly unfamiliar. Could his luck truly be this fortuitous? Indeed. With this newfound ability, everything was different. In the next instant, Su Ping felt a torrent of profound knowledge surge into his mind. Akin to a river merging with the sea. It was filled with information regarding antiques, artworks, and various methods for evaluating them. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a master appraiser. Everything was within his grasp. He glanced once more at the emerald ring on Jingjue and Appos' hand, immediately discerning its falseness. This scoundrel was indeed an unscrupulous merchant. Regarding the duplication of talents, 1. Talent attributes are categorized by difficulty: low, medium, high, and top tier. 2. The upgrade levels for individual talent attributes are green, blue, purple, orange, and red. 3. To enhance engagement and readability, duplication conditions are introduced, and upon successful duplication, conditions can be met to further upgrade the talent. 4. The success rate for duplication is merely one aspect. There will be additional duplication effects that emphasize flexibility, ensuring the protagonist is not disadvantaged. 5. Not all talent attributes will be visible. They will be revealed according to the needs of the narrative. 6. Additional features will be launched subsequently, and a detailed introduction will be provided at that time. Chapter 3. The 16-character Yin Feng, Shui's secret art upon acquiring the entry. Su Ping finally set down the chair he was holding, exchanging a knowing glance with Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pengzi. Without even having a meal, the three departed from the hot pot restaurant. Su Ping had initially believed it to be a farewell dinner, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a golden opportunity. What was there left to savor in the meal? Thoroughly studying this newfound treasure was of paramount importance. As they exited the hot pot restaurant, Wang Pengzi, hands tucked into his pockets, casually remarked, "Old Hu, how come you and Oppos, Re still so temperate after serving in the army? Are the three of us afraid of him? You truly are not as spirited as old Su." Hu Bai, looking earnestly at Su Ping and Wang Pengzi, interjected, "We and Oppos, Re not young anymore. Why rely solely on impulsive decisions? Our goal is to retrieve the jade, not to engage in a brawl. Old Su, you ought to temper that fiery temperament of yours. Otherwise, you and Oppos, LL inevitably face significant setbacks. What is there to temper? It's not like I'm committing murder or arson. When dealing with unscrupulous merchants, one must resort to cunning tactics." Su Ping grinned, dismissing the concern. Had it been in the past, without the golden opportunity, he might have hesitated. But now, with this golden opportunity in hand, to hesitate would be a sign of disrespect towards it. Moreover, being aware of the storyline, he understood that even if the formidable Big Gold Tooth were to confront them, he would not resort to violence. In that scenario, it would be Big Gold Tooth who would be seeking their assistance. The trio casually found another restaurant, filled their bellies, and stepped out, finding that the afternoon had already waned. "Where shall we wander next?" Wang Pengzi asked nonchalantly, picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Hu Bai suggested, "Let us head back and deliberate on our future plans." "How can we do that?" Wang Pengzi immediately countered. "What is the rush? You've made the journey here. I must show you both a good time. Let us go to the department store, and I'll treat you." His words were grandiose. Yet his shabby rental home revealed that his life was not as prosperous as he claimed. After pondering, Hu Ba-yi replied, "Never mind. After sitting for a few days, both old Su and I are quite exhausted. Let us return and rest properly. What do you think, old Su?" Their gazes fell upon Su Ping. At that moment, Su Ping was surveying the surroundings, asking, "If I recall correctly, isn't Panjiayuan just up ahead?" Wang Pengzi nodded in surprise. "Yes. What about it? Come. Let me take you to make some money." Su Ping waved his hand and headed towards Panjiayuan. With his current keen eye, finding some treasures there would be effortless. "Hey, old Su, you're taking advantage of us," Wang Pengzi exclaimed as he hurried to catch up. The three wandered through Panjiayuan for half a day, and Su Ping managed to unearth 2 treasures, earning 500 yuan. This delighted both Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pengzi immensely. Old Su, fantastic. Earning 500 in a day, with such sharp eyesight, we're bound to prosper. Who would still sell old cassette tapes? Wang Pengzi lamented over the losses he had suffered from selling tapes over the past 2 years, worried about their future. Suddenly, his spirits soared. 500 a day translates to 15,000 a month, 200,000 a year. 200,000. He never dreamed he could possess such wealth. Old Su, you truly are a gem from Longhu Mountain, deeply knowledgeable about these ancient artifacts. Hu Bai grinned. I spent 10 years in the army, and my demobilization fee was just 900, yet you've earned that in 2 days. Today was just lucky. It's not every day one finds treasures. Su Ping waved the large unity symbol in his hand, smiling. Let us go have dinner. It's on me. In high spirits, Wang Pengzi exaggeratedly bowed, adoptive father. Allow me to pay my respects. Laughter erupted as the trio made their way to Dongxing Tower, one of the 8 major towers in Beiping, and the foremost establishment for Shandong cuisine. They ordered everything they had previously refrained from indulging in, including swallows' nests, shark fins, oil-braised shrimp, red-braised fish fins, and braised sea cucumbers, alongside 2 bottles of Maotai. By 7 or 8 in the evening, they finally left Dongxing Tower, satisfied and full, returning to their rental home. Wang Pengzi rubbed his ample belly, contentedly exclaiming, that was wonderful. Today was indeed a treat for me. Hu Bai, Unable to resist licking his lips yet trying to maintain his composure, added, "We owe it all to old Su. Otherwise, how could we have savored such exquisite delicacies?" "Absolutely." Wang Pengzi eagerly rubbed his hands together. "Old Su, let us return to Panjiayuan tomorrow. Perhaps we can make another fortune." "Don't hold your breath. It's not that easy to find treasures. If it were, countless people would have already become rich," Su Ping replied while turning to Hu Bai. "Old Hu, whereas that half book your ancestors passed down. Let me have a look. Here you go." Without a moment's thought, Hu Bai retrieved a yellowed book from his backpack and handed it to Su Ping. Upon receiving it, Su Ping glanced at the cover, where a prominent title read, 16-character Inyang Feng, Shui's Secret Art. That evening, while Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi engaged in idle chatter, Su Ping immersed himself in the book. This tome, titled 16 Characters, was composed of 16 volumes, each dedicated to a single character. Heaven, earth, humanity, ghosts, spirits, Buddhas, demons, beasts, restraint, suppression, evasion, objects, transformation, yin, yang, and void. Each volume encompassed a wealth of esoteric knowledge. Particularly, the volume on heaven was intricate, where every word necessitated careful examination. Even the slightest misstep could lead to misunderstanding or misinterpretation. Additionally, it contained experiences from generations of tomb raiders, which, when combined with the 16 volumes, formed a comprehensive guide to treasure seeking. However, this book focused solely on feng shui, as the complete version should also encompass yin-yang techniques. Due to the perilous nature of the complete text, which could reveal cosmic secrets and jeopardize one's lifespan, Zhang Sanchain had destroyed the yin-yang techniques, leaving only the 16-character feng shui secret art. Despite this, after a thorough reading, Su Ping found that aside from the sections he understood, much remained elusive. Each character was familiar, yet their combinations rendered many meanings unclear. Mastering the feng shui secret art truly required a natural aptitude, Su Ping mused. Nonetheless, for him, this was inconsequential. He could replicate the innate abilities encapsulated in the entry, not only the talent but also the past experiences and current achievements of others. Once he successfully replicated Hu Bai's entry talent, feng shui's secret art, he would effectively save himself over a decade of study, instantly reaching Hu Bai's current level. Though Hu Bai's level was only mediocre at present, it would suffice. That night, while Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi drifted into slumber, Su Ping persevered, poring over the book until he finally finished. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to wane, as he did not succeed in replication. Not overly concerned, he closed the book and succumbed to a deep sleep. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed, followed by the booming voice of Big Gold Tooth outside. "Wang Kaixian, I know you're inside." At the sound of Big Gold Tooth's voice, Wang Pengzi leapt from his bed, panic-stricken. "Oh no. I told Big Gold Tooth where I live. They've come looking for us." As he spoke, Wang Pengzi stealthily lifted the curtain, spotting 6 burly men outside, with Big Gold Tooth standing arrogantly, mockingly beckoning him with a raised middle finger. Hu Bai cast an exasperated glance at Wang Pengzi, exclaiming, "You fool! What do we do now?" Wang Pengzi, with a worried expression, turned to Su Ping. "Old Su, yesterday you were the fiercest. They'll definitely target you." Chapter 4. The ever-victorious mountain and the horse bandits calmed down. "It's just a matter of having a fight," Su Ping said nonchalantly as he donned his clothes and proceeded to open the door. Wang Pengzi and Hu Bai followed closely behind, with Wang Pengzi grabbing a shovel for self-defense. Jingjue and his group stood arrogantly, observing the trio as they emerged. "Gentlemen, today I wish to ascertain whether the matter at hand is indeed the matter you think it is," he proclaimed. "You lot should inquire about it. It is utterly unheard of to steal from my master Jin." At that moment, a woman emerged from the adjacent room, wielding an iron spoon. "Hey, what in Oppos is going on? If there's an issue, our neighborhood committee can assist," she yelled. Wang Pengzi, concerned about causing trouble, replied, "It's nothing, ma'am. They're merely here to help me move some goods." The woman's shout diminished Jinjue's imposing demeanor somewhat. "I'm not here to make things difficult for you. Just hand over the jade pendant, and we can consider this matter resolved, shall we?" Jingjue suggested. Wang Pengzi hesitated, contemplating the implications of being beaten and then robbed. It would be a disgraceful defeat. It wasn't an Oppos, just about him. Su Ping and Hu Bai were involved as well. He abruptly yanked the jade pendant from his neck, ready to hand it over to Jingjue, only to have Su Ping raise a hand to stop him. At this moment, Jingjue was poised to activate his second talent, Su Ping scrutinized Jingjue, saying, "Old Jin, have you not heard of the Taoist from Longhu Mountain, Su?" Upon hearing this, not just Jingjue, but even Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi were taken aback, their gazes fixed on him. Jingjue furrowed his brow, a cunning glint in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Enough of the pleasantries. Today, you will give me that jade pendant, whether you want to or not." Su Ping retorted, "You must know the tomb raiding master from Hunan with the surname Kai?" Suddenly, Jinjue's pupils widened in surprise. His father had once learned tomb raiding from a master surnamed Kai from Hunan, a fact known only among those in the profession. He had never divulged this to outsiders. Could it be? Jinjue's shifty eyes scanned Su Ping, finally landing on the words inscribed on the cover of the book he held, Feng Shui Secrets. "Who may I call you, sir?" Jinjue's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly polite. "Su," came the reply. "You share the same surname as the previously mentioned Taoist. You also know the tomb raider surnamed Kai. Could it be that you are somehow connected to him?" "Ah, so you are Su then. May I inquire about your profession?" "To visit the mountains, one must see Kunlun. Known for its heights and celestial beings, ever-victorious mountain surpasses even Kunlun, where brotherhood and loyalty soar through the skies." Goodness. Jingjue shivered upon hearing Su Ping introduce himself. "The ever-victorious mountain horse bandits. It appears your ancestors were once mountain lords. No wonder you are so audacious." The ever-victorious horse bandits had another identity. They were the largest tomb raiding organization during the Republic of China, boasting a membership of hundreds of thousands known as the Unloading Ridge Warriors. He had long suspected that the tomb raider surnamed Kai was indeed one of these warriors. Wang Pengzi, bewildered, turned to Hu Bai and queried, "Old Hu, what does this mean?" Hu Bai whispered back, "This is underworld jargon. I can only grasp a little. It seems old Su is claiming his ancestors were horse bandits. That explains it." Wang Pengzi realized. Understanding why old Su and Appo's temper had been increasingly volatile, Jinjue's respect was instantaneous. He promptly invited, "Gentlemen, if you have time for lunch, allow me to treat you to hot pot." "Very well." Su Ping nodded in agreement. The four of them gathered at a hot pot restaurant, dining and conversing. Su Ping regaled them with tales, and Jingjue was thoroughly impressed. He then invited them to his home. Jinjue's abode was filled with ancient relics and antiques, a veritable treasure trove. Upon entering, he approached a shelf and retrieved a delicate wooden box. Opening it revealed 3 golden pouches, which he handed to Su Ping and the others. Inside the pouches lay a sharp, conical artifact, dark and translucent, adorned with the ancient characters for Mo-Jin. Wang Pengzi curiously inquired, "What is this?" Hu Bai answered with utmost seriousness, "It's Mo-Jin talisman." "Indeed, Hu, you are correct. A Mo-Jin talisman." Jingjue posed dramatically. In the time of Cao Cao, there existed a military unit dedicated to grave robbing, serving as a source of military funds. Each soldier was bestowed with such a talisman entitled Mo-Jin Xiaowei. Su, since the ever-victorious mountain's unloading ridge no longer exists, with your and Hu's remarkable skills, it would be a pity not to serve as Mo-Jin Xiaowei. Su Ping examined the talisman before tossing it onto the table. "Jin, since you wish for us to become Mo-Jin Xiaowei, is it not excessive to present us with a counterfeit?" The genuine Mo-Jin talisman is intricately woven with gold thread and embroidered with intricate patterns. This imitation pales in comparison. "Ah, Su, I never imagined your discerning eye to be so sharp." Jingjue exclaimed, quickly apologizing, "Please do not take offense." Su Ping plopped down onto the sofa and declared, "If you wish for me to select one item from your collection, I will overlook it." At this moment, Jingjue was acutely aware of his need for their assistance. In the antiquities trade, one either collects or raids tombs. These are the only 2 paths. Due to his illness, Jingjue could only travel the countryside to acquire a few antiques, which were not only laborious, but also minimally profitable. The truly valuable artifacts lay within grand tombs. This was precisely why Jingjue was eager to entice them into tomb raiding. They would unearth treasures and inevitably sell them, allowing Jingjue to take a share. Even a small portion would far exceed what he could earn in the countryside. Now was the perfect moment to seize the opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Jingjue resolutely stated, "Very well. Consider it a gesture of friendship. After all, there are hardly any genuine items in my shop." As a descendant of the Unloading Ridge, it was not surprising that he was familiar with the intricacies of the Mo-Jin talisman. However, mastering the art of appraising antiques was no small feat. "Then let us be friends," Su Ping declared, rising to explore the room unreservedly. The space was cluttered with antiques, paintings, ancient stones, porcelain, bronze artifacts, and various coins and silver ingots strewn across the table. But to Su Ping, everything appeared counterfeit. Ultimately, he wandered to the back of his screen, where his gaze fell upon a wooden box. He opened it to reveal a palm-sized porcelain bowl. This is it. Su Ping carried the wooden box back. Upon seeing it, his heart raced, as if it had been seized, rising to his throat. How could this be? Old Su, is this item truly valuable? Wang Pengzi leaned in, curious. Su Ping replied nonchalantly, it and amp, oppos, as passable. Passable? De Jingjue retorted, exasperated. Su, your discerning eye is truly extraordinary. This porcelain piece is worth at least 30,000 in the market. You, how much? Wang Pengzi's voice rose in astonishment. Even Hubai and Appo's gaze turned fervent. Chapter 5, The Copying Initiation, Mastering the Secrets of Feng Shui. 30,000. Su Ping cast an irritated glance at Wang Fatty and remarked, in the realm of tomb raiding, such sums are mere trifles, insignificant in the grand scheme. Oh my, esteemed Su, for a connoisseur of tomb raiding like yourself, of course, this is but a pittance. However, for me, it is a treasure of utmost value. Big Gold Tooth chuckled, his laughter echoing with a hint of despair, akin to a knife slicing through his flesh. He inhaled deeply, finally resolving, very well, since you, Su, have taken a liking to it, I shall gift it to you. I hope that in the future, you will support me when you come across something of interest. Wang Fatty, nearly breathless with excitement, couldn't help but pinch himself. An antique worth 30,000, given away so casually, all to befriend old Su and gain his favor. Just how lucrative is the profession of tomb raiding? Su Ping pushed the porcelain bowl towards Big Gold Tooth and said, Gold Tooth, please take this. I shall not ask for much, just 20,000. As we have many days ahead of us. Su, you truly are, Big Gold Tooth exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration upon seeing the porcelain bowl. With this deal, he stood to gain an additional 10,000. How generous. I shall fetch the money right away. As Big Gold Tooth's figure receded into the distance, Hubai and Wang Fatty were left in a state of disbelief. Is this truly possible? He lost 20,000 and still expresses gratitude towards old Su, praising his generosity. This is the first time I and Appos VE witnessed such a transaction. In this era, there were no 100 yuan notes. The highest denomination was the 10 yuan bill. 20,000 in cash amounted to 2 hefty bundles. Well, Wang Fatty inhaled sharply. He had never seen such a fortune. 2,000 10 yuan notes. He felt faint. Hubai stared at the 2 stacks of cash, momentarily entranced. Damn it, after 10 years of hard work, I earned 900 in demobilization fees. Yet old Su, with just a few words, not only enjoyed a meal but also profited 20,000. This society is utterly insane. Meanwhile, Su Ping noticed a change in the small text above Big Gold Tooth's head. Copying of the talent entry failed, but your eye for detail, purple, has been enhanced. A failed copy yet a surprising gain? It seems that even if the copying of entries does not succeed, one can still acquire experience related to the entries. This implies that through copying, one could upgrade the previously copied entries, not limited to the strength of the talent entries of characters within the story, but rather a continuous enhancement. Ah, how delightful. With this ability to replicate and upgrade your skills, what could you possibly challenge me with? Even the ancient deities within the narrative would not be insurmountable. Traversing through dense forests and across snowy plains, on the vast grasslands of Inner Mongolia, a donkey cart ambled along. The driver was an old man, while 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, occupied the cart. One of the men, a portly fellow, was exuberant, belting out a tune from the Peking opera Lin Hai Shui Yuan, specifically the scene of the tiger climbing the mountain. After such a long journey, aren't you weary? Hubai leaned against the railing, chuckling at Wang Fatty's theatrical performance. Not at all. A new life is about to unfold. Wang Fatty grinned from ear to ear, brimming with enthusiasm. Su Ping, seated at the rear, perused the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secrets. After departing from Big Gold Tooth, they began discussing plans to raid the tomb at Nyoshin Mountain nearby. Initially, Hubai feigned reluctance, but after fabricating a narrative about leading the villagers to prosperity, he begrudgingly consented. The following day, the trio ventured to the general market to procure supplies absent from their village, including watches, radios, and televisions. After purchasing tickets, they endured a 3-day, 2-night train journey, followed by a day on a tractor, finally arriving at the Banner. In Inner Mongolia, Banner refers to what is known as county in other regions. Later, they caught a ride with the village accountant who had come to run errands, sharing the journey back. Over the past few days, Su Ping had read the 16-character Yin Feng Shui secret 7 or 8 times, yet he had not succeeded in copying it. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. With each reading, his understanding of the content deepened. As for the 16-character Feng Shui techniques, they were merely one aspect. The practical experiences of the ancestors who were tomb raiders were not difficult to comprehend. This knowledge alone sufficed for an average person to safeguard themselves in ancient tombs. Just then, after finishing another reading and closing the book, Su Ping observed a new change in the small text above Hubai's head. You have read the 16-character Yin Feng Shui secrets, initiating entry copying. At first, Su Ping paid it little heed, preparing to continue reading. He noticed the text flicker, followed by a new line appearing. Feng Shui secrets, green, copying successful. In the next moment, a torrent of terrifying information surged into his mind, akin to a stampede of sheep. As this information fused with the contents of the 16-character Yin Feng Shui secrets in his memory, areas that had previously eluded his understanding suddenly became crystal clear, as if enlightened. Celestial Star Feng Shui, Dragon-Seeking Technique, Corpse Transformation to Immortality, 8 Mansions Mirror Technique, Dragon-Slaying Technique, Compass Observation and Analysis Technique, and the Mysterious Door Escape Technique. One after another, the Feng Shui secrets that had once been a mystery now revealed their essence. While he couldn't claim to comprehend everything, he truly grasped a number of simpler techniques. For instance, the Compass Observation and Analysis Technique, which involves interpreting the compass and discerning Feng Shui formations, can be quite perplexing for beginners. However, with Hubai and Apos, as accumulated experience of over a decade, he mastered it in an instant. The Dragon-Seeking Technique was understood to about 50%, and the Celestial Star Feng Shui to 30%. As for the other techniques, he had a general awareness of their principles. He had effectively saved himself over a decade of research. Moreover, had there been no one with Hubai's shared experiences to study this book, it would have taken an exceptionally gifted individual over a decade to reach such an understanding. Ah, what a relief! Su Ping clutched the 16-character Yin Feng Shui secrets, choosing not to share it with Hubai. He could continue reading to enhance the quality of the Feng Shui techniques. This was truly extraordinary. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds approached from behind. A green pickup truck sped past them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Fatty, engrossed in his Peking opera, inhaled a mouthful of dirt and began to cough incessantly. That truck has no sense of awareness. Hubai teased with a smile. Indeed, Wang Fatty replied earnestly. If it were an Apos, tea for that truck, my high notes would have soared. What a buzzkill. The nearby accountant cautioned, stop complaining. It might turn around and give you a beating. Our donkey cart can't outrun them. Wang Fatty straightened his back, puffing out his chest. What's so great about a truck? Just wait until I excavate the tomb at Nyoshin Mountain and make some money. I will buy one too. Perhaps that opportunity has passed, Su Ping remarked, observing the speeding truck. Look at the blue-collar workers on that vehicle. Along with their tools, they resemble members of a national archaeological team. It seems the ancient tomb at Nyoshin Mountain has already been excavated by the state. What? Wang Fatty was left utterly stunned, his smile vanishing. Old Su, please. Don and Apos, tease scare me. Indeed, Su had hit the nail on the head. 2 years ago, during the earthquake, our region was also a seismic zone. The Neo-Xian mountain was rent open, revealing a treasure trove within, and the old nose was abundant. Subsequently, it became a mystery how word spread to the authorities. And before long, an archaeological team arrived in droves. The accountant explained that all the men in our village were hired by the archaeologists, earning 3 coins a day. Speaking of this, the young accountant felt an immense sense of pride. 3 coins a day, which could rival the wages of laborers in the bustling cities. Chapter 6. The Black Wind Pass and the Wild Man's Gully. In an instant, Wang Pengzi felt as if his heart had plummeted. Wealth, immense wealth. This might be the only opportunity for him to amass riches in his lifetime. And just like that, it was gone. Stay calm, stay calm. Hubai patted Wang Pengzi and Apos' shoulder, smiling with unshakable composure. There are still opportunities. The village holds many jars that have flowed down from Neo-Xian Mountain, which can also yield considerable profit. The accountant added. However, when the archaeological team arrived, every household exchanged their grain tickets, and all the jars from the nearby villages were collected. Hubai was momentarily taken aback, his mind buzzing as both men stood frozen in place. Upon arriving at Ganggangingzi, they had yet to regain their senses, forcing out smiles to greet the villagers. The village lacked electricity, rendering televisions unusable. However, Radios operated on both alternating and direct current, functioning with batteries. Listening to the radio, the villagers were filled with excitement. A group of women hurriedly prepared meals, while the old village chief and Jingjue and Apos, as father, kept the three men company as they chatted on the Kong. Upon hearing that the antique funerary objects from Nyo Xian Mountain were valuable, Jinjue's father lamented. The old village chief is remarkably perceptive. The old village chief, looking bewildered, observed the gathering. At the drinking table, Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pongzi, feeling disheartened, drank heavily. Su Ping, having warmed up a bit, inquired, old village chief. I remember there are ancient tombs around the Black Wind Pass and the Wild Man and Apos. Gully, right? Upon hearing the words ancient tomb, Hu Ba-yi felt as if the effects of the alcohol had dissipated, and he perked up, eagerly listening to the village chief. Wang Pongzi, somewhat dazed from the drink, was nudged by Hu Ba-yi, who said, Fatty, there is still a chance. Yes, there are tombs, but villagers who ventured there in the past never returned. The old village chief cautioned. It seemed he could hear them again, adding, You three should not go. It is far too dangerous. I will find you a guide tomorrow. After several rounds of drinks, the trio filled their bellies and drunkenly settled down at Jinjue's home for the night. The next day, upon waking, Wang Pongzi was elated at the prospect of raiding the Wild Man's Gully, the clouds of despair that had loomed over him evaporating instantly. They quickly gathered supplies and equipment in the village, such as shovels, glutinous rice, black donkey hooves, and aged vinegar. Su Ping insisted on acquiring a barrel of oil for unforeseen circumstances. On the third day, with their supplies loaded onto a horse, the three awaited the guide arranged by the old village chief at the village and amp, Apos, as hillside. Before long, a striking figure appeared, galloping across the grassland on horseback, accompanied by several hunting dogs in pursuit. As she approached, her features became increasingly distinct. Wrapped in a red scarf and clad in a deep orange sheepskin coat, she carried a hunting rifle on her back and a hunting knife at her waist. Her short black hair framed a delicate face, youthful and wild-eyed. Her tall frame somewhat lacking allure due to her youth. Jingjue is here, Su Ping exclaimed. His attention riveted to the top of Jinjue's head as Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pongzi engaged her in conversation. Above Jinjue's head, a series of small characters appeared. Talent trait, marksmanship, blue, wilderness survival, purple, copy condition. Having Z perform a task, copy success rate, marksmanship, blue, 10. Wilderness survival, purple, 5. Su Ping paused momentarily. One of the traits resembled that of Wang Pongzi. Both possessed marksmanship, blue. What would happen if he successfully copied this marksmanship, blue? However, what captivated him more was wilderness survival, purple. Jingjue and Awenki had hunted since childhood and was the finest young hunter in the region, possessing extensive survival skills in the primitive forest that rivaled those of veteran hunters. Given that most ancient tombs lay deep within the mountains and forests, acquiring this talent trait would undoubtedly facilitate their tomb raiding endeavors. Getting Jingjue to perform a task. Su Ping stroked his chin, aware that Jingjue was known for her stubbornness and independence, especially when navigating the primitive forest, often putting Hu Ba-yi and Wang Pongzi through a tough time. Convincing her to undertake a task would indeed be challenging. However, he mused, any task should suffice, right? After a moment of contemplation, he waved to the others, saying, Time is of the essence. We must set off soon. You two are just rambling. Let us go. Jingjue, known for her directness, tightened the reins and rode over to Su Ping. Hu Ba-yi, Wang Pongzi, at that moment. Su Ping noticed the small letters above Jinjue's head changing. Initiating trait copy. Having Z perform a task. Indeed, he thought, this simplifies matters. Copy failed. Upon seeing the failure notification, Su Ping remained unperturbed. There would be ample time ahead. Jingjue, have some water. Jingjue, it's getting late. Let us eat before we depart. Jingjue, good luck. We'll wait for your return from hunting. Jingjue, cut me a piece of meat. Jingjue, let Hu and Fatty take over. Jingjue, allow me to handle this. While he dared not provoke her on significant matters for trivial tasks, Su Ping was not one to hesitate. By the end of the day, he had initiated the trait copy process 20 times. Marksmanship, blue, copy successful. In that instant, Su Ping felt as though he had acquired years of shooting experience. Though he had fired guns before, this felt entirely different. The following day, Jingjue, armed with her hunting rifle and accompanied by her hunting dogs, prepared to venture out. Jingjue, I'll accompany you on the hunt. Su Ping eagerly volunteered, eager to test the effects of his new marksmanship, blue, trait. Every man yearns for his own firearm. Having lived 2 lives, he had yet to hold a real gun. You? Yingzi eyed him skeptically. Don't make things difficult for me. Not at all. Just hand over the gun. Su Ping reached out, declaring, soon. You'll see just how accurate I can shoot. Very well, Yingzi conceded with a nod, passing the hunting rifle to Su Ping. Copy failed. But your marksmanship, Blue, has been enhanced. Wow. Su Ping marveled, gripping the rifle. An unexpected gain. His shooting skills now seemed to surpass even Yingzi and Appo's. Before long, the crack of gunfire echoed bang, bang, bang. Moments later, Yingzi returned with 2 wild rabbits and a red-feathered chicken in tow. Su Ping, my aim was accurate. Wasn't he it? He grinned. Yingzi, rarely one to offer praise, remarked, not only were you accurate, but you were also quick. You're better than I am. Chapter 7. Talent. Swift steps upon their return, Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi had already kindled a fire, preparing porridge and roasting meat. Su Ping and Appo's gaze fell upon several hunting dogs. Much like humans, the dogs bore lines of small characters above their heads. Talent attribute, canine language, red, copy conditions, feeding copy success rate, canine language, red, 10. He sliced the unwanted meat into dozens of pieces, feeding them to the hunting dogs piece by piece. Canine language, red, copy successful. Repeatedly copying canine language, red, significantly enhanced canine language, red, with the transformation of the text above the dogs and Appo's heads. Once he had exhausted all their talent attributes, Su Ping discovered that the copied talent attributes had undergone a remarkable change. 6 instances of canine language, red, had successfully upgraded his canine language, red, to canine mastery, green. Canine mastery, green due to your profound understanding of canine language. You have awakened a new advanced talent. Through canine mastery, you can command any canine. At the current stage, you can control up to 6 simultaneously. Remarkable. A new ability. Previously, he had pondered what would happen if 2 identical talent attributes were acquired. Now it was crystal clear. 6 identical talent attributes could upgrade the original attribute. When an attribute can no longer be upgraded, it will evolve into a new, more complex talent attribute. Therefore, the evolved talent is of green quality. It seemed that this could indeed allow for infinite progression and upgrades. In the following days, Su Ping, with nothing pressing to do, amused himself with Yingzi, fed the dogs, and indulged in reading. His attribute experience surged steadily. On the 5th day, he finally acquired the Wilderness Survival Purple attribute. At a glance, everything in the primeval forest felt so familiar. He could name every flower and plant, knew which mushrooms were edible, and was aware of various wild beasts and Appo's habits, as well as the antidotes for snakes, insects, rats, and ants. In that moment, he felt as if he had become an expert in wilderness survival. Even Bear Grylls would have to address him as master. On the afternoon of the 7th day, the group finally arrived at Haifengqiu, locating the Wild Man Valley and setting up camp on the hillside. You 2 tie the horses over there. Once secured, gather some firewood. With the campsite selected, Yingzi directed Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi to get to work. The 2 men felt frustrated and retorted, Hey miss, why do you only make us work while letting old Su off the hook? Can you 2 compare to Sugo? Yingzi replied, not lifting her head as she organized the stove. Sugo can hunt and is familiar with the forest. What do you 2 know? You know nothing. And if you don't and Appo's, listen, you might not even know how you die in this forest. Wang Pengzi grumbled in response, all right, let Appo's go. Hu Bai tugged at Wang Pengzi with irritation. Seeing the 2 leave, Su Ping, familiar with the storyline, understood very well that Wang Pengzi was about to face trouble. This fellow wanted to slack off and was destined to encounter a wild boar. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Encountering a wild boar in the primeval forest is far more perilous than meeting a human bear or a Siberian tiger. This is not due to the wild boar being stronger than the other 2, but rather because of its high aggression and brutal charge, which is even more powerful than a human bear. Pengzi, don't be lazy, Su Ping advised with a smile. The difficulty of copying Wang Pengzi and Appo's attribute is at its peak, requiring him to ignore advice and face life-threatening danger. This was a splendid opportunity. Am I that kind of person? Wang Pengzi exclaimed confidently, then tied the horses to a tree alongside Hu Bai. Afterward, under the pretext of needing to relieve himself, Wang Pengzi urged Hu Bai to gather firewood alone, while he himself wandered off to slack. However, before he could even pull down his pants, a massive wild boar over 2 meters long appeared beside him. The wild boar spotted him and charged without hesitation. Wang Pengzi turned pale with fright, running while shouting, Old Hu, Old Su, help, help. Upon hearing Wang Pengzi and Amp, Appo's cries for help, Su Ping and the others immediately sprinted towards the sound. Seeing Wang Pengzi fleeing in disarray from the wild boar, the conditions for copying were met, and the copying initiated, yet it failed. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Su Ping did not dwell on it. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the wild boar. Talent attribute, swift steps, blue. Copy conditions, one-shot kill. Copy success rate, swift steps, blue, 100. Unlike the hunting dogs, the wild boar's attribute was swift steps, blue, with a 100 success rate for copying. However, the requirements were relatively stringent, necessitating a single shot to kill it. As the wild boar drew closer to Wang Pengzi, Yingzi raised her gun and, with a crack, aimed at the boar and Appo's head. Yet, contrary to the narrative, this shot not only failed to kill the wild boar but only enraged it further. The wild boar and Appo's hide was tough and thick, making it difficult for Yingzi's old-fashioned homemade shotgun to achieve a one-shot kill. Give it to me. Su Ping reached out, his tone brooking no argument. Yingzi, her expression tense, hesitated before subconsciously handing the gun to Su Ping. Big dog, 2 dog, 3 dog, attack from the left flank. 4 dog, 5 dog, 6 dog, attack from the right flank. Swish. The pack of hunting dogs seemed to truly comprehend Su Ping's words. Splitting into 2 groups that swiftly approached the wild boar with clear rolls. 2 bit its hind legs, 2 latched onto its belly, and 2 targeted its neck. Yingzi was left dumbfounded by this spectacle. She had raised this pack of dogs since childhood and had never been able to command them with such precision. Fat dog. Hold steady. Fat dog? Who is that? With the hunting dogs holding the wild boar at bay, Wang Pengzi finally relaxed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he asked. These 6 hunting dogs were professionally trained, and among them, 3 were mastiffs, exceedingly fierce. Even a human bear would fear them. Faced with their onslaught, the wild boar began to falter, covered in wounds, desperate to escape. But it was surrounded by dogs and could not flee. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Su Ping drew a hunting knife and approached, delivering several fatal blows to the wild boar. Once the wild boar lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Su Ping withdrew his gun, pressing it against its neck and aiming for its head. With a crack, he fired. The world fell silent. One-shot kill of the wild boar, copy initiation. Swift steps, blue, copy successful. In the next moment, Su Ping felt an incredible lightness in his legs, as if they were suddenly filled with power, and his agility surged, greatly enhancing both speed and endurance. Hiss. Su Ping inhaled deeply, astonished that the first enhancement to his own strength came from a wild boar. He felt as though his current speed was surpassing human limits, rivaling that of the wild boar. Su Ping also discerned that the speeds of the hunting dogs and the wild boar were quite similar. However, the dogs and Appo's copyable attribute was canine language, lacking swift steps. This indicated that not all abilities are copyable. Only one or a few can be copied and manifested. Clang. Seeing the wild boar dead, Yingzi drew her bone cleaver, casting a glance at Wang Pengzi as if regarding a worthless object. Wang Pengzi, unable to contain his irritation, retorted, "Old Hu, look at her. What kind of look is that? So embarrassing, and she still has the gall to speak." Hu Bai rolled his eyes at him, asking, "Weren't you going to the restroom? Why don't you hurry?" Wang Pengzi gulped, replying, I got scared and ran back." Chapter 8. Yingzi's embrace. Yingzi deftly skinned and deboned the wild boar on the spot, her movements fluid and precise, a clear indication of her seasoned expertise. Meanwhile, Su Ping was astonished to notice a change in the small characters above Yingzi's head, a transformation unlike any he had witnessed before. Previously, the inscription read, Talent Attribute, Marksmanship, blue, copied, Wilderness Survival, purple, copied, copy conditions, having Yingzi perform a specific task, copy effect, increases experience and related talent attributes now. It had evolved into Talent Attribute, Marksmanship, blue, copied, Wilderness Survival, purple, copied, copy conditions. First instance of Yingzi actively embracing copy effect, randomly enhances one talent attribute by 1 quality. Is this indeed a possibility? The fiery Yingzi, actively embracing? This notion seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the effects of copying were undeniably promising, regardless of the current quality of the attribute. It could be elevated unconditionally. Marksmanship could ascend to purple, and Wilderness Survival could also be enhanced. Whether it would reach red was uncertain, but conventionally, orange follows purple. Su Ping stroked his chin, contemplating the slender figure of Ingzi before him. As evening fell, they gathered around a fire, grilling and feasting on pig trotters. Ingzi even prepared a dipping sauce. They indulged in hearty drinks and succulent meat, reveling in the moment. If Detzi were nearby, he would undoubtedly drool in envy. Ingzi glanced at the fire and stood up, declaring, "You all continue eating. I'll fetch some firewood. I'll accompany you." Wang Pengzi, busily gnawing on a pig's tail, wiped his greasy hands and volunteered. "You're less useful than a dog," Ingzi retorted, casually leading a mastiff beside her. Wang Pengzi. Su Ping's eyes brightened at this scene. In this primitive forest, Ingzi, unafraid of wolves or tigers, felt no trepidation. Her greatest fear was death itself. Soon, she would likely encounter a tent belonging to the enemy soldiers, surrounded by numerous corpses and skeletal remains. If fear should compel Ingzi to embrace, the likelihood of this was substantial. Setting his bowl down, Su Ping called out, "I'll go with you." Ingzi nodded decisively, responding, "Sure." Wang Pengzi. TT. At that moment, Su Ping began to comprehend the alteration in Ingzi's conditions for copying. After days of hunting wild boars, it seemed that whatever Ingzi said could easily lead to her agreement. The simplicity of the conditions had triggered this transformation. If this were truly the case, things were becoming increasingly intriguing. The two of them, accompanied by the mastiff, ventured deeper into the wilderness. The solitary moon hung high, casting a chilling glow upon the surroundings. And the air was still and silent. Ingzi walked ahead, her voice laced with concern as she cautioned, "Su Gu, the nights in the primitive forest are perilous. You must stay close to me. Once I gather the firewood, we shall return." Su Ping chuckled softly and nodded, "All right." He followed Ingzi, collecting firewood along the way. "What do you have there in your hand?" Su Ping inquired, shining his flashlight ahead to see that Ingzi had picked up a pale bone. "Animal bones can serve as firewood," she explained, as she bent down to gather more bones from the ground. Suddenly, she felt something was amiss. Clearing the leaves from a pile of bones, she scrutinized them closely and realized they bore no resemblance to animal remains. Rather, they appeared to be human bones, complete with terrifying skulls. Even more chillingly, she noticed numerous similar bones scattered nearby. Yikes! A shiver ran down Ingzi's spine as goosebumps prickled her skin. She hastily discarded the bone and firewood she had gathered, stepping back a few paces, her voice trembling as she asked, "Su Gu, why are there so many bones here? They look like human bones. Just some white bones. There's nothing to fear," Su Ping replied nonchalantly, continuing forward. "This is merely the beginning. These bones, while unsettling, are actually no different from ordinary animal bones. Wait for me." Ingzi and Appo's heart raced, her wide, watery eyes darting around in fear of what might leap from the darkness. After taking several more steps, they came upon a few makeshift shelters, dark and eerie, emanating a nauseating stench of decay and mold. Though terrified, Ingzi's curiosity piqued. She stretched her long neck, peering cautiously into one of the shelters. Suddenly, illuminated by the flashlight, a figure materialized in her view, cloaked in darkness, resembling charred wood, wearing a filthy coat, but with eyes glowing an eerie blue, akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, fixated on her. "Ah!" Ingzi screamed, turning to grasp Su Ping, only to realize he had moved further away, deepening her fear. With no time to waste, she sprinted toward him, and upon reaching him, she leapt into his embrace, wrapping her slender arms around his neck. "Sudage! Sudage! There's a ghost! A ghost!" Her voice quivered as she buried her face in his chest, pointing shakily toward the shelter. Ingzi has initiated her first embrace. Talent attribute copying activated. "Do not be afraid," Su Ping reassured her, patting her shoulder, while his gaze sparkled with anticipation. 100% success rate. Which talent attribute would it be? Marksmanship, blue, quality significantly enhanced, achieving purple quality. Oh, how splendid. It was indeed marksmanship. He sensed the vast improvement in his marksmanship, purple, far beyond mere shooting accuracy. It encompassed a wealth of firearm knowledge. The optimal shooting techniques for various firearms, allowing for the most efficient shooting methods to be deduced. Previously, the marksmanship, blue, he copied from Ingzi leaned heavily on her self-made hunting rifles and her associated talents. But now it was entirely different. He could quickly master nearly all popular firearms, achieving remarkable results. From the AK to the 98K to the Type 38. He was well versed in the firearms that had gained prominence during wartime. With his current skill level, even within military ranks, his marksmanship would likely be unparalleled. After fulfilling this condition, the text above Ingzi's head shifted once more. Talent attribute. Marksmanship, blue, copied. Wilderness survival, purple, copied. Copy conditions. First instance of Jingjue actively kissing, copy effect, randomly enhances one related attribute by one quality. This golden opportunity possesses considerable potential. While embracing may offer a clever shortcut, a kiss is decidedly more complex. Nevertheless, the reward stirred Su Ping's excitement. If marksmanship, purple, were to be elevated once again, what heights could his skills reach? As he gazed at the trembling Jingjue in his arms, he noted that despite her rugged upbringing in the mountains, her physique, features, and innate wildness were all quite remarkable. And this was without any embellishment. If she were to visit the city and be properly groomed, she would undoubtedly emerge as a stunning beauty. This matter cannot be rushed. Time is on our side. After a considerable moment, Jingjue finally regained her composure, realizing that she was still holding on to Su Ping. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hastily released him. Lowering her head as she said, "Brother Su, we should make haste." It was a rare sight to see the little firecracker shy, and Su Ping chuckled softly, remarking, "It's merely a corpse. What is there to fear?" He approached and cast a glance at the lifeless body within the makeshift shelter. The corpse had deteriorated significantly. Its flesh turned to a dark, putrid hue, with muscles completely decomposed and the skin shriveled. Within its facial features, maggots and ants crawled about. Despite having mentally prepared himself and having witnessed such scenes and performances, the sight of an actual corpse sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Observing and experiencing reality are two entirely different matters. Chapter 9. The Ghosts of Longevity. Research. Beside the corpse lay a Japanese military sword, which Su Ping picked up. With a sharp sound, the blade was drawn, revealing a glimmering edge that showed no signs of rust despite the years and the dampness of the primeval forest. The quality of the sword was exceptional. Next to the sword was a military backpack. Upon opening it, Su Ping discovered a field notebook wrapped in sheepskin. "Brother Su, who do you think these people are?" Jingjue asked curiously, leaning closer. "By the looks of it, they belong to the enemy troops." Su Ping replied as he opened the notebook. The pages were inscribed with Japanese characters, yellowed with age yet remarkably well preserved, the handwriting clear and legible. Having been influenced by many teachers in his past life, he had a rudimentary understanding of the language. As he scanned the lines of text, a frown formed on his brow. Something feels off. This isn and apos, T right. According to the original narrative, the defeated Japanese forces from Dongning had fled here seeking assistance from a military stronghold, only to become lost and ultimately perish in this very place. However, the contents of this notebook told a different tale. The Japanese forces in Dongning captured a group of individuals and extracted secrets regarding longevity from them. They sought the aid of the Kanto armies accompanying Onmyoji to further their research into the art of immortality. Yet, they could not locate the Kanto army stronghold and became lost, ultimately encountering a group of tomb raiders. From that point on, they experienced tremendous terror, with the raiders being slaughtered in horrific fashion. After the tomb raiders were all eliminated, it was the Japanese soldiers' turn, and only a few leaders remained, ultimately driven to commit suicide out of unbearable fear. Dongning? If memory serves, that place lies on the border of China and North Korea. They had captured individuals privy to the secrets of longevity and had interrogated them. In the world of ghost blows out the light. Is there truly such a concept as longevity? Aside from ancient deities, what else could grant immortality? Those ancient monarchs and nobles expended great effort constructing their tombs. Yet none achieved eternal life. Even the tomb of the Offering King did not confer longevity. Apart from the ancient gods, one could count the corpse immortal from the village of Earth Immortals. Who else could there be? Could it be that other storylines truly exist? Su Ping mused inwardly. In truth, beyond the 8 volumes of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the characters are intricately connected with many interrelations. For instance, the Mizong series and the 4 Gods and 3 Demons series present narratives that are even more elusive. When discussing immortality, the Green Tomb in Mizong represents an entity that embodies eternal life. Within the 4 Gods and 3 Demons series, one encounters various secret techniques for vanquishing demons, resurrecting the dead, and extending life, all abundant. At the 5 Thunder Temple of Longhu Mountain, there exists a page of heavenly scripture. Elder Chui attained profound understanding of Taoism merely by reading a few lines of this text. Su Ping recalled his experiences at Longhu Mountain and realized that legends of the Longhu heavenly scripture did indeed exist, although he had previously dismissed them as mere folklore. This revelation suggested the possibility of their truth. As time passed, the once overcast sky seemed to brighten suddenly, illuminating the surroundings. Su Ping looked up and saw a full moon hanging high in the night sky. Now is the moment. Jingjue, let us return, he called out, clutching the notebook and sword as he headed toward the camp. Brother Su, wait for me, Jingjue shouted, hastening to catch up. She then whispered, Brother Su, when we return, could you please not tell Hugo and Fat Go about this? I'm afraid of their reaction. You little girl, quite the tough one, Su Ping chuckled, ruffling Jingjie's glossy black hair. All right, this matter will remain between us. No third party shall know. Jingjue nodded happily, appearing somewhat like a neighborly little sister at that moment. Upon returning to the camp, when Wang Fatsi spotted the military sword in Su Ping and Appo's hand, he was about to inquire when Su Ping interrupted, Old Hu, where is your compass? In my bag. Why? Bring it out. An ancient tomb is about to reveal itself. Hu Bai's eyes lit up at this revelation. He quickly retrieved the compass from his backpack and handed it to Su Ping. With the compass in hand, Su Ping aligned it with the stars. Celestial stars and feng shui, the moon is at its zenith. The breaker and the greedy wolf converge. The celestial pivot and the shaking light align, pointing to the location of the ancient tomb. On the compass, it indicated. Analyzing the celestial stars and feng shui secrets, Su Ping advanced in the direction indicated by the compass, with the others excitedly following behind. Soon after, Su Ping suddenly halted, eyes brightening as he pointed to a nearby clearing. The coffin lies just beneath this spot. Coffin? Hu Bai was taken aback. He was well-versed in the 16-character Yin-Yang feng shui secrets and understood that Su Ping was employing celestial star feng shui and the art of discernment. Given Su Ping's ancestral legacy, it was not surprising that he learned quickly. However, determining the precise location of the coffin within the ancient tomb was an extraordinary feat, one that he himself could not accomplish. Dividing gold to determine the burial site, celestial stars to pinpoint. Old Su, you truly are a master. Hu Bai regarded Su Ping with admiration. After studying the book for over a decade, he found that he could not compare to Su Ping, who had only glanced at it for a few days. Su Ping smiled and said, let us mark this spot and return tomorrow to excavate. Understood. Hu Bai, filled with enthusiasm, cleared the surrounding weeds and kindled a fire as a marker. The four of them then returned to the camp. The next morning, Jingjue rose early. She stretched and yawned, glancing at the still sleeping Su Ping. Memories of the previous night and Appo's fright flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. With her glistening eyes, she gazed intently at Su Ping. How did I not notice before that Brother Su is so handsome? Jingjue murmured to herself, captivated. Jingjue, what are you mumbling about? Hu Bai, waking nearby, casually inquired. Jingjue felt an inexplicable nervousness, shifting her gaze elsewhere before glaring at Hu Bai. Why do you care so much? If you and Appo's reawake, get on with digging the ancient tomb. No time for idleness. Are we not going to have breakfast first? He seriously suspected that Jingjue harbored some bias against him and Fatsi, but he refrained from saying anything. Otherwise, given Jingjue and Appo's personality, she would surely unleash a verbal barrage upon him. Hu Bai nudged the still sleeping Fatsi with his foot. Little Fat, hurry up and get to work. Long Fatsi rubbed his eyes as he awoke, only to see Hu Bai toss a shovel at him. What the? Wang Fatsi was bewildered, taking a moment to collect himself. He then picked up the shovel and glanced at the still sleeping Su Ping. Old Su, hurry up, you're the laziest among us. What are you talking about? Jingjue glared at Wang Fatsi, scolding, Brother Su worked so hard last night. What's wrong with him sleeping a bit longer? Just go and do your work. Quit the chatter. We'll call you when the food is ready. Hu Bai, Wang Fatsi. Chapter 10. Entering the ancient tomb, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through Su Ping and Appo's nostrils as he slowly awoke from his slumber. Yawning and blinking his eyes open. Brother Su, you're awake. Jingjue exclaimed, approaching him with a bowl of hot meat soup. Drink it while it's warm. It's delicious. Thank you. Su Ping took the bowl, blew on the contents, and sipped a small amount. Jingjue, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. He glanced around, but noticed that Hu and Pang were missing. Where are Brother Hu and Brother Pang? They've gone to work, Jingjue replied with a smile. These two are truly impatient, Su Ping thought, a smile creeping onto his face as he savored another sip of the meat soup. In the drama, the duo never exhibited such eagerness. They would only start working after breakfast, laboring for half the day. It appears that the allure of the ancient tomb is even greater now than in the show. After all, who wouldn't be drawn to the prospect of profiting hundreds of thousands, if not millions, from a single tomb? However, their current efforts would yield nothing of value. After finishing the soup and a few generous pieces of meat, Su Ping set out to find Hu and Pang. Upon locating them, he called out, "You two, stop working. This place won't yield any ancient tomb." "What?" The two men looked up, bewildered by Su Ping's declaration. "But you said yesterday that the coffin is right below us." "Indeed," Su Ping nodded, continuing, "but this area is part of the Liaojin ancient tomb complex. Based on historical timelines, this complex likely employs anti-theft technologies that date back to the Song dynasty. If I'm not mistaken, this tomb utilizes the Tianbao Longhua Yuli roof." "What is the Tianbao Longhua Yuli roof?" they asked in confusion. "It involves laying a layer of glazed tiles atop the tomb, infusing them with a substantial amount of Western fire dragon oil, which ignites upon contact with air. Consequently, anything within the tomb, be it antiques or tomb raiders, would be incinerated completely." "My goodness, what shall we do?" Wang Pang scratched his head, visibly distressed. Su Ping replied nonchalantly, "Such anti-theft techniques were advanced for their time, but they can be easily circumvented today. We simply need to excavate a side tunnel to gain access to the tomb. Let us head back for breakfast and then return to dig." Hu and Wang agreed as they made their way back, while Su Ping and Inzi wandered with their dog. The plot regarding the theft tunnel had seen some alteration in the drama. In that version, the group of tomb raiders had already discovered the Tianbao Longhua Yuli roof and dug a side tunnel, which the protagonists used to enter the tomb. In the book, however, the side tunnel was excavated by the protagonists themselves. Su Ping surmised that the previous raiders were likely villagers, whose skills would not have allowed them to recognize the Tianbao Longhua Yuli roof, let alone create a side tunnel. Inzi appeared far braver in the daylight compared to the night, confidently leading the way with her hunting dog and firearm, seemingly regaining her former self-assurance. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, followed by a chorus of barking. Su Ping noticed that Inzi, who had been leading, had vanished. "Brother Su! Brother Su!" Following the sound, he discovered a cave beneath a large tree, where the hunting dog paced uneasily. As the dog caught sight of Su Ping, it barked a few times and began scratching at the branches covering the cave. "I understand. Go fetch old Hu and Pang, and bring along the rope, flashlight, and that bucket of oil," Su Ping instructed the dog, which promptly dashed away. He then approached the cave and crouched down. "Inzi, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Inzi shouted back. "I just twisted my ankle and can't climb back up." "Don't be afraid, Inzi. I'll go down to rescue you." "Is there anything down there?" "It's a large pit, but it's so dark I can't see anything," she replied. Su Ping paused, contemplating the narrative and Appos as progression. Could it be that the raiders had indeed excavated a tunnel? The fact that they recognized the Tianbao Longhua Yuli roof indicated they were no ordinary tomb robbers. Yet, if they possessed such skills, why had they entered the tomb without triggering any of its traps or opening the coffin? This inconsistency troubled him. Ultimately, Su Ping resolved to descend and investigate. He crouched low and slipped into the cave, his swift movements aided by his innate agility. With a rush of motion, he reached the bottom, where Inzi sat beside the cave's entrance. Crouching down, Su Ping grasped Inzi's ankle, removing her shoe to reveal her delicate, fair foot. A bruise marred her ankle, and upon lightly touching it, she winced, inhaling sharply. "It's just a sprain. It's not serious," Su Ping reassured her. "During my years as a Taoist, I learned some traditional Chinese medicine techniques from my grandfather, which work wonders for injuries." "Is that so? Brother Su, you're truly impressive." Inzi felt a wave of relief upon seeing him, but before she could finish her thought, Su Ping suddenly applied pressure, causing a sharp pain to shoot through her. Inzi trembled, biting her lip and enduring the pain, only to feel a sense of relief wash over her afterward. "Feeling better?" Su Ping inquired. Inzi wiggled her toes, surprised to find she could move her injured foot, though it still throbbed slightly. With a little more massage to invigorate the blood and reduce swelling, it should soon feel fine. As he spoke, he supported her foot with one hand while using his other hand to gently knead the injured area, employing a mix of techniques, including pressing and circular motions, common in traditional Chinese medicine. Before long, Inzi felt significantly improved. She stood and took a couple of steps, astonished and delighted. "Brother Su, you're truly remarkable. I'm completely fine now. Compared to you, Hu and Pang seem utterly useless. Why are you criticizing Brother Pang like that?" Just then, Hu and Wang arrived. Having overheard Inzi's remarks, Inzi replied candidly, "I'm not wrong, am I?" "All right, let us not argue with the young lady," Wang Pang said, somewhat resigned. While it was true, the bluntness of her comment stung. The two men tied a rope to a nearby tree and lowered it into the cave, bringing along 4 flashlights. As they illuminated their surroundings, they found themselves in a dark corridor, flanked by stone walls adorned with strange carvings. At the end of the corridor loomed a tall stone door, ajar, revealing a disarray of items within, as though someone had ransacked the place. Chapter 11. Dongxia Wano. Is this the ancient tomb? From this perspective, it truly resembles a grave. Wang Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately pulled out black donkey hooves, glutinous rice, and shared them with everyone. He also took out a rope and tossed it deep into the corridor, swinging it back and forth. Fat brother, what are you doing? Ingzi asked, a puzzled expression on her face. I'm checking for traps. We don't want to get hit by a barrage of arrows and end up skewered like candied hawthorns. Wang Fatty replied with a serious demeanor. In the ancient tomb, Ingzi felt a strange tension, but seeing Wang Fatty and Appo's professionalism eased her nerves considerably. Fat brother, I didn't expect you to know so much. No wonder you dared to follow Brother Su to rob graves. Wang Fatty straightened his back. Filled with pride, Su Ping chuckled silently and strode forward. Be careful, Lao Su. Wang Fatty whispered urgently. Careful of what? Look, the tomb door is wide open. Hu Bai followed closely behind, rolling his eyes at Wang Fatty. If there were traps, they would have been triggered already. Wang Fatty. Brother Su, wait for me. Ingzi glanced at Wang Fatty, feeling a sense of protectiveness akin to caring for an elderly person with diminished faculties. The four traversed the corridor and arrived before a stone door. In that instant, a chilling draft rushed towards them, causing involuntary shivers. Brother Su, are we really going in? Ingzi surveyed the dark, foreboding tomb, her heart racing with fear. Don't be afraid. We're just going in for a look, nothing more. Su Ping replied dismissively and stepped inside. It was Ingzi's first descent into an ancient tomb, and she had to admit the thrill was exhilarating. It was far more intense than watching television dramas or reading novels, especially in such a pitch-dark and cold environment that evoked a peculiar sense of anxiety. This cold was not the dry chill of winter, but a damp, eerie cold, reminiscent of being in a hospital morgue, accompanied by a strange odor. Under the beam of the flashlight, the main tomb chamber gradually came into view. In the center stood a raised platform resembling a coffin, albeit particularly low. Only 20 to 30 centimeters high. If it were indeed a coffin, it hardly seemed fit for a corpse. At each corner of this raised platform, there were small tower-like stone structures, seemingly stands for eternal lamps. Directly ahead was a guardian beast, a lion-shaped figure with a horn atop its head. The ground was riddled with channels, forming a mysterious pattern. For Ingzi, entering the ancient tomb for the first time filled her with trepidation, yet also sparked her curiosity. Her bright eyes darted around until, in a moment of distraction, she thought she saw a figure and screamed, instinctively covering her head and diving into Su Ping's embrace. Don't be afraid. It's just a relief sculpture, Su Ping reassured her, glancing in the direction she had looked. He spotted a humanoid relief on the wall, its eyes wide open in fury. He gently stroked Ingzi's glossy hair, offering comfort. Hu Bai and Wang Fatty scanned their surroundings, discovering that the walls were adorned with murals. Hey, little sister, you startled me. I thought you were fearless. Wang Fatty teased, observing Ingzi and Su Ping and Appo's arms. After being bossed around by Ingzi all this way, he felt a sense of vindication today, and even his spirits lifted. The walls of the main tomb chamber were covered with relief murals depicting the remarkable achievements of the tomb's owner. While murals were not particularly uncommon, the drama had not delved deeply into them. However, upon seeing these murals, Su Ping furrowed his brow. From his understanding of the narrative, the tomb's owner was named Guoxiama, a prominent general from the late Jin dynasty. As for how he rose to prominence, opinions varied widely. Only upon entering his tomb and witnessing these accomplishments did everything become clear. One of his earliest battles was against rebellious forces. Initially unremarkable, he noticed that the leader of the rebels had an extraordinarily peculiar appearance, possessing 2 heads and 4 legs, almost resembling a monster. The mural also elucidated that this rebel leader had betrayed the Jin dynasty after witnessing the Mongols and Appo's defeat of the Jin troops, declaring himself king and founding the state of Dajin. Su Ping mused silently, his keen eyesight and knowledge of antiques comparable to that of Dajin. The Dajin state was historically referred to as Dongjin or Dongxia, founded by Emperor Puxian Wano. Dongxia, Wano. Moreover, it depicted a creature with multiple heads and limbs. Su Ping and Appo's mind conjured an image not of a person, but of a monster. The king of Dongxia Wano. This was a character from the Tao Bai series. Could he also exist in this tomb-robbing world? However, the Wana king was described as a monster with 12 limbs, without any mention of multiple heads. A mysterious tomb raider. The leader of the Dongxia monsters. Regardless, this world appeared far more intricate than the narrative suggested. The more complex, the better. A gleam of excitement flickered in Su Ping's eyes. In the world of Gui Chui, the disparity in levels was vast, and the strength of replicable talent attributes was limited. If one were to confront an ancient god, even mastering all these secret arts would require fortuitous opportunities. Now that the world had grown more complicated, he could obtain more mid-tier talent attributes, providing greater assurance against the ancient gods. Lao Hu, Lao Su, come quickly and take a look. Just as Su Ping and the others were examining the relief murals, Wang Fatty stood at the entrance of another chamber, waving excitedly. The group entered the chamber, discovering it filled with weapons and armor, shields, spears, wolf-toothed clubs, and swords. However, these weapons were rusted and in a sorry state after centuries of neglect. Brother Su, what is this? Ingzi asked as she noticed a pile of bones in the center of the chamber. Wang Fatty glanced over and casually replied, dinosaurs. What dinosaurs? You are just being ridiculous. Su Ping shone his flashlight on the bones and clarified, these are the burial remains of the general and Apos, warhorses. Lao Su, your eyesight is impressive. How much do you think all this is worth? Wang Fatty grinned, curious as he pointed at the surrounding weapons and vessels. Su Ping took a quick glance, and without needing to scrutinize further, he had a rough estimate. These weapons held archaeological value, but were not worth much on the market, perhaps a few hundred yuan. As for the vessels, they were all pottery. Small items were hardly worth anything, while earthen bowls and cups might fetch a few hundred. However, the pottery here was substantial, consisting of jars and urns, many of which were relatively well preserved. Each could sell for several thousand yuan. Pottery is worth that much? Wang Fatty's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly began counting. There were 23 weapons, 11 earthen bowls and cups, and 39 jars and urns. How much is all this worth? Wang Fatty struggled to tally it all and urged, Lao Hu, help me calculate quickly. A conservative estimate would be around 1 to 200,000 yuan. Hu Bai was momentarily stunned as he mentally calculated the figures. At that moment, he finally understood why the Jingjue was willing to part with a porcelain piece valued at 30,000 yuan to give to Su Ping. In the tomb robbing business, money truly came swiftly. Just this one tomb, even though it had been previously looted. The grave of a poor general could yield treasures worth 1 to 200,000 yuan. If this is the tomb of Empress Dowager Xiao at Niuxin Mountain, what an astronomical value it must possess. The previous estimate of over 1 million was indeed excessively conservative. Hiss. Wang the Fat took a deep breath, clutching his heart, feeling as though each breath had become laborious, overwhelmed with grief. I have missed out on a fortune of 100 million. Chapter 12. How did we become one with Ingzi? The term 100 million merely serves as a unit of measurement for the wealth contained within the tomb of Empress Xiao. Su Ping spoke in a calm tone, asserting that the future holds an abundance of treasures awaiting us. Without venturing too far, within the ancient city of Jingjue lies the amassed wealth of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. Its value rivals that of Empress Xiao and Apos' tomb. Securing the treasures from there would indeed render one wealthier than nations. Heh. Wang Pengzi was brimming with excitement, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, brothers, let us carry all these treasures away. Observing Wang Pengzi and Apos' lack of ambition, Hu Bai chuckled and remarked, these are mere trinkets. The true treasures lie within the coffin. Coffin? Wang Pengzi scratched his head, puzzled. But we haven't seen any coffin here. Could it have been taken by the previous tomb raiders? Hu Bai shot a bewildered glance at Wang Pengzi and said, are you foolish? The entrance is far too small for a coffin to be removed. Let us search for any mechanisms. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi immediately began to look around. Ingzi, noticing the two were intent on finding a coffin, pursed her lips and nervously asked Su Ping, Brother Su, I and Apos, am scared. Didn't and Apos, we agree to simply come in and take a look, not to do anything else? Perhaps we should leave. Su Ping gently patted Ingzi's small hand, reassuring her, now that we are here, Ingzi, bear with it a little longer. It will soon be over. Ingzi pouted, feeling a twinge of regret for having followed them inside. The group continued their search until Hu Bai discovered a protruding square stone on a burial wall, adorned with intricate patterns. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Bai called out, come quickly. I believe this must be significant. Wang Pengzi rushed over, curiosity piqued. Could this be a mechanism? Without hesitation, he pressed down on the stone. With a resounding boom, the stone seemed to trigger something, causing the entire wall to tremble. After a brief pause, they found nothing had occurred. Seeing Wang Pengzi and Appo's as usual folly resurface, Su Ping chuckled. This may be a combination mechanism. If you encounter another stone like this, for heaven's sake, do not press it again. Who knows what it might be? Rest assured, I have complete faith in myself. Wang Pengzi assured, thumping his chest confidently. Indeed, I have no doubts, Su Ping replied, but one must engage in risk to unlock the potential of the fated talent. He was eager to discover the true capabilities of this fated talent. Noticing Wang Pengzi searching for another mechanism, Su Ping quietly positioned himself beside Yingzi, hoping that if a mechanism were triggered, he might seize the opportunity for Yingzi to kiss him. Old Su, old who, there and Amp, Appo's, another one here. Wang Pengzi soon found a second stone, and before he could finish his sentence, he instinctively pressed down on it. A thunderous sound erupted as the walls responded, revealing a multitude of small holes through which air rushed in, igniting a faint blue flame within, flickering like ghostly lights in the night. Just as expected, Wang Pengzi. Su Ping observed with a sense of paternal pride, akin to a father admiring his accomplished son. Get down. Hu Bai immediately sensed danger and shouted. Before he could finish, countless arrows, laced with blue flames, shot forth from the holes. Yingzi, be careful, Su Ping called out, wrapping his arms tightly around Yingzi and Appo's waist, pulling her close to him. With swift agility, he dodged several arrows, but realized that Yingzi was not as tall as he, making the prospect of her kissing him considerably more challenging. Oh no! Su Ping intentionally stumbled over the guardian beast, falling to the ground and inadvertently dragging Yingzi down with him. Thud! They landed heavily, with Yingzi and Appo's body pressing down on him. Her form contorted into a round shape. Her face flushed with embarrassment, inches from his, and just as they were about to kiss, she quickly turned her blushing face away, burying it against his shoulder. Quick reflexes. Shall we try again? Su Ping contemplated, bracing himself for a second attempt. However, he found Yingzi's arms tightly wrapped around him, her neck resting on his shoulder, utterly unyielding. Never mind, there will be other opportunities. Su Ping, having missed his chance, remained unperturbed, knowing that patience would yield rewards. Wang Pengzi, disregarding counsel, finds himself in peril. Conditions for replication met. Replication initiated. Marksmanship, blue. Replication successful. Witnessing the words above Wang Pengzi's head, Su Ping noted the success of the marksmanship replication. However, with his current marksmanship, purple, talent, it was merely a minor enhancement to his experience. The arrows came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In 2 minutes, the barrage ceased. Is everyone all right? Hu Bai was the first to rise, looking around with concern. I'm fine, Wang Pengzi responded. The two then noticed Yingzi still trembling, clinging to Su Ping and hesitant to rise, leaving them momentarily speechless. Wang Pengzi couldn't help but tease. What are these two doing, becoming conjoined? Hu Bai coughed deliberately, calling out, Yingzi, old Su, get up quickly. This place is not safe. At that moment, Yingzi finally realized what had happened. Her cheeks flushed as she scrambled off Su Ping, only to find Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi staring at her. Clenching her fists, she demanded, what are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Are we to wait here and die? Exchanging glances, Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi sensed that something was amiss. Just as they prepared to depart, a creaking sound caught their attention. The protruding platform before them began to part like two doors, revealing a beautifully carved, large red wooden coffin being raised from below. Wang Pengzi, gazing at the magnificent coffin, chuckled in delight. This magnificent treasure must surely be within. As he spoke, he found himself inexplicably drawn towards the coffin. Chapter 13. Millions of funerary objects do not move, Hu Bai said, his expression serious as he grasped Wang Fatty and Appo's arm. What are you doing? Wang Fatty questioned anxiously. It's right in front of you, and you don't want to take a look? Disregarding him, Hu Bai retrieved the compass, oriented it southeast, and ordered, light the candle. Hey! Wang Fatty hurriedly opened his backpack and pulled out a candle. Curiously observing the two busy figures, Yingzi inquired, Brother Su, what are they doing? Su Ping replied nonchalantly, lighting the candle and letting the ghost blow the lamp. Yingzi looked perplexed. What does that mean? In the profession of tomb raiding, there exists a crucial rule. Before opening a coffin to seek treasures, one must light a candle in the southeast corner of the coffin. If the candle extinguishes during the process, they must leave immediately or face dire omens. For centuries, tomb raiders have adhered to this tradition. Su Ping offered a brief explanation, yet he was not particularly concerned about it. The philosophy of the Unloading Ridge sect revolves around grave robbing and pillaging without hesitation, unlike the meticulous practices of tomb raiders. Once Hubei lit the candle in the southeastern corner, the group and Appos' gaze shifted to the coffin before them. This coffin was quite large, exceeding 2 meters in length. Crafted from redwood, coated with black lacquer, and adorned with intricate golden patterns. These designs were remarkable and rare, resembling totems seldom seen among the Jurchens. The coffin was solidly built and fashioned from an exceptionally rare heartwood, likely from a millennia-old redwood tree. One could surmise that this general, having lived a life of warfare, must have expended all his wealth to procure this coffin. After a cursory examination, the trio began to open the coffin. "Ingzi, hold the light," Su Ping instructed, handing her the flashlight. "Aren't we supposed to leave?" Ingzi replied, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Just hold on a bit longer. It will be over soon." Su Ping reassured her. Coffins from before the Ming dynasty often lacked nails, relying solely on mortise and tenon joints for stability. However, Su Ping found it puzzling that this coffin not only lacked nails but also any mortise and tenon structure. It was simply a heavy lid resting atop the coffin. With the lid being excessively heavy, it was tightly sealed. They wedged a shovel into the coffin's seam, and with a concerted effort, they heard creaking sounds as the coffin was pried open slightly. Seeing how easily the coffin yielded raised doubts in Su Ping's mind. It felt as though it had been tampered with before. Who knew? Perhaps the contents had already been disturbed. As the flashlight illuminated the interior, they beheld a tall, ancient corpse, its body tattered and dried, resembling a mummy, with a deep purple hue and a black, unknown metallic mask obscuring its face. Su Ping reached in and removed the mask, revealing a male corpse with sunken features, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Though frightened, Ingzi could not suppress her curiosity and leaned closer to observe. Upon seeing the face of the male corpse, she gasped in terror, clutching Su Ping's clothing. Burying her head against his back, her body trembling uncontrollably. "You scared me," Wang Fatty exclaimed, equally on edge, casting an exasperated glance at Ingzi. He then clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully to the corpse, earnestly stating, "We are in dire need, compelled by circumstances. Please forgive us for borrowing a few items from you. We promise to donate to the needy and assist the elderly in crossing streets." "Enough," Hubei interrupted, seeing Wang Fatty ramble on. "Whatever happens, if it's meant to cause you trouble, it will. So, even if we discover something, do not entertain any ill thoughts." "Don't joke with me," Wang Fatty retorted, his temper flaring. "Aren't we here for the treasures inside the coffin? Others rob graves without consequence, yet we face misfortune. A great man once said, 'All monsters are but paper tigers.' Let Su speak. We shall heed his words." When they turned to look at Su Ping, they found him already reaching into the coffin, fervently rummaging. "Look," Su Ping exclaimed, pulling out a beautifully crafted porcelain vase and handing it to Wang Fatty. "Northern Song Ru Kiln, conservatively estimated at 300,000. How much?" Wang Fatty and Appos' eyes widened in excitement as he carefully cradled the porcelain, fearful of damaging it. 300,000. Previously, a mere jar fetched several thousand, which was already astonishing. Yet, this porcelain was valued at 100-fold. 300,000, an amount that 99% of the population could never earn in a lifetime. And therein Appos' another. Su Ping continued, producing another exquisite piece. Hubei hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it, saying, "Old Su, the rule of tomb raiders is to take only 1 or 2 items from a grave, no more." Su Ping replied flatly, "Purple Mouth, Iron Foot, Northern Song Official Kiln, at least 500,000. Upon hearing 500,000, Hubei inhaled sharply, seizing the porcelain vase. "These 2 will suffice. This is enough for this trip." Before he could finish, Su Ping presented yet another exquisite porcelain item, the Gu Kiln with gold thread iron lines. Equally impressive as the official kiln. To take or not to take? Hubei was torn, hesitating. "Let us stick with the 2 worth 500,000. Fatty, put back your Ru Kiln. I want tea." Wang Fatty clutched the Ru Kiln, grabbing the gold-threaded Gu Kiln, saying, "You expect me to discard 30,000? Dream on. These are ours." Hubei's expression darkened as he glanced at the flickering candle, akin to drifting flotsam on waves, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. "You must return it. The code of tomb raiders has always been this way. Otherwise, if something goes awry, we're all finished." "Don and Appos, give me that nonsense. Let it leap out of the coffin and bite me. See if I don't subdue it." Wang Fatty was resolute in his decision to take all the porcelain. Noticing the 2 bickering, Su Ping leaned forward and casually handed over a 4th porcelain piece to Hubei, saying, "Old Hu, we cannot break the rules of tomb raiding. You have a teacher-esque guidance that requires taking only 1 or 2 items. Here, take these 2. It doesn't breach the code. As for me, I adhere to the unloading ridges principles. Grave robbing is routine, without much consideration. Upon hearing Su Ping's words, Wang Fatty beamed, standing behind Su Ping, declaring, from today onwards, I choose to be an unloading ridge warrior. Just look at my physique. It's the perfect fit. Hu Bai shook his head in resignation. I truly cannot deal with you two. Fine, do as you wish. As he spoke, he accepted the porcelain from Su Ping, continuing, these porcelain pieces are worth millions. Let us take them out first. If something goes wrong, the loss will be catastrophic. Chapter 14, The Candlelight of the Living and the Ghosts of the Dead. The Zongzi emerges. Su Ping nodded slightly, signaling a few individuals to carry the porcelain out first. Within the coffin lay 4 exquisite porcelain pieces alongside 4 plain white ones, devoid of patterns and thus of lesser value. Once these porcelain items were removed, Su Ping began to search through the belongings of the ancient corpse. The corpse clutched 2 jade pendants in its hand and held a piece of jade in its mouth. Though these items were indeed valuable, they paled in comparison to the porcelain. Su Ping subsequently handed the items to Wang Fatty. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed. The flickering candlelight extinguished abruptly. Su. Brother Su. Yingzi was the first to notice, anxiously calling out to Su Ping. Wang Fatty furrowed his brow at the sight. The so-called guilty conscience of a thief was palpable, though he boasted that the supernatural beings were mere paper tigers and expressed a desire to join the group. The notion of the candlelight guiding them and the ghosts haunting them sent shivers down his spine. Old Hu, could you refrain from purchasing such cheap candles for 5 cents each? For such an important matter, you opt for this inferior product? Hu Bai felt the tension rise within him, his expression darkening as he retorted, fine, from now on I and Oppos. LL buy Japanese, German, or American candles, whichever is the most expensive. However, he added, as for those porcelain pieces, let us return those jade items. Return them? Absolutely not. Wang Fatty declared resolutely, asserting that money once grasped should never be relinquished. Brother Fatty, please put them back. The candle has already gone out. Yingzi urged anxiously. Wang Fatty clutched the 3 jade pieces tightly, saying, Old Su, I'll heed your advice. Do you want me to return them? Return them, indeed. Although Su Ping had no intention of actually returning them, Wang Fatty's obstinacy in the looming threat of the ancient corpse reanimating posed a genuine risk to their lives. This was a rare opportunity to replicate Wang Fatty's destiny. Wang Fatty's mouth twitched in disbelief. He never anticipated Su Ping would suggest returning them. Feeling isolated, he hesitantly proposed, what if I return just 1 piece? What if the wind extinguished it? Old Hu, reigniting the candle, added, if it goes out again, we'll all be in trouble. Fine. Hu Bai, having no better solution, nodded and lit the candle once more. Wang Fatty observed the flame burning brightly, reassuring himself that there was no cause for alarm. Yet, seeing the others gaze at him expectantly, he feigned placing the jade pendant back into the coffin, secretly concealing it in his palm before slipping it into his pocket. Perhaps due to the dim surroundings, the others did not notice his actions. But Su Ping observed everything clearly. Indeed, Wang Fatty was still the same old Wang Fatty. See? I remain calm, Wang Fatty boasted. Now that we and Oppos, VE cleared out the treasures from the coffin, let us also gather those jars, bottles, and weapons from the back room. They must be worth hundreds of thousands. Hu Bai stared at the insatiably greedy Wang Fatty in silence. Yet with the situation at hand, there was little reason not to take the pottery and weapons. Although they were few in number and could not carry everything back at once, making multiple trips to transport items back to the village would surely enrich their community. As the two rolled up their sleeves, preparing for a grand undertaking, they noticed Su Ping standing still, fixated on the coffin. Old Su, what are you looking at? Hurry up and finish so we can leave. Hu Bai inched closer, examining the coffin. Creak. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from within. Reminiscent of fingernails scraping against wood, an unsettling sound that sent chills through the air. In that instant, the temperature seemed to plummet, inducing an involuntary shiver. A cold breeze swept by, causing the recently lit candle in the southeast corner to flicker wildly. Strangely, the once yellow flame turned an eerie green, casting an unsettling glow that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, another gust extinguished the green candle, leaving only the faint light of the flashlight amidst the darkness. Su Ping directed his beam toward the crack of the coffin, and in that moment, a withered hand emerged from within. The hand appeared grotesquely swollen, covered in fine red hairs, and its previously normal fingernails had grown to an alarming length of at least 3 centimeters. taking on a dark blue hue that shimmered ominously. Be careful, it's coming out. Su Ping cautioned in a hushed tone. What is coming out? Wang Fatty asked curiously. Before he could finish, a resounding bang echoed as the coffin lid shot up, hurtling towards Wang Fatty. Watch out. As the lid soared, Su Ping delivered a swift kick to Wang Fatty, sending him sprawling to the ground, rubbing his backside and bewilderedly exclaiming, Old Su, what the hell? Before he could complete his sentence, the coffin lid whizzed past him, crashing violently against the stone door through which they had entered. In an instant, what splintered in the entire ancient tomb trembled ominously. Wang Fatty swallowed hard, his spine chilled, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for Su Ping's timely intervention, his head would have surely been crushed by the coffin lid. Replication failed. Your marksmanship, purple, has improved. Still unable to replicate, the fated individual, blue, was left pondering. However, the minuscule chance of success was indeed daunting. If it were so easy to achieve, it would certainly cost one's lifespan. Could this person's destiny truly be to propel the unfolding narrative? Su Ping mused internally. Creak. The eerie sound echoed once more from the coffin, prompting everyone to whirl around. To their horror, the towering male corpse within had inexplicably sat up, its body covered in red hairs, and its hollow, dark eyes fixed intently upon them. Ah! Ingzi shrieked, instinctively clutching Su Ping's hand and retreating behind him. Don't be afraid. All the supernatural beings are mere paper tigers. Wang Fatty stammered. We're not afraid. We'll take it down. Despite his usual unreliability, Wang Fatty exhibited remarkable courage in this moment. Clutching his shovel tightly, he cautiously approached the red-haired creature. Hu Bai exchanged a glance with Wang Fatty before following suit. Su Ping, however, remained focused on the creature's head, where lines of text gradually became clearer. Talent attributes, indestructible, green. Unmatched strength, green. Replication conditions, infuriate the red-haired creature. Replication success rate, indestructible, green. 10. Unmatched strength, green. 10. Good grief. Both of these talent attributes were exceptional, genuinely enhancing one's strength. Yet, the conditions for replication were formidable. In the presence of the red-haired creature, merely preserving one's life would be a significant achievement. To incite rage, with no means to flee or fight, it felt akin to lighting a lamp in a latrine. Chapter 15. Gifted with unmatched strength. As the towering figure of the red-haired giant rose at an imposing height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, he cast a disdainful gaze upon the two. Wang Fatty, looking up nervously at the behemoth, urged, Old Su, why don't you negotiate with him? We should return what we took. It won and amp, oppos, tn well if we come to blows. After all, we value harmony. With trembling hands, Wang Fatty tossed 2 jade pieces into the coffin. The door had been firmly sealed, clearly indicating that they were meant to accompany the giant in death. Su Ping, maintaining his composure, gently patted Ingzi's hand, signaling her to step back. He then strode forward and declared, Let us deal with this. With a defiant spit, he unleashed a glob of phlegm onto the giant's face. The giant paused momentarily, wiping the sputum from his visage, and emitted a low, thunderous growl reminiscent of distant thunder. The act was not particularly damaging but was highly insulting. The giant, previously focused on Wang Fatty, now turned his attention to Su Ping, advancing toward him with heavy strides. Successfully enraged the red-haired giant, talent copy initiated. Copy failed. Failure was of little concern. Su Ping resolved to try again. With a swift motion, he drew his military knife, its blade gleaming ominously, and aimed for a strike just below the giant and Oppo's navel. The giant felt a sudden chill, as if something had been pierced. Roar. The giant bellowed, his massive arms crashing down to seize the knife. With a swift pull, Su Ping yanked the blade back, just in time. I will end you. Wang Fatty, seeing Su Ping take action, gritted his teeth and charged forward with a shovel raised high. Hearing the commotion, the giant turned, swinging his robust arms like iron bars, striking Wang Fatty and sending him flying several meters. Clang. Hu Bai seized the opportunity, swinging his shovel with all his might at the giant's chest. The impact was akin to striking stone, causing Hu Bai's arm to numb from the shock, leaving him momentarily dazed as he gazed up at the towering giant. With a swift motion, the giant smacked Hu Bai, sending him sprawling to the ground. Both men lay there, their insides feeling twisted and their breaths ragged. Boom. The giant, sensing his advantage, strode towards the 2 fallen men with alarming speed. Empowered by a sudden burst of agility, Su Ping surged forward, overtaking the giant in mere moments. He reached up and grasped the scant hair atop the giant's head, yanking it with surprising ease. The giant halted, slowly raising a hand to touch the unexpected bald patch on his scalp. After a series of frustrated growls, the giant abruptly turned, his eyes glinting with fury as he charged at Su Ping. Without hesitation, Su Ping turned and fled, not looking back. Despite the giant's superior speed compared to an ordinary person, it seemed inadequate to catch up with Su Ping, who was empowered by his enhanced agility. This would not do. A smile crept across Su Ping and Apos' face as he devised a plan. With the advantage of speed on his side, he felt unperturbed by the giant and Apos' presence. High defense and attack were of little consequence. Realizing he could not catch Su Ping, the giant pivoted to deal with Hu Ba-yi and the others. With a swift kick aimed at the giant and Apos' groin, Su Ping taunted, "You dare to strike me?" The giant, filled with rage, lunged at Su Ping with arms outstretched. "I and Apos, am out of here." Su Ping retreated rapidly, putting a significant distance between them in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The giant, frustrated, pounded his chest in a futile attempt to channel his anger, nearly driven mad by the inability to retaliate. "I and Apos, am coming." Su Ping stepped forward, but as the giant lunged, he darted away once more. "Here I go again. What will you do? Hit me, you fool." The giant seemed to comprehend Su Ping and Apos' taunts, dismissing Hu Ba-yi and the others to pursue him into the back room. Old Su, Hu Ba-yi and Wang Fatty struggled to rise from the ground, shouting as they followed, with Jingjue close behind. Upon entering the back room, Wang Fatty picked up a jar from the ground, ready to hurl it at the giant, but hesitated upon realizing its high value. Then he spotted a rusty wolf-toothed club, over 2 meters long and weighing hundreds of pounds. A glance exchanged with Hu Ba-yi conveyed mutual understanding, and they seized the club, charging at the giant in unison. "Go," they shouted, slamming the club into the giant and Apos' back. With a thud, the giant stumbled and fell to the ground. "Enjoy this, you glutton." Wang Fatty opened his backpack, scattering sticky rice over the prostrate giant. The giant and Apos' body trembled, emitting wisps of black smoke. "It works. Jingjue, hand me the black donkey hoof." With newfound resolve, Hu Ba-yi rushed forward, stuffing the hoof into the giant and Apos' mouth. In that instant, the ancient tomb fell eerily silent. "Take that for scaring me." As the giant lay subdued, Wang Fatty exhaled in relief, reveling in his triumph. "Look at that. I brought him down." Su Ping, reflecting on his years at Longhu Mountain, dismissed the efficacy of tools like paper, ink, and swords against creatures like the giant. "Like to pretend?" Su Ping motioned for Jingjue to step outside. "Okay," Jingjue nodded, still bewildered, and exited the room. "What are you planning, old Su?" Hu Ba-yi inquired, curiosity piqued. Su Ping replied, "Child's urine wards off evil, Fatty. Give it a try." Wang Fatty scratched his head. "I'm nearly 30. My purity was shattered ages ago by the ladies at the corner. You should do it." "Neither am I," Su Ping instinctively retorted. Upon reflection, he realized he had long lost his innocence in his previous life, yet in this life, it seemed unbroken. Was this considered purity? Wang Fatty turned to Hu Ba-yi. "Old Hu, what about you?" "Well, after all my years in the army, I've never thought about that. Please turn around." Hu Ba-yi chuckled awkwardly. As the two turned away, he approached the giant, preparing to act, only to see the giant lift the hoof from its mouth, staring intently, as if to ask, "What do you want?" Shocked, Hu Ba-yi stumbled back, unable to comprehend as the giant rose without bending its knees, defying all physical laws. Even Newton would be astonished. With a mighty roar, the giant howled, the sound nearly deafening, before seizing Hu Ba-yi by the shoulder, a terrifying strength coursing through him, as if his bones might shatter under the pressure. Old Hu. Hearing the commotion, Su Ping and Wang Fatty turned, raising the wolf-toothed club once more, channeling all their strength to strike the giant, the red-haired monster. Having learned from past experiences the formidable nature of the wolf-fang club, hurled Hu Ba-yi aside. He raised both hands to catch the club, forcefully pushing it forward. In the presence of the red-haired monster, the combined strength of the two was utterly insignificant, easily repelled. The wolf-fang club was sent flying, crashing against the tomb wall with a thunderous sound, creating a substantial breach in the solid structure. "It's a hidden chamber. Hurry inside," shouted Su Ping. As Jingjue passed by him, he seized the hunting rifle she was carrying. Bang! Su Ping lifted the weapon and fired a shot. Regardless of the creature, the eyes remain its most vulnerable point. With his exceptional shooting skills, he could flawlessly calculate the trajectory at close range, shooting effortlessly without aiming, achieving precise hits. In that instant, The lead bullet pierced the eye of the red-haired monster. The remaining eye, encircled by crimson veins, glared fiercely at him, and with each breath, a wave of putrid odor surged forth as it advanced menacingly. Su Ping darted into the breach, while the red-haired monster, fueled by its terrifying strength, collapsed everything in its path. Simultaneously, Su Ping observed the transformation of the inscriptions upon the monster's head. Successfully enraged the red-haired giant. Activation of talent attribute copying initiated. Attribute copied successfully. Limitless strength green. Chapter 16. Armament Fortress, Ammunition Depot. At last, success in replication. A flicker of joy crossed Su Ping and Appos' face. He had attempted the replication 5 or 6 times previously, all ending in failure. However, this time, the outcome was auspicious. Boundless strength green. At the moment of successful replication, Su Ping felt as if his body underwent a profound transformation, as if a formidable force descended from the heavens, seamlessly integrating into his very being. When he slightly clenched his fist, he could feel the tautness and solidity of the muscles in his arm, like azure dragons surging through his veins, seemingly striving to break free from the confines of his flesh. At that moment, the hunting rifle in his grasp felt remarkably light, shedding its burdensome weight. He felt an illusion that he could vanquish a bull with a single punch. With the enhancement of his strength, his confidence surged. "Old Su, come here." Behind the hole lay a deep and elongated corridor, and not far ahead stood a heavy iron door, where Hu Ba-yi and his companions called out to Su Ping from within. "Coming." Su Ping replied and approached to join them. The great iron door was ajar, rusted in places, and Hu Ba-yi and his companions struggled to push it. However, with Su Ping's assistance, they all felt an immediate lightness, and the heavy iron door swiftly closed. They turned the wheel on the door, producing a series of mechanical clicks as it locked securely. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, the red-haired giant furiously pounded on the iron door, venting his inner fury. Inside, Hu Ba-yi and his companions surveyed their surroundings, while Su Ping reveled in his newfound strength. Judging by the force exerted to push the iron door, the power of boundless strength green was at least 4 times that of an ordinary person. Such strength rivaled that of the formidable Russian strongmen. More importantly, his muscle definition and proportions were nearly perfect, far more aesthetically pleasing than those of a strongman. With such power and physique, lifting a petite girl like Jingjue would be effortless and delightful. Where are we? What place is this? Why is there a heavy iron door in a tomb? Wang Pengzi looked around, noticing that behind the iron door was a cement wall, with the ground also made of cement, and not far ahead lay a railway track. This must be the Japanese military and Appos' armament fortress. Su Ping glanced around. Striding forward, "Let us go. There might be a map of the armament fortress nearby." Following the railway track, they reached a staircase leading downwards. Upon descending, a map hung on the wall, clearly indicating various locations: barracks, command center, storage, communication station, power room. And even the exits were marked. "Let us head to the power room 208 first and see if the generator is operational. Then we'll check the ammunition depot for some gear." Su Ping carefully took the map from the wall. The 4 descended to the second underground level, arriving at room 208. Inside were several large barrels of diesel, a distribution box, and a generator, equipment complete. They poured the diesel into a container and then into the generator. Su Ping picked up the nearby crank, inserted it into the starting shaft, and cranked it. As the generator roared to life with a series of thundering sounds, dark smoke billowed from the chimney, and the indicator lights on the distribution box flickered to life. "It works," Hu Ba-yi exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward to push the lever on the distribution box upward. With a whoosh, the lights in the power room flickered and then blazed with blinding brightness. Looking at the light bulbs, Wang Pengzi's spirit soared, and he exclaimed, "Light has returned to the world." "Phew." Jingjue sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, it's not pitch dark anymore. Brother Su, let us go check the armory and then find an exit." "All right." Su Ping nodded and exited the power room. Just as they stepped out, Jingjue suddenly called out, "Brother Su, could there be children here?" Wang Pengzi, hearing this, replied sarcastically, "There isn't even a single person here. Where would children come from?" Su Ping, upon hearing her, looked in the direction she was gazing but saw nothing. He moved forward, glancing around, still finding no sign of children. "They run pretty fast," he mused inwardly. The red-haired creature had bestowed upon him immense benefits. He wondered what surprises the 2 mercury corpses might bring. "Jingjue, don't be afraid. If you see anything else, let me know immediately." Hearing Su Ping's voice, Jingjue felt a sense of reassurance and nodded, Perhaps I was just startled and saw things. Departing the power room, they followed the map to the ammunition depot. My heavens! Standing at the entrance of the ammunition depot, the group was astounded by the vastness of the warehouse. It stretched over 100 meters in length and 30 to 40 meters in width. Inside were various boxes stacked high, some reaching 4 to 5 meters, covered with waterproof green tarps. Besides the boxes, there were also various infantry cannons, heavy machine guns, and other equipment too large to be boxed. However, these items had long been rusted and rendered unusable due to prolonged exposure to the elements. Having served in the military for 10 years, Hubai was well acquainted with various weapons and couldn't and amp, oppos, help but show off, exclaiming, Type 92 infantry cannon, Type 92-7, 7mm heavy machine gun. Wang Pengzi, seeing these items, was equally thrilled and eager to touch everything. While Hubai boasted, Su Ping's gaze was scanning the surroundings. Eventually, it settled on a box. Click. He lifted the lid to reveal rows of gleaming long rifles, oiled and pristine. Su Ping extracted one, then opened a smaller box beside it, revealing a collection of scopes. He picked one up and affixed it to the rifle. Brother Su, what kind of gun is this? It looks a lot like a Type 38. Ingzi curiously examined the rifle. This is a Type 99 sniper rifle, modified from the Type 38. Toss aside your hunting rifle. You and Amp, Oppos, LL use this from now on. Su Ping tossed the sniper rifle to Ingzi. What a marvelous weapon. Ingzi grinned widely, brandishing the sniper rifle. With this gun, I want and Oppos, fear even a bear. And there and Oppos, that's more good stuff to come. Su Ping chuckled and approached another box. Upon opening it, he was met with a collection of brand new Type 100 submachine guns. The sniper rifle contained only 5 rounds, but this submachine gun boasted a 50-round capacity, perfect for widespread assaults. Take one of these too. With his marksmanship at purple quality, he was thoroughly knowledgeable about the configuration of firearms and ammunition. He was a veritable walking encyclopedia. Hubai and Wang Pengzi were equally drawn to the 2 guns, each picking one up and pocketing a few boxes of ammunition. Haha, if I had this before, I would have turned that giant into a beehive. Wang Pengzi boasted, holding the gun proudly, feeling invincible once again. Now, this is a fine treasure. Bang. Su Ping placed a rectangular box before them. Inside were sweet melon grenades. Wang Pengzi beamed, immediately pocketing 2 grenades and exclaimed, let us go, let us head back and take down the giant. How dare it call me fat? I'll make sure it doesn't survive. Suddenly, his smile vanished, his pupils constricted, and a look of terror crossed his face. Do you think there might really be children here? Chapter 17, Ghostly Eye's brother Wang. You saw it too. A single utterance from Wang Fatty instantly sent a chill racing up Ingzi's spine. The child clad in white garments was indeed the same apparition she had encountered. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. Recalling the fleeting moment, Wang Fatty remembered the white-clad child rushing past, vanishing in an instant. This time, it was not just Wang Fatty who had seen it. Su Ping had also witnessed the apparition in the strange symbols above its head. Talent attribute. Ghostly eyes, green. Replication condition, witnessing it. Replication success rate. Ghostly eyes, green. 10. It is exceedingly difficult for a person to perceive a ghost, unless one possesses the legendary heavenly eye, or if the ghost intentionally reveals itself. Moreover, the elusive white-clad child was not easily seen. After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, Su Ping produced a map and located the marked exit. This is the way out. We should vacate the military stronghold. Agreed, came the unanimous response from the group. Despite the possibility of having merely imagined the apparition, the unsettling notion of its existence lingered in their minds. Leaving the military stronghold seemed the wisest choice. Yet, Su Ping did not genuinely wish to depart. He was aware that the exit had been obliterated when the ghosts made their retreat. Furthermore, the white-clad child would not permit them to leave so easily after finally gaining entry. Thus, it was precisely to thwart their escape that the child had manifested, armed with rifles, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, several grenades, and a large supply of gas masks. Ingzi had even taken a sniper rifle. Fully equipped, they proceeded toward the nearest exit. However, shortly after emerging from the warehouse, a sudden flash of white appeared before them, sending shivers down their spines. There truly is a child here. Do you think it could be? Wang Fatty whispered, his voice trailing off as he swallowed nervously. We have weapons, so we need not fear the Zongzi. But if we encounter something unclean, Old Su, your grandfather was a Taoist priest. Do you understand any spells? Can you vanquish that thing? We must trust in science, Su Ping replied calmly, casting an incredulous glance at Wang Fatty. What could an adult possibly fear from a mere ghost? Ignoring the apparition, Su Ping pressed onward. Before long, the white-clad child reappeared. This time, rather than a fleeting glimpse, it strolled slowly past them. Hubei and the others felt their pupils constrict, their spirits plummeting as they fixated on the ghostly figure. Don and Appos, just stand there, move quickly. Su Ping admonished, glancing at the child as he walked right past it. In an instant, the child dissolved into a wisp of white smoke, disappearing without a trace. Old Su, did you not see that? The three of them caught up with Su Ping, Wang Fatty, and Appos, voice trembling with fear. I did not see it. I told you, we must trust in science. Su Ping replied nonchalantly. Yet, before he could finish speaking, the white-clad child re-emerged once more. This time, it was alarmingly close. Within arm's reach, its pallid face exuded a chilling aura, distinctly unlike that of a living being. Hubei inhaled sharply. The teachings of the ancient Yin-Yang Feng Shui art flooding his mind, causing his scalp to prickle with dread. Encountering such a being meant that even if they managed to escape, they would surely pay a heavy price. Having seen the white-clad child, the talent attribute replication has been initiated. Ghostly eyes, green. Attribute replication successful. In the next moment, Su Ping felt his vision sharpen dramatically. As if it were daylight, the white-clad child appeared incredibly real, almost tangible. Ghostly eyes, green, allowed him to perceive the supernatural and to see clearly even in darkness. With this newfound ability, future ventures underground would be significantly easier. This was merely the green quality. He wondered what enhancements would accompany its elevation to blue quality. Simultaneously, Su Ping noted that the text above the child's head had also changed. Talent attribute, ghostly eyes, green. Replication condition, bury its remains with dignity. Replication effect, the quality of ghostly eyes, green, will be greatly enhanced, reaching blue quality. Oh, splendid. How fortuitous. No need for continuous replication. The quality can be directly elevated. Well done. Su Ping crouched down, addressing the white-clad child. Is there something you wish to convey? The child gazed back at Su Ping with a perplexed expression, utterly unable to comprehend his words. Then it waved its hand to the side, and a girl in red emerged from the wall. Above her head, similar text appeared. Talent attribute, ghostly language, red, replication condition, successfully comprehend its intent, replication success rate, ghostly language, red, 100, Unlike the white-clad boy, this talent attribute is ghostly language, red. The replication condition may pose a challenge for ordinary individuals, yet for Su Ping, who understood the narrative, it was a trivial matter. He calmly stated, you wish to guide us somewhere, correct? Lead the way. The two children exchanged bewildered glances, unable to understand his words. With the shifting of the text above the girl's head, Su Ping acquired the ghostly language, red, talent attribute. Su Ping's mouth slightly parted, producing an otherworldly sound. Instantly, the two children comprehended him, darting away while beckoning them to follow. As the girl's text also transformed, it read, talent attribute, ghostly language, red, replication condition, ensure its remains are laid to rest, replication effect, ghostly language, red, will upgrade and awaken a new talent. Oh, this is delightful. Normally, upgrading a talent requires extensive experience. Now, we resolve the upgrade issue in one fell swoop while also awakening a new talent. Excellent. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Fatty and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. You still want us to trust in science? You're conversing with ghosts. Stop dawdling and follow. Su Ping urged the group to accompany the two spectral children deeper into the military stronghold. Before long, the quartet arrived at a narrow corridor. At the end of the passage stood a room, and the two children disappeared upon entering. A shaft of sunlight streamed through a small ventilator, illuminating the otherwise dark room. Wang Fatty surveyed the surroundings, inhaling sharply. Why do I smell blood? Do you all notice it? Hubei remained vigilant, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss. Su Ping pointed upward, prompting Hubei to look up, and in an instant, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A wave of frigid terror washing over him. Chapter 18. Ultrasonic abilities. Countless bats hung upside down from the ceiling. Their massive bodies 2 or 3 times larger than ordinary bats. 2 diamond-shaped ears stood erect, with round heads and snouts resembling those of pigs. Some bats were startled awake, flapping their wings and darting chaotically through the air. Amidst the multitude of pig-faced bats, Su Ping noticed, in a dim corner, dozens of exceptionally large bats encircling a colossal one. This giant bat resembled a small lamb, plump and rounded, its enormous wings enveloping its head as it hung asleep. Above this giant bat, there were lines of small text. Talent entry, ultrasonic, blue, copy condition, kill it, copy success rate, ultrasonic, blue, 30. Su Ping was taken aback. Unlike other copying talents, which, despite their low success rates, could be repeatedly attempted, this giant bat and Oppo's talent entry offered only a single opportunity. If missed, it would be lost forever. He glanced at the vent above, which allowed only children to pass, yet bats could enter and exit freely. If you need my assistance, you two should block the vent, he instructed the two children in a hushed tone. The children emerged from the wall and flew to the vent, sealing it tightly. The room plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of their flashlights. This is a pig-faced bat, Huba exclaimed, his expression darkening. These creatures are extremely vicious. They and Oppo's VE ravaged the Mongolian grasslands more than once. We must leave this place immediately. Stay calm, Su Ping replied, his demeanor composed. He tossed a package of explosives into the room and gestured, you know how to use a melon grenade, right? Pull the pin, strike it against the wall, and throw it. Are you suggesting? Huba was taken aback by Su Ping and Oppo's words. This was a preemptive strike before the pig-faced bats fully awakened. A rather audacious gift for them. While an ordinary person would attempt to flee quietly upon encountering pig-faced bats, Su Ping and Oppo's audacity was remarkable. Wang Pengzi and Oppo's eyes lit up. Old Su, you're merciless. I like it. Each of the four retrieved a melon grenade, retreated to a safe distance, pulled the pins, struck them against the wall, and hurled them into the room. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 explosions reverberated, sending terrifying shockwaves outward. The pig-faced bats in the room were jolted awake, their insides seemingly displaced, blood pouring from their mouths and noses. Each melon grenade unleashed 40 to 50 shrapnel pieces, over 100 fragments shot like bullets in all directions. In that instant, hundreds of pig-faced bats were obliterated. The room was left in disarray. The explosion disrupted the bats and Oppo's auditory systems, causing them to flail around like headless flies. However, the grenades ignited the package of explosives Su Ping had tossed in. With a thunderous roar, the entire military fortress trembled. A terrifying shockwave surged from the room, creating an invisible wave of force. Quick, hide, Su Ping shouted, pulling Yingzi into an adjacent room. Huba, aware of the explosive's power, swiftly sought cover. Wang Pengzi, eager to witness the results, was suddenly swept away by the ferocious wave, his hefty weight flung 5 or 6 meters before crashing against the wall. The room shook violently, akin to an earthquake. Yingzi anxiously grasped Su Ping and Oppo's hand, her body swaying as she crashed into his embrace. Goodness! After the explosion, Su Ping brushed off the dust, his ears ringing incessantly. The melon grenades had substantial power, yet contained only 60 to 70 grams of explosive material. However, the package he had thrown contained a staggering 10 pounds of TNT. By heavens, Wang Pengzi felt as though his insides had been rearranged. Spitting out a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground, gasping for air, his legs trembling, lamenting, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Wang Pengzi disregards advice. Facing life-threatening danger, copy initiated. Copy failed. Your marksmanship, purple, has improved. Su Ping was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated enhancing his marksmanship in such a manner. Who could have guessed that Wang Pengzi would remain? Did he truly believe the explosives were a mere jest? That he had survived was a testament to his fortune, indeed a fated being. The four regrouped and returned to the room occupied by the pig-faced bats. The scene was chaotic. The carcasses of the pig-faced bats lay scattered, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Due to the confined space, the explosive and Oppo's power had been concentrated, leaving almost no living bats. Even the solid concrete floor bore a large crater, and the surrounding walls were riddled with cracks, as if they might collapse at any moment. Amidst the numerous pig-faced bat corpses, a giant bat emerged, battered and bleeding, its massive wings spanning over a meter with multiple punctures, blood oozing from its features. It fluttered a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Pengzi exclaimed in shock, "Goodness, what a colossal pig-faced bat!" Huba clicked his tongue in disbelief. Its vitality is truly remarkable. Without uttering a word, Su Ping stepped forward, aiming his Type 100 submachine gun at the pig-faced bat. The bat seemed to sense danger, opening its mouth to emit an ear-piercing screech. With a swift thrust, Su Ping jabbed the barrel forward, penetrating its maw, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. As a barrage of bullets rained down, the giant pig-faced bat was shredded to pieces, lifeless in the end. Observing the text on the corpse, Su Ping felt a surge of excitement. A 31-time opportunity hinged on this moment. You have slain the giant pig-faced bat. Copy initiated. Ultrasonic, blue, copy successful. In the next moment, Su Ping felt as though a certain function within his body had been transformed, granting him a new supernatural ability. Ultrasonic. A blue-quality ultrasonic ability, enabling him to emit and perceive ultrasonic waves like a bat, allowing for precise awareness of his surroundings without reliance on sight. Due to the nature of ultrasound, it could penetrate stone, facilitating the scanning of environments beyond view. The simplest application would be to ascertain what lies within a coffin by scanning its entirety from the exterior. While ghost eyes could see in the dark and detect unclean entities, ultrasound allowed 4 and amp, oppos, observation and amp, oppos, beyond typical visual range. The combination of these two talents was simply extraordinary. Chapter 19. Another battle with the enemy. Who will prevail? Su Ping, feeling a sense of satisfaction, retrieved his firearm and waved at the 2 children blocking the vent, saying, "Come down." The children promptly descended from the vent and scampered towards a nearby door. This door was a heavy iron barrier, even more formidable than the one that obstructed the red-haired giant. Inscribed on it were 4 blood-red characters, "No entry." What does this mean? Jingjue inquired curiously. It implies that entry is forbidden. To pass through this door, one must lie down. It is certainly a mortuary or an incinerator, Wang Pengzi asserted confidently. Stop your nonsense. The inscription clearly indicates a prohibition on entry, Hubai retorted, casting an exasperated glance at the rambling Wang Pengzi. Though I may not be fluent in Japanese, my understanding of military facilities is unparalleled. Observe the 3 vents above. They are known as exhaust ports. If the iron door is sealed, air will be drawn out, creating a semi-vacuum inside. This is a gas-tight door, typically utilized for the storage of valuable items. Upon hearing valuable items, Wang Pengzi's eyes widened with excitement, and he immediately queried, "Does that mean there could be treasures inside?" "Your mind is solely on treasures," Hubai remarked with a hint of disdain towards Wang Pengzi, who resembled a pig and Oppo's head. Are valuable items necessarily treasures? Perhaps it could contain chemical or biological weapons instead. Wang Pengzi clicked his tongue in frustration. That's rather disheartening. Regardless, those children led us here, and there might be something of great importance inside. We must investigate. What if there are treasures? No, what if there are vital items? What if there are biological or chemical weapons? Hubai countered irritably. After we narrowly escaped, we could all perish. Jingjue, weary from their bickering, interjected, "Oh, please stop arguing. It was Brother Su who brought us here. Let him decide." "Do you really think those 2 children would simply let us leave without entering?" Su Ping calmly replied. "Even if there is danger, we must take a look inside. Moreover, judging by the children's attire, they appear to be from ancient times. I suspect the contents here are remnants of the enemy's military fortifications unearthed from the mountains." "Coffins!" Wang Pengzi and Hubai exclaimed in unison. This place is part of the ancient Liaojin tomb complex. They must have unearthed numerous coffins. With this realization, Hubai, ever cautious, suggested, "To be on the safe side, let us don gas masks." After equipping themselves with gas masks, they activated the gas-tight door mechanism. With a whoosh, the 3 exhaust ports inhaled a considerable amount of air, filling the chamber, and the iron door creaked open. Beyond the door lay a profound darkness. The beam of their flashlight, upon penetrating the void, seemed to vanish into the abyss. Su Ping stepped inside first, followed closely by the others. The room spanned 100 square meters, and as Su Ping had anticipated, it was filled with coffins of various sizes. The coffins, aged and crafted from mediocre materials, had succumbed to decay and mildew, and a pungent odor permeated the air. They were haphazardly arranged, many of their lids toppled over. "Ha ha ha, old Su, you were indeed correct," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, exhilarated by the sight of so many coffins. He removed his gas mask and rushed towards the nearest coffin, plunging his hand inside without hesitation. "Don't bother. If there were any treasures, the little devils wouldn't leave them for you," Su Ping chuckled, observing Wang Pengzi's greedy demeanor. "Damn it. There is nothing but bone fragments." Wang Pengzi cursed after rummaging through several coffins, his frustration boiling over. "Those little devils are truly despicable. Their scorched earth policy is evident everywhere. If we ever engage in battle with them, I'll be the first to sign up. Taking one down would be worth it. 2 would be a bounty. Let them suffer for their heinous deeds on our soil." "Old Hu, what do you think our chances would be if we fought the enemy again?" Hubai fell silent, contemplating the current international climate. Relations with Russia were strained, and old grievances with the United States lingered. The toll from engaging Vietnam, supported by Russia, had been substantial. Not to mention, the rapid advancements of the enemy over recent years would likely make any conflict far more challenging than during the War of Resistance. Su Ping recalled that in a previous life, someone had posed a similarly foolish question. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "It's not that we fear their arrival. It's that we hope they come. If they do, we could conveniently reclaim the East." Is there any truth to that? Wang Pengzi scratched his head in confusion. Don't heed old Su's ramblings, Hu Bai laughed. However, it is true that the East has historically been a tributary state of ours. Old Hu, your vision is too limited. Su Ping shook his head with a smile. Dignity lies at the tip of the sword, and truth resides within artillery range. The Dongfeng missile will surely accomplish its mission. What we assert, it will be. Hu Bai chuckled but remained silent. If the Dongfeng missile was indeed so formidable, the conflict in Vietnam would not have been so arduous. It was not a matter of limited perspective, but rather Su Ping and Appos vet that was at play. Old Hu, this is precisely why you remain a mere company commander, Su Ping remarked, patting Hu Bai and Appos' shoulder. Your outlook is too narrow. One day, I shall broaden your horizons. All right then, Master Su, I shall depend on you from now on. Hu Bai laughed heartily. Old Su, I too wish to advance and elevate my perspective. Wang Pengzi chimed in, eager to join the banner. Ingzi, caught up in the excitement, echoed, "Me too," while their banner continued. Su Ping understood that the day of reckoning was approaching. With his newfound abilities, if he could replicate the powers of ancient deities, the enemy would be insignificant. Even the Americans and Russians could be challenged. Among the multitude of coffins, two exquisite Nama coffins stood out, though they too were empty. At the very back, there lay a coffin, grander than that of a general and Appos' tomb, covered with a layer of waterproof fabric. Su Ping approached and lifted the fabric, revealing an extraordinarily opulent coffin before them. The craftsmanship was unparalleled, adorned with gilded, multicolored paintings depicting various mythical creatures, surrounded by an ethereal aura as if welcoming the deceased to ascend to the heavens. Upon the coffin lid was a magnificent star map, aligning perfectly with the constellations in celestial feng shui, correlating the 28 lunar mansions with celestial beasts, offering a pathway to immortality. Even after a millennium, its brilliance remained. As if it had just been painted, the Divine Scroll, the illustration of corpse transformation into immortality. Chapter 20, The Corpse Disintegration and Ascendance, The Guiding Youth. The intricate patterns adorning this coffin bear a striking resemblance to the descriptions of corpse disintegration and ascendance found within the sacred text on the principles of yin and yang, specifically in the section detailing the divine characters. The 28 lunar mansions correspond to celestial feng shui, suggesting that the one who interred this coffin was a master of esoteric feng shui techniques. The sacred text indicates that, in addition to celestial alignments in the summoning of divine beasts, the presence of guiding youths is essential for the disintegration and ascendance of the deceased. It appears that those two spirits are indeed the designated guiding youths. If the arrangements are as meticulous as suggested, there exists a genuine possibility of disintegration and ascendance. What, then, is the current state of the tomb and Appos' master? Is it akin to the narrative, reduced to mere remnants of bones? Open the coffin. The trio positioned themselves, with Ingzi illuminating the interior with a flashlight. As they exerted their strength in unison, a resounding crash echoed as the heavy coffin lid was lifted. It was a realization long overdue. Wang Pengzi, peering into the empty coffin, muttered in frustration, "If that little ghost left us anything, he would and Appos' be a true little ghost." The coffin was devoid of content. Not even a body remained. While other coffins contained corpses that had been vandalized, this particular one was conspicuously empty. Could it be that the little ghost had taken the body away? The notes mentioned that within the military stronghold, there were practitioners of yin and yang among the little ghosts. It seems that the body within the coffin had indeed undergone some transformation, attracting the attention of the ghostly yin and yang practitioner. In truth, this was not the first time the little ghost had engaged in such activities. During the incident in the 100-Eye Cave, they had coveted an ancient corpse and even dispatched experts to study its mysteries, only to meet with misfortune. The entire group perished. This seemingly corroborates the notion of corpse disintegration and ascendance described in the esoteric principles of yin and yang, including the secrets of longevity mentioned in the notes. One wonders what has become of that body in the land of the rising sun. Should the opportunity arise, Su Ping genuinely wishes to visit Japan, perhaps uncovering unexpected treasures and witnessing the marvels of suspended time. Ah. Ingzi inadvertently directed the flashlight to the far end of the coffin, revealing 2 children on either side, causing him to gasp in terror as he clutched Su Ping's arm. Brother Su, there is something inside. Su Ping glanced down, and as anticipated, it was indeed the 2 children he had seen earlier. However, the appearance of the corpses and their spirits was vastly different. These 2 bodies, their garments long since weathered, still bore a lifelike visage after a millennium, their forms adorned with silvery spots. This is impossible. Wang Pongzi stared in shock at the 2 child corpses in the coffin, exclaiming, "They have turned to mere bone fragments. Are these children real? Have we truly encountered a Maoshan priest? This is mercury poisoning, highly toxic." Su Ping and Appo's expression grew somber, despite his prior knowledge of the narrative. Witnessing the corpses of these children stirred his emotions, particularly upon considering the method of creating mercury corpses. A wave of oppression washed over him. The blood of the deceased ceases to circulate, necessitating the creation of an opening in the skull of a living person to pour in the mercury, thus tormenting them to death. At an age meant for joy and innocence, they were subjected to such inhumane treatment. What difference is there between the tomb's master and a beast? This also reminded him of the ruthless creatures that relentlessly bombed schools and hospitals in his past life. Throughout history, one truth remains evident: the survival of the fittest. One may lack wealth, but they must possess strength. It is imperative to hold a sturdy weapon, at the very least to protect oneself and those around them. He exhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions, before removing his outer garment to wrap the 2 mercury corpses within, securing them on his back. Let us take them out and grant them a peaceful rest. All right. Upon hearing Hubei recount the tale of the mercury corpses, Wang Pongzi, lost in thought, lit a cigarette, taking a drag as he cursed little ghosts, cursed feudalism. Both children had been infused with mercury, each weighing at least 50 pounds, yet for Su Ping, this weight was inconsequential. 100 pounds upon his shoulders did not impede his movement. As they exited the airtight chamber, Hubei surveyed their surroundings, stating, "I can end amp, Appo's, shake the feeling that something is amiss." Wang Pongzi glanced around, failing to discern any irregularities. What could possibly be wrong? Ingzi, having spent her youth in the mountains hunting, with a keen eye for detail, spoke lowly, "Something is missing." "What is missing?" "The corpse of the pig-faced bat is missing." Moreover, several others were absent, including the enormous pig-faced bat and Appo's remains. After Ingzi and Appo's revelation, Hubei and Wang Pongzi grasped the gravity of the situation. In this place, besides themselves, there was something else. Could it be a human bear? No, a human bear could not dwell underground. What could it be that dared to prey upon the pig-faced bats? A chilling dread enveloped them. In the subterranean realm, no creature would dare to provoke a swarm of pig-faced bats. Ingzi, the sniper rifle. Su Ping and Appo's gaze scanned the area, empowered by the ghostly vision, revealing the dim surroundings in their entirety. Here. Without hesitation, Ingzi promptly handed over the sniper rifle to Su Ping. Taking the weapon, Su Ping aimed at the darkened corner of the ceiling. While others might have overlooked it, he clearly discerned a creature the size of a brown bear lurking there. With an eagle-like hooked nose, a pair of blood-red eyes, thick and large lips, and a terrifying human-like face, as if smeared with white powder. It was none other than the prairie badger. Simultaneously, Su Ping noted the inscription on the badger and Appo's head. Talent attribute: super immunity, blue, replication conditions. Ensure the entire family is gathered together. Replication success rate. Base success rate 20, increases by 20 for each additional family member reunited. Capping at 100. Is it possible to play in such a manner? The success rate of replication can continuously increase. In other words, they must eliminate the entire family of the prairie badger? Quite so. Super immunity, blue, is indeed a remarkable trait. When excavating graves and tombs, aside from encountering formidable foes and peculiar phenomena, the foremost concern remains the threat of toxins, with corpse poison being the most formidable. Countless masters have succumbed to the ravages of corpse poison. For instance, the renowned treasure hunter, Sun Guofu, fell victim to corpse poison and perished untreated. Jin Suanpan was poisoned by the human-faced black beetle, leading to the extraction of his brain. Qin Yulo contracted corpse poison and ultimately used a small divine blade to slay Hualing. Yet, the prairie badger is no ordinary beast. It preys on pig-faced bats, consuming them raw. The pig-faced bats harbor those very viruses, yet they cannot affect the badger in the slightest. This indicates that its immunity surpasses that of the pig-faced bat. Super immunity, blue, enhances its resistance to toxins, making the act of grave robbing significantly more manageable. Chapter 21. terrifying the prairie badger. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ping pulled the trigger with a resounding bang. A low growl echoed, and a beast, towering over a man, crashed down from the rooftop. Its left eye transformed into a gaping wound, blood pouring forth. The crowd finally discerned the formidable creature before them. Was this the prairie badger? Hubei recognized it instantly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With tough skin, immense strength, and razor-sharp claws, a sneak attack from behind would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Ha ha ha. Old Su, your marksmanship is truly impressive, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. To shoot the prairie badger in the dark was nothing short of miraculous. Damn it, it thought it could ambush me. Wang Pengzi brandished his shovel, preparing to land a few blows to finish off the creature. Fatty, don't go, Su Ping shouted, just as Wang Pengzi approached. The prairie badger suddenly extended its crimson tongue and bared its teeth, swinging its terrifying claws towards him. Whoa! Wang Pengzi's face turned pale in an instant. Bang! With the sound of another gunshot, blood splattered as the badger's other eye exploded, splattering Wang Pengzi. Simultaneously, he scrambled back in a panic. I want an amp. Oppos, to let you get away with this. He seethed, pulling out a grenade, pulling the pin, and tossing it towards the prairie badger. Fatty, you idiot! Hubei shouted, his expression darkening as they retreated back into the airtight chamber. The grenade emitted a puff of smoke before falling silent. Su Ping raised his sniper rifle, firing once more with precision, striking the now-dormant grenade. With a deafening explosion, the prairie badger let out a wail and collapsed. Goodness! That was indeed impressive. The group emerged from the airtight door once more, and Wang Pengzi boldly approached to stab the creature a few times before exiting the room. Thanks to the ultrasonics, Su Ping could sense every movement within a 10-meter radius. 2 above in the corridor, 1 ahead. But where was the last one? He pondered quietly, aware that the remaining badger had likely exceeded his perception range. However, he decided to confront the 3 he had already located, to prevent them from escaping. He chose not to alert the others as they entered the corridor, continuing forward until he encountered a ferocious prairie badger blocking their path, its mouth stained with blood, evidently having feasted on several pig-faced bats. Its eyes glowed crimson, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. Bang! Bang! Su Ping fired a shot, swiftly turning to unleash 2 more shots at the ceiling. His speed was astonishing. Hubei and the others had barely registered what was happening when 2 prairie badgers fell from above. Hiss! They gasped in shock. Had Su Ping not fired, they would have been ambushed from behind, leading to severe injuries, if not death. At that moment, they wasted no time, raising their submachine guns and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the prairie badger. The badger and amp, Oppos, skin, layered with tough scales, was remarkably resilient, withstanding their relentless fire. Yet, in a swift maneuver, it climbed back to the top, disappearing into the oppressive darkness. Old Su, the firepower of the submachine gun is insufficient, Hubei shouted gravely. Ingzi, load the bullets. The sniper rifle only held 5 rounds, and he had exhausted them all. Su Ping tossed the sniper rifle to Ingzi and swiftly approached the prairie badger, moving faster than an ordinary person could run. In moments, he stood before the creature, drawing his military knife and plunging it straight into its eye. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through its eye socket. The prairie badger howled in agony, its long, crimson tongue lolling out, exuding a foul stench. The other 2 prairie badgers, hearing its cries, attempted to rush to its aid. But Hubei and Wang Pengzi kept them at bay with gunfire. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ping swiftly tossed a grenade into the badger's mouth, then kicked it several meters away. With a thunderous explosion, the badger's tongue was blown off, its massive head split in 2, yet its fur remained unscathed, resilient against the blast. What a valuable hide, Su Ping marveled. Seeing the death indicator, Su Ping reunited with Hubei and the others. Big brother Su. It's loaded. Ingzi handed him the reloaded sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Hubei and Wang Pengzi continued firing at the 2 remaining prairie badgers lurking in the darkness. Upon witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining badgers attempted to flee, their thick hides affording them protection as they turned their backs to Su Ping, shielding their eyes from harm. Thinking of escaping? Su Ping's gaze sharpened as he raised his sniper rifle once more. Bang! Bang! He pulled the trigger twice in rapid succession. The bullet struck the badger's head with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the same spot. The second bullet pierced through its skull, and the creature and amp, Oppos, terrified face crumpled to the ground. Bang! Bang! Su Ping shifted his aim and fired 2 more shots, sending another badger plummeting from its perch. Goodness! Old Su, you and amp, Oppos. Re-incredible! Hu Bai exclaimed, his heart racing as he witnessed Su Ping and Amp. Oppos. S remarkable skill in dispatching 3 prairie badgers in mere moments. Such terrifying marksmanship was rarely seen, even in the military. It required not only exceptional shooting skill, but also formidable mental fortitude. Just one more to go. Su Ping surveyed the surroundings, but the 5th prairie badger was nowhere to be seen. Moving forward a few steps, he spotted 3 conspicuous words. Not far ahead. A small prairie badger, the size of a lamb, sat trembling on the ground, its eyes wide with fear, its pallor suggesting it had already succumbed. Lying in a pool of its own moisture. This little thing, it can and Oppos. Be scared to death, can it? Wang Pengzi approached and poked it, confirming its demise. Looks like I was just too valiant earlier, scaring the enemy half to death. Ingzi shot him a disdainful glance. Give it a rest. Without Big Brother Su, you'd probably be the one wetting your pants right now. Wang Pengzi. Oh, at that moment. Su Ping was relishing the exhilarating sensations bestowed upon him by his extraordinary immunity. Chapter 22. Invulnerable and Indestructible. Supreme Immunity, Blue. Immunity against most viruses, even the terrifying rabies, is attainable. Toxic substances like crane top red and arsenic can significantly enhance one and Amp. Oppos. S immunity, rendering them non-lethal and allowing for swift recovery. Common poisons and toxins, such as corpse poison, also exhibit remarkable immunity effects. Possessing this gift equates to having a body impervious to toxins. The instant he acquired this ability, he felt a profound transformation within himself. A refreshing clarity enveloped him, and numerous hidden afflictions were astonishingly healed at that moment. With this gift, ailments like colds and fevers ceased to exist. However, if injured, would he still benefit from hemostatic medicine? Would he bleed to death? Su Ping pondered, realizing he must act with greater caution in the future. After dealing with the prairie badger, guided by the map, the group arrived at the nearest exit, only to find it completely destroyed. It was evident that the enemy had deliberately done this while fleeing, and likely other exits suffered the same fate. Thus, it seemed they had no choice but to confront the giant dumpling once more. Hu Ba's expression turned grave. Excellent. This time, I shall exact a fierce revenge. Wang Pengzi, on the other hand, appeared quite pleased, rolling up his sleeves. Let us head back to the armory, gather some gear, and prepare for a good fight with that giant dumpling. By heavens, I won and Amp, Oppos, let it escape my grasp. Yet, Ingzi felt an unsettling anxiety within her, hesitating to voice her concerns, but currently, it appeared to be their only option. The 4 of them returned to the armory, replenishing their firearms, ammunition, grenades, and explosives. Su Ping contemplated bringing the diesel from the power room, but reconsidered. With his current abilities, including swift footwork and immense strength, he felt adequately prepared. The giant dumpling and Amp, Oppos' strengths lay in its defense and power. He believed he could exchange a few blows with it. This was a perfect opportunity to obtain the giant dumpling's second talent. Fully equipped, they approached the massive iron door leading to the ancient tomb. The door had already been forcefully breached, and the giant dumpling was nowhere to be seen. Wang Pengzi felt an inexplicable tension and inquired, "Where do you think it could be now?" Hu Ba scanned the surroundings warily, replying, "How should I know?" Wang Pengzi pulled a grenade from his pocket, stating, "I'll throw a grenade to test the waters." Hu Ba shook his head. "No, what if it's not here? Throwing a grenade might attract it." Su Ping, however, was silent, his senses attuned to every minute sound within a 10-meter radius. Suddenly, he paused. Through ultrasonic scanning, he detected a towering creature behind the iron door. Who else could it be but the giant dumpling? It stood motionless, almost as if it were lifeless. This cunning one is indeed intelligent, he mused. It's lying in wait for us behind the door. Hushing his companions with a gesture, Su Ping stealthily approached the iron door and tossed a grenade behind it. A thunderous explosion ensued. The iron door trembled violently and collapsed, taking the giant dumpling down with it. Shrapnel embedded itself in the creature, resembling a porcupine, as it let out a muffled growl, struggling to remove the shards. Does this dumpling even feel pain? Su Ping wondered, surprised by its unexpected intelligence. If allowed to develop further, who knew how powerful it could become? Haha, so the dumpling fears grenades too. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. Come, let me give it a taste of physical punishment. With that, he hurled another grenade. The giant dumpling, upon noticing it, initially seemed bewildered, but quickly retaliated by throwing the grenade back at Wang Pengzi. Watch out, the group shouted, hastily dodging the incoming projectile. After a series of explosive sounds, the grenade fell silent. Phew, They collectively sighed in relief. Hu Ba shot Wang Pengzi an exasperated glare. Thank goodness it was a dud. Otherwise, we would have been done for. Wang Pengzi feigned innocence. Who could have anticipated that the dumpling would throw grenades? Su Ping, however, held no blame towards Wang Pengzi. Instead, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wang Pengzi's innate talent was indeed remarkable. Observing the inert grenade, the giant dumpling appeared puzzled. What just happened? Why was the explosion so powerful? It pondered, if it can throw grenades, surely I can shoot it. Raising his submachine gun, Wang Pengzi unleashed a barrage at the giant dumpling. But the enraged creature disregarded the onslaught and charged at the group. Run! Hu Ba shouted, retreating out of necessity. Only Su Ping remained steadfast, drawing his military knife, which was suffused with the potent scent of diesel. He ignited it with a lighter, transforming the blade into a fiery weapon. In the past, Su Ping would have hesitated to confront the dumpling directly, but now their strengths were evenly matched, granting him the confidence to engage. The giant dumpling hesitated, eyeing Su Ping warily, but soon its courage surged, and it advanced boldly. With a swift motion, Su Ping slashed the flaming knife across the dumpling and Appo's chest, igniting its tattered clothing in a blaze. The creature flailed its arms, attempting to extinguish the flames, but Su Ping seized the moment, delivering another strike that singed its sparse hair, leaving it bald in an instant. The dumpling, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, let out a furious roar as a fiery blade found its way into its mouth, seemingly piercing its throat. Before it could react, Su Ping withdrew the knife, and the dumpling felt a wave of heat wash over it, fleeing in disarray. Haha, the giant dumpling is nothing more than this. Wang Pengzi boasted, come on, Su. Finish it off so we can leave this place. Su Ping sensed the dumpling retreating behind the left door and, upon pursuing, feigned a right turn. The giant dumpling, seizing the moment, leapt from behind the door, lunging at Hu Ba and the others. Outmatched by Su Ping, and yet you dare challenge us? In front of Hu Ba and the others, the giant dumpling seemed exceedingly bold, practically ignoring the submachine gun fire, while the group, too frightened to throw grenades, fled in panic. The dumpling and Appo's speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and it was closing in on Wang Pengzi. In desperation, Wang Pengzi fired a volley of bullets. But seeing the dumpling unfazed, he resorted to smashing the submachine gun against it. The giant dumpling, intrigued, inspected the weapon and mimicked Wang Pengzi by pulling the trigger, only to find it empty. Infuriated, it bent the gun in half. Meanwhile, the text above the dumpling and Appo's head shifted once more, signaling its transformation. Successfully enraged, the red-haired giant dumpling, talent copying initiated. Indestructible, green, copied successfully. Chapter 23, Jingjue and Appo's passionate kiss success. Su Ping and Appo's eyes brightened. In the next moment, he felt a miraculous transformation occurring within his bones, meridians, and even his skin. He could faintly hear the creaking sounds of his bones and muscles compressing, as their density reached a terrifying level. Clenching his fists, he felt his biceps harden like stone. His skin was now elastic and more refined, with even the scars on his body vanished. As his fingers glided gently over the military knife, he could almost hear the sound of metal clashing. His fingertips brushed against the blade without any injury, completely unscathed. Indestructible, this was the essence of green. If he were to reach the red level, would it truly mean he possessed an invulnerable body? The effect of this talent was truly remarkable. With such a physique, he could easily overpower the red-haired monster. Observing the creature's head, he noticed it was now devoid of any markings. It was time to put an end to this. Su Ping returned to the armory. At that moment, the red-haired monster was in the armory, blending into the void. The three of them had been scattered, and for some unknown reason, the monster was specifically pursuing Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi was thrown around, his mind in disarray, on the verge of tears. What grievances did we have? Why was he targeting me? Old Su, old who, help me. The red-haired monster cackled, hee hee hee. Fatty, Daddy's coming to save you. Not far away. Su Ping hoisted a hefty oil drum over his shoulder. Upon seeing Su Ping, the red-haired monster's expression turned fearful, stammering as if to say, please, don't come any closer. After a running start, Su Ping leaped, bringing the oil drum down forcefully onto the monster and Appo's head. With a resounding crash, the red-haired monster suddenly found itself engulfed in darkness as the drum descended upon it, dousing it in a torrent of diesel. He then pulled Wang Pengzi up, flicked a lighter, and tossed it over his shoulder without looking back. Boom. In an instant, flames engulfed the area behind him. Hu Bai and Jingjue arrived shortly after. And upon seeing Su Ping silhouetted against the raging fire, Yingzi was mesmerized. His chiseled features, firm arms, and upright posture exuded an aura of calmness amidst chaos. He was simply too handsome. Brother Su, I like you so much. Yingzi's face flushed from the heat of the flames, her heart ablaze as if being scorched. Before she exclaimed and hurried over, wrapping her arms around his neck, standing on her toes, and planting a warm kiss on his lips. Su Ping was taken aback by Yingzi's sudden advance. His arms instinctively encircled her waist, and he couldn't help but notice how slender it was. The reflection of the fiery backdrop left him feeling heated as well, and it dawned on him that the invulnerable density had not only increased in his meridians, bones, and muscles, but also in other areas, now significantly stronger than before. It was only the fire and Appos' glow that obscured his clarity in the armory. It seemed he had truly been yearning for affection. Su Ping sighed deeply. In his previous life, although he operated an excavator, there were days each month when he attended to the businesses of some friends, those just starting out, struggling with school fees, gambling debts, or serious family illnesses. They bore the weight of the world with their fragile bodies, evoking both sympathy and admiration. The women from the tomb raiding world were far more beautiful than those friends Yingzi. Surely young, young, and if there were more tomb raiders, it would be even better. He particularly favored Huxiuxiu. Nearby, Wang Pengzi watched the scene, his eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Old cow eating tender grass, how delightful it is. Who wouldn't Appos, do you want a taste? Fatty. Stop being a nuisance and come over here, Hubite scolded, glaring at Wang Pengzi. How can you be so oblivious? Amidst the roaring flames, the red-haired monster was reduced to ashes. After leaving the armory and exiting the ancient tomb, Wang Pengzi collapsed against a nearby tree, gasping for breath. Suddenly, he couldn't Appos, hold back any longer, and tears streamed down his face. I thought I would never see you two marry. Come on, Don Appos, you want us to be happy? Hubei laughed, lying on the ground. Just wait, I'll definitely find you a foreign bride. Wang Pengzi, still crying, asked, Are you serious? Hubei replied with certainty, absolutely. Yingzi watched Wang Pengzi weep and chuckled. Fatty, I really Don Appos. Do you want to tell the old party secretary about your tears? Wang Pengzi wiped his tears and retorted. You better not. If you do, I'll let everyone know about your kiss with old Su. Brother Su saved us. I was so excited. What's wrong with a kiss? Yingzi blushed furiously, defiantly responding, If you want a kiss, go ahead. It doesn't Appos, mean anything. As she spoke, she stole glances at Su Ping. He was much older and from the city. Even if she liked him, how could he possibly be interested in a girl like her? Wang Pengzi, shameless as ever, chimed in. Oh, come on, old Su, let us share a kiss too. Get lost. Su Ping pushed Wang Pengzi away. Hurry up and find a place to bury these two. At that moment, everyone remembered the task at hand. Utilizing the 8 mansions mirror from the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret technique, Su Ping located a site with excellent feng shui. Together, they dug a pit and buried the 2 mercury corpses, covering them with soil and piling some stones above to form a small mound. Wang Pengzi pulled out 3 cigarettes, ignited them, and placed them on the grave. To the 2 little ancient friends. No. To the 2 little ancestors, we have no incense. So please make do with these 3 cigarettes. It and Appos, unfortunate you were born in the wrong era, in your next life. May you be born into a happy and loving family. As Wang Pengzi paid his respects, 2 childlike figures emerged from the mound, quietly watching Su Ping. Sunlight illuminated their faces, making them appear like ordinary children. However, at that moment, only Su Ping could see them. Go on. Su Ping waved his hand. If there is indeed reincarnation, go and be born anew. The 2 children nodded and turned to walk away, eventually disappearing into the primordial forest. Meanwhile, Su Ping's own talent attributes underwent some changes. Due to Yingzi's proactive kiss, his marksmanship, purple, elevated to orange, ghost eye, green, ascended to blue, and ghost language, red, successfully awakened into a new talent, spirit control, green. Brother Su, have they left? Yingzi approached Su Ping, noticing him speaking to himself. Yes. Su Ping nodded, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Yingzi. In the next moment, his nose nearly bled. Yingzi appeared as if she were clad in nothing but her short hair and a sniper rifle, exuding an ethereal beauty. Wow, Yingzi, so well endowed. Why am I just now noticing this? He quickly turned away, trying to calm his racing heart, questioning if he had misjudged, before cautiously stealing a glance. Oh my. She and Appos changed. Su Ping and Appos mind began to unravel. Chapter 24. Perspective. At such a tender age, how could Jingjue possess such attributes? If she were to gaze upon a man, would I not be left with eyes full of needles? What in the world is this wretched talent? Is it meant to compel me to blind myself? Please, spare me. Su Ping inhaled deeply several times, genuinely wishing to avert his gaze from such sights. Brother Su, what troubles you? Jingjue approached, placing her hand upon Su Ping and Appo's forehead. Her concern evident. Are you unwell? At that moment, Su Ping suddenly noticed that Jingjue had returned to her normal state. What could this mean? Could it be that the ghost eye, blue, not only grants the ability to see through but also allows for self-control? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Su Ping willed it, and gradually, the clothing adorning Jingjue transformed into transparency, ultimately vanishing completely. Such audacity. The enhancement of this talent truly proves to be a remarkable boon. It and Appo's nothing, Su Ping coughed lightly. I merely recalled a couplet. What couplet? From a distance, the peaks appear as ridges, and from close, they resemble summits. Their heights and distances vary. Jingjue gazed towards the distant hills, nodding in agreement. Brother Su, your description is exceedingly apartment. The ghost eye blue is but a delightful surprise. What truly captivates Su Ping is the new talent. The ability to command spirits, green, is an extraordinary skill, linking with blood as a conduit, allowing for the manipulation of spirits. With a green quality, one can simultaneously command a single spirit. This power is undeniably formidable. Spirits are notoriously difficult to confront. Even if one can perceive them, inflicting harm is another matter entirely. Su Ping lacked any spells, and this encounter involved merely two harmless little spirits, easily dealt with. However, should he face a malevolent spirit in the future during tomb raiding, he would be left with little recourse. Nevertheless, this talent for spirit control opens a new avenue of possibility. If he could capture a spirit and nurture it, he would be better prepared should he encounter a formidable foe. Which spirit would he choose to capture? Su Ping pondered thoughtfully. After burying the two mercury corpses, the group returned to the campsite. Considering the vast resources within the military stronghold, it was decided that the old party secretary would lead the villagers to retrieve the supplies, including weapons and pottery from the ancient tomb. With this stockpile of resources and antiques, the villagers were poised to escape poverty and stride towards prosperity. They sent several hunting dogs with letters to inform the villagers. In the days that followed, the group roamed the Wild Man and Appo's gorge, hunting, and discovered a larger warehouse on the opposite side of the gorge, filled with even more supplies. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and the villagers arrived, driving donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages. They set up camp on the expansive grassland to the north of the gorge, where the terrain was flat and conducive for transport. Hu Bai, having previously served as a platoon leader and engineer, volunteered to lead the operation, dividing the villagers into 4 teams to clear a path through the collapsed military stronghold and transport the supplies from the warehouse. After 2 arduous days, the donkey carts were filled to the brim, containing a plethora of valuable items, military coats, shoes, waterproof tarps, and lunchboxes, hard currency in the village, exceedingly rare. Additionally, there were wires, cables, generators, radios, walkie-talkies, batteries, and other high-value goods. Despite the numerous trips, they had barely scratched the surface of the available supplies. As winter approached, there was no time for a second trip, so they sealed the entrance, planning to return in the spring. Hu Bai recalled the matter of the village's antique contributions and promptly reminded the old party secretary, "Now, let us not be hasty in submitting to the state. Once we have retrieved all the valuable items, we can save those weapons and equipment for later submission." The old party secretary patted his chest, assuring, "Rest easy. My dear nephew, this time we shall reap great wealth in silence." Su Ping merely smiled, choosing not to comment. Upon returning to the village, they connected wires and powered the generator, accompanied by a crackling sound, causing the television brought by Su Ping and the others to display a flurry of snowflakes. Due to the remoteness, the figures on the screen were indistinct. Su Ping decided to extend the antenna, securing it atop a large tree. Soon after, shadows appeared on the black and white television, performing a traditional 2-person show. The entire village gathered to witness the spectacle. Wang Pengzi, observing the crowd of women, felt somewhat unsatisfied and suggested, "Old party secretary, why not invite the folks from Nyoshin Mountain over? The more, the merrier." All right, the old party secretary agreed, dispatching someone to notify the Nyoshin Mountain residents. After days of excavation, they had nearly finished their work and were not overly busy. So a group of men returned to the village to celebrate this significant occasion. The next day, the mountain at Nyoshin collapsed, burying the archaeological team within. This news reached the village 3 days later, causing the villagers to break into a cold sweat before rushing to assist in the rescue effort. Seeing they could not contribute, Su Ping and his companions prepared to depart. Yingzi chose to accompany them back, planning to sell the pottery and weapons from the village in Beiping, thereby familiarizing themselves with the route and eliminating the need for multiple trips. The four boarded a train, finally arriving in Beiping. Upon disembarking, they headed straight for Panjiayuan. Upon seeing the three, Dajinya and Appos, S.I. sparkled, his gaze sweeping over Su Ping and Appos' backpack as he warmly greeted, "Master Su, Master Hu, please take a seat. I have matters to discuss." In the room with Dajin, you were also a foreigner and a female translator. It was apparent that they were attempting to pull a fast one. However, knowing the foreigner was likely to be deceived, Su Ping remained silent, sinking into the sofa. Dajinya, seated, addressed the foreigner. "Look, I have more guests. If it doesn't work out, you can always think it over. I have plenty of buyers. This blue and white porcelain can fetch an even higher price." The translator conveyed his words, and the foreigner could not resist, pulling out a wad of cash, American dollars, amounting to several thousand. Dajinya nodded, smiling. My friend, you have truly struck gold with that blue and white porcelain." The foreigner laughed heartily, clutching the exquisite porcelain as he departed. Dajinya closed the door, shaking the cash in his hand, grinning. 3 years without opening shop. And now we feast for 3 years. Buying a fake feels akin to discovering a treasure. $8,000 in hand. Observing Dajin, you're reveling in his success. Wang Pengzi scoffed. "Master Jin, I must say, $8,000 is insignificant. Look at your perspective. It's far too narrow. Rather than take offense." Dajinya and Appos' eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. "It seems, esteemed guests, that you have returned with considerable treasures. Pray, unveil your good fortune so that I may behold." Chapter 25, Crescent Hotel, 3 million. Penny by penny, Wang Fatty meticulously laid out the items: 2 jade pendants, a jade ornament, and a golden mask. The quality of these items was rather mediocre. After inspecting them, the golden tooth displayed a merchant and Appos' demeanor, his eyes filled with disappointment. Don and Appos, "Be hasty, there and Appos' more." Wang Fatty continued, revealing 4 porcelain embryos. Instantly, Golden Tooth's demeanor shifted. Although they were merely embryos, they were exceptionally rare, preserved in such pristine condition. Each one of these embryos could rival the value of all the previous items combined. His eyes sparkled with joy as he examined the embryos. Increasingly convinced of his earlier wisdom, the 20,000 he spent was truly worthwhile. Truly. It would be a shame if a master from the Unloading Ridge did not engage in tomb raiding. "Master Su, your skills are truly remarkable. Little Jean, remain calm." Wang Fatty proclaimed with an air of superiority, then revealed the 4 pieces of porcelain. With a mere glance, Golden Tooth and Appos' body tensed, his gaze fixated on the items. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Golden Tooth struggled for breath, taking several deep inhales, yet still felt a sense of asphyxiation. "Master Su, slap me, please." With a swift motion, Su Ping obliged, and Golden Tooth immediately regained his composure. He gingerly picked up a piece of official kiln porcelain, forgetting to breathe in his nervousness. After scrutinizing it for a prolonged period, he sighed, "Perfect, truly exquisite. This piece alone, I dare say, is worth at least 500,000. If there's a way to sell it abroad, it could easily triple in value." The purple mouth and iron foot, this is undoubtedly from the Northern Song Dynasty's official kiln. If I'm not mistaken, it could very well be a tribute to the Jin dynasty. He exclaimed that 500,000 was an understatement, and there are still 4 more. Golden Tooth felt his head buzzing. He had heard tales of tomb raiders earning millions in a single heist, but this was his first encounter. Millions. How many treasures must he collect, and how many years would it take? The craftsmanship was truly remarkable. "Gentlemen, this is a small business for me. I cannot possibly absorb all these items. How about this? I will inquire around over the next couple of days, and if I find potential buyers, I can facilitate the connections. What do you think?" Su Ping nodded. "That sounds fair." Golden Tooth clapped his thigh exuberantly. "All right. Master Su, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Any past grievances between us are irrelevant. From this moment on, we are brothers." Wang Fatty grinned from ear to ear, declaring, "With the 3 of us, there's no one else in the world who possesses our skills." 3 days later, Golden Tooth brought news. The two jade pendants and the jade ornament had caught the attention of a woman in Tianjin, reportedly the mistress of a tycoon from Hong Kong. She engaged in small businesses in Tianjin. She offered 100,000 for the three antiques, but, being quite generous, added an extra 10,000 as a gesture of friendship. The golden mask was also sold to her. In total, these four items fetched 188,000. The porcelain embryos piqued her interest as well. But she lacked immediate funds and needed 2 days to arrange for financial backing from Hong Kong. During those 2 days, the group roamed Tianjin, and upon their return, the items sold for a staggering 98,000, just shy of $1 million. As for the remaining 4 pieces of porcelain, Golden Tooth claimed he had better buyers lined up. With a fortune in hand, Wang Fatty felt as though he was floating. Upon returning to Beiping, they arrived at a 3-story restaurant. The establishment was adorned in an antiquated style, exuding elegance and luxury, with young, robust, and handsome doormen, alongside poised young ladies. Su Ping gazed at the restaurant's sign, his eyes lighting up. Crescent Hotel. Was it merely a coincidence, or was it indeed what he suspected? This world truly held the allure of treasure hunting. Golden Tooth. Is the owner of the Crescent Hotel named Dean? Su Ping inquired. Ah, Master Su, how do you know? Golden Tooth responded, taken aback. You are correct. The surname is indeed Dean, but the power behind it is immense. Upon entering the Crescent Hotel, they perused the menu, leaving Hu Bai astounded. No dish was priced under 100, some exceeded 1,000. What kind of household can afford such extravagance? Gentlemen, please, this meal is on me, Golden Tooth declared generously. The others regarded Golden Tooth as though he were a fool. It wasn't Appos, merely a matter of affordability, it bordered on insanity. Order away, perhaps it's customary here. Su Ping suggested quietly. If this was indeed the Crescent Hotel, the prices were not surprising. He knew their auctions were renowned, though the specifics of their treasure acquisition remained a mystery. However, with the backing of the 9 gates and their extensive connections, they had numerous avenues to acquire treasures. The meal concluded with a bill of 5,800, an amount equivalent to several years of an ordinary person and Appos' salary. After indulging, they were led to the 2nd floor, where the entry fee was exorbitant. Wang Fatty couldn't help but complain about the cost. Why would you concern yourself with such trivial expenses, Fatty? Golden Tooth chuckled. This place, even I have not visited before. Today, I have you gentlemen to thank. Ascending to the 2nd floor, several experienced artisans meticulously examined the 4 porcelain embryos, ultimately appraising them at 249,000. All funds transferred to Su Ping and Appos' postal savings account. That evening, at a hot pot restaurant, Wang Fatty burst through the door like a nouveau riche, shouting, 20 plates of lamb and 5 bottles of Nolenshin. With so much food, will you manage to finish it? The owner inquired curiously. Even if we can end Appos' finish it, we will eat. Today, I am in high spirits and will return every day henceforth, Wang Fatty proclaimed. The owner beamed. Today, it seems the god of wealth has arrived. As the copper pot steamed, they savored the lamb, washing it down with generous gulps of Nolenshin. Wang Fatty, midst chewing, reminisced, never would I have imagined reaching this point. Hu Bai, equally elated, added, indeed, if not for old Su, we'd still be on the street selling tapes. Old Su, here's to you. Su Ping and Hu Bai clinked glasses, downing their cups of Nolenshin in one go. After a moment of silence, Hu Bai glanced at Su Ping and the others, his voice low. Old Su, I wish to distribute this money. Wang Fatty looked bewildered at Hu Bai's. We share a bond of life and death. Why divide anything? Hu Bai replied, if it's just the 3 of us. I have no objections to placing all the money with old Su. But we must consider Ingzi and our fellow villagers. I don't want any money. Ingzi quickly interjected. The foreign goods we brought back are already worth a fortune. Plus, there are many antiques in the village that can be sold. Ingzi, it has been quite a journey for you. You deserve a share, Wang Fatty insisted. Let us divide it into 5 portions. With over 3 million. Each share would amount to around 600,000. Chapter 26. The Grand Courtyard and 2 Ambitious Goals. Upon hearing Wang Fatty speak without thinking, Hu Bai coughed lightly and said, it cannot be divided this way. Without old Su, our gains would not be as substantial. His share must take precedence. As for the remaining portions, a mere 1 or 2% would suffice. Wang Fatty chuckled foolishly and replied, you speak the truth. Even 1 or 2% amounts to hundreds of thousands. Indeed, Hu Bai nodded. Hundreds of thousands. How many people go their entire lives without even seeing such an amount? Old Su, what do you think? After all, no one's wealth comes easily. And this is not just 10 or 20,000. It's several million. They had made a trip and received tens of thousands, and even he felt they had received too much. All is well, Su Ping said nonchalantly. These are trivial sums. The real fortune lies ahead. Is several million merely a trivial sum? Hu Bai felt that Su Ping was exaggerating. What then constitutes a real fortune? Tens of millions? Billions? How many zeros does that entail? Wang Fatsi wiggled his fingers excitedly and exclaimed, Old Su, from now on, I shall be your little brother, following Su Yi to wealth. Such greed. Hu Bai laughed at Wang Fatsi, saying, ISN and Oppos. T this considered wealth yet? What about your perspective? Didn't and Oppos. T you hear Su Yi say these are mere trifles? This is not wealth at all. Look at you, acting as if you have never seen the world before. With your share, you could easily spend it at the Jingjue restaurant in just a few visits. Hu Bai was taken aback. He realized the truth in those words. A meal at the Jingjue restaurant costs 5,000 to 6,000, and 200,000 would vanish in an instant, had it not been for their recent sale of antiques. He would never have dreamed of entering such a realm. The world of the wealthy was beyond imagination. The total amount was 47 million, and Su Ping allocated 77 million. Hu Bai set aside 10,000 for himself, sending the remainder to his fallen comrades. Ingzi and Oppos, as share was also sent to the old party secretary. A few days later, Jingjue found a suitable property and brought Su Ping and the others to view it. According to Jingjue, the owner's ancestors were high-ranking officials during the Qing dynasty, and the property was a magnificent courtyard covering 200 square meters, complete with a private garden. The owner's son had gone to America for further studies and, upon finding success, urged his parents to sell the courtyard in Beiping to join him. Mother, what is so great about our shabby house? Once we reach America, we and Oppos, LL live in a villa and drive a nice car. You'll understand what an elevated lifestyle truly is. I earn 8,000 a month in US dollars. Back home, what, a few dozen yuan? How can that compare? In just a few years, I could buy a courtyard like ours. Enough. At this point, they have arrived. It and Oppos. It's too late to say anything. Such a large house. And finally someone is willing to buy. To put it bluntly, I feel that the air in America is fragrant. The moment I arrive, I feel invigorated. As they reached the entrance, they heard intense arguing from within. 8,000. Such a high salary? Wang Fatsi was utterly astonished. This was several times more than domestic salaries. If he were in that position, he would also wish to develop in America. However, he now had avenues for making money, albeit dangerous ones. Still, it was far better than a fixed salary. Upon seeing Su Ping and the others enter, a 30-something man in a suit adjusted his bow tie, revealing an elegant demeanor. Welcome. Come, let me show you around. They strolled through the courtyard, which exuded an antique charm, with furniture crafted from aged mahogany, possibly handed down from the Qing dynasty. The yard was adorned with various flowers and plants, featuring a small pavilion, 20 or so rooms, and a small garden in the back, where a dried-up pond housed a water jar filled with several red koi fish. The quality of our home is impeccable. If it weren't for my need to go abroad and the urgent funds required for a car and a villa, I would never sell. My family has lived here for decades, and there are deep-rooted feelings. Thus, I offer a firm price of 1 million, and the furniture remains. I cannot move it. How much? Jingjue was taken aback, seriously doubting he had heard correctly. This price is exorbitant. In some places, you can buy a whole property for 10,000. The man glanced at Su Ping and said, Jingjue, you mentioned some places. In this location, of this size, ask around. Who wouldn't he charge at least several 100,000? Moreover, the furniture is ancestral. Selling it would fetch a considerable sum at the flea market. Jingjue shook his head, asserting, even so, it is not worth 1 million. The man sighed internally and retorted, what do you think is a suitable price? This is. Su Ping's gaze landed upon a stone by the pond, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. At that moment, Jingjue tentatively asked Su Yi, what do you think? Su Ping replied flatly, 70,000. Not a cent more. And the remaining items are not to be touched. They are mine. Are you joking? Do you take me for a fool? You are asking for an exorbitant price. Moreover, this man, so enamored with foreign lands, is eager to sell. It is entirely possible to negotiate lower. However, Su Ping was disinterested in haggling. The most crucial aspect was the treasure hidden in the courtyard. The man calculated mentally, realizing he was taking a slight loss, but it was cash in hand. Agreed. Mr. Su, you are straightforward. 70,000 it is. In the future, this courtyard could easily sell for hundreds of millions. If preserved well, it might even become a priceless heirloom. After completing the transfer of ownership at the real estate bureau, the group returned to the courtyard. Suyi, you are truly extravagant. 70,000 on the spot. I believe if we waited a few more days, we could have negotiated even lower. Jingjue, the cunning businessman, scratched his head in confusion. In business, one shouldn't be so decisive. The other party is clearly eager to sell. In this era of reform and opening up, foreign entities are flooding into Daxia. This courtyard is excellent. That man is convinced that foreigners are superior, and if he is too eager, he might sell to them. Furthermore, Su Ping paused and walked toward the backyard, saying, "Did you see that stone? Tomorrow, we'll have someone cut it open. Is this stone truly valuable?" Wang Fatsi leaned in closely, scrutinizing it, but failing to discern its worth. "This is raw stone?" Jingjue was taken aback. "I have only heard of gambling stones in the south, where one can uncover treasures within. Mr. Su, could this stone contain jade? But even if it is jade, not ancient jade, it wouldn't be worth 30,000. It may not be valuable now, but it will certainly appreciate in the future." Su Ping smiled confidently. The potential worth of this raw stone may surpass that of the courtyard. Chapter 27. The first encounter with Sherry Yang, teasing her. In the afternoon, the group engaged in a grand shopping spree, packing up old belongings and moving in that very day. By evening, Ingzi had purchased a plethora of meat and vegetables at the market, preparing a sumptuous dinner. In the gazebo of the backyard, a gathering of friends encircled the dining table, indulging in food and drink, engaging in light-hearted banter. After several rounds of toasts, slightly tipsy, Su Ping inquired, "Jingjue, I've heard tales of the abundant treasures in the ancient city of Jingjue. Your extensive knowledge leads me to wonder if you have any connections in that regard?" At the mention of treasure, Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi perked up, their ears pricking with interest. "Ah, Suyi, you've indeed asked the right person. I happen to know a thing or two," but Jingjue hesitated. "This archaeological team is set to explore the ancient city of Jingjue in the west. Should you choose to go, it may not be entirely suitable, and there might not be an opportunity to act." "Not to worry," Su Ping waved his hand dismissively. "There will always be a chance." For him, treasure was merely an incidental pursuit. It was the unique talents he sought. Fire beetles, prehistoric giant salamanders, the black snake, and the Queen of Jingjue. Moreover, he had read numerous fanfiction novels about tomb raiding, where the Queen of Jingjue often existed in a spectral form. What he needed now was a ghost servant. Jingjue nodded, conceding, "Very well. Since you've brought it up, I shall facilitate an introduction." Coincidentally, this archaeological team is in need of a leader well-versed in divination and site selection. You all might give it a try. He proceeded to jot down the address. Yandair Hutong, number 17. Is this the place? Hubai scrutinized the imposing iron gate before him. It's marked as number 17. It must be here. Wang Pengzi compared the address multiple times, growing increasingly certain, yet puzzled. But why is there no sign? This is a national archaeological team after all. Even a neighborhood committee would have a sign. According to Jingjue, the team was led by a Professor Jingjue, who was funded by an American woman named Sherry Yang. She was a Chinese-American whose father mysteriously disappeared during an expedition to the ancient city of Jingjue. Her support for the archaeological team was also a quest to find her father. Even if he were lost, she wished to bring him back to his roots. Of course, the truth of this narrative was somewhat tenuous. Upon entering the courtyard, they encountered a few youthful individuals organizing supplies, 2 men and a woman, all seemingly quiet and resembling university students yet to enter the workforce. "Who are you looking for?" inquired a girl clad in a pink sweater with her hair tied in twin ponytails, her voice gentle. Su Ping countered, "Is Professor Chen in?" The girl gestured towards a room, saying, "He is inside." Su Ping acknowledged her and stepped into the room. There, a disheveled middle-aged man with glasses was conversing with 2 others, who also appeared to be applying for the leadership position. In the back room stood an elderly gentleman and a woman clad in a dark red leather jacket, her black hair streaked with golden curls. She wore jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs and curvaceous figure, her back turned to them as she pointed to a map on the wall, engaged in discussion. Quite the looker. Wang Pa Chapter 28. 3 sentences that made a wealthy woman spend $200,000 upon hearing this. Wang Fatty was incensed, exclaiming that he was being looked down upon. What is the desert, anyway? Back in the day, when I was in the western regions, I led troops to fight, vanquishing bandits and earning accolades. The leader of those bandits was shot dead by me. Listening to Wang Fatty and Apos' boastful claims, Hubai couldn't and Apos' help but awkwardly touch his nose. Professor Chen and Hao Idwell beside him stared at him as if he were a fool. Weren't you still in short pants during the bandit extermination in the western regions? Eventually, Wang Fatty pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket, displaying it proudly. See this? It was taken from the bandit leader. The hexagonal pendant bore several blood-like stains and featured 10 ancient characters. Comrade Xiao Wang, may I take a look at that jade? Professor Chen adjusted his glasses. A hint of excitement in his voice. Of course. Here, but be careful not to drop it. Wang Fatty removed the pendant and handed it to Professor Chen. The professor observed it meticulously, then exchanged a knowing glance with Shirley Yang, nodding slightly. Comrade Xiao Wang, we trust in your capabilities. Shirley Yang and Apos, gaze fell upon Su Ping. Inquiring, what do you have that might pique my interest, Mr. Su? Su Ping, with an expression of calm indifference, replied, to pluck stars, one must seek the guiding star. To move mountains, one must not disturb Chongqing Mountain. Shirley Yang was taken aback, surprised to hear cryptic jargon from the realm of tomb raiders within the archaeological team. More importantly, Su Ping seemed to recognize her identity. Miss Yang, shall I take my leave? Mr. Su, since you are here, why not join us? She had a grandfather who practiced the art of moving mountains, yet she had never truly learned the secrets of that craft. Having a master from the realm of tomb raiders would be most advantageous. For this endeavor, each of you will receive a remuneration of $10,000. If we locate the ancient city of Jingjue in the desert, it will double. What do you think? The gathered intellectuals were momentarily stunned. Such a simple statement had swayed Shirley Yang's decision? Su Ping casually remarked, it needs to be more. Everyone, $2,000 isn't enough? The key point was that initially, Shirley Yang had dismissed him. Now, he was demanding more. Was he out of his mind? Shirley Yang regarded the self-assured Su Ping. A glimmer of admiration sparking in her beautiful eyes, realizing he indeed possessed some skills. Mr. Su, what do you consider a suitable amount? $200,000. Everyone. Shirley Yang, you have raised the stakes far too high. Multiplying it by 10 was nearly the same as extortion. $200,000 exceeded their entire archaeological budget. This was pure extortion. Mr. Su, please follow me. Shirley Yang inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling tumultuously. They moved to a private room, closing the door and windows behind them. Outside, the others were left in bewilderment, glancing curiously at the room. Mr. Su, 200,000 is no trifling sum. What abilities do you possess? You may reveal them now. Shirley Yang and Apos, eyes sparkled like stars, gazing intently at Su Ping. Su Ping appraised Shirley Yang's nearly flawless figure, their eyes locking for a moment. In that instant, she felt an uncanny sensation. As if Su Ping and Apos' gaze penetrated her very soul. Turn around. Huh? What? I said, turn around. Fine. Uncertain of Su Ping and Apos' intentions. She complied and turned her back to him. Though her figure remained nearly perfect, he noticed a red mark on her shoulder, resembling an eye-shaped birthmark. Yet, Su Ping understood that this mark was far from ordinary. Your figure is commendable. Shirley Yang's face flushed slightly, her eyes flashing with anger as she shot him a glare. Are you mocking me? Su Ping and Apos' next words made her pupils constrict in shock. Such a pity, you want and Apos to live past 50. Shirley Yang stared at Su Ping in disbelief. Quickly asking, Mr. Su, why do you say that? One need not speak to perceive one's fortune and status, Su Ping replied calmly. If one can discern bones, one may also know past lives and ancestral lineage. Had it been a previous time, she would have dismissed Su Ping as a charlatan. Yet, his claim that she wooed and Apos TC50 struck her like a needle, compelling her to believe him. Mr. Su, since you can predict fortunes, tell me, why have I come to Great Xia? Shirley Yang intentionally probed. Su Ping sat back in his chair, stating, for the same reason as your father. Shirley Yang inhaled sharply, having expected him to mention her father or, at the very least, the treasures of the ancient city of Jingjue. Instead, he offered such an ambiguous answer. The critical point was, he was right. What is the specific reason? That requires a reading of your bones. Su Ping rolled up his sleeves, grinning. If you don't mind, I could give it a try. Mountain moving secrets, green, copy successful. After numerous attempts, he finally succeeded. Suddenly, a wealth of foundational techniques from the mountain-moving Taoist flooded into Su Ping and Apos' mind. However, he lacked knowledge of the more profound arts, such as the techniques of moving mountains and filling seas or the methods of the guiding star. Yet, this was not crucial. He could continuously enhance the quality of the mountain-moving secrets through replication. Shirley Yang was momentarily stunned, unable to discern whether Su Ping was teasing her or speaking earnestly. After a brief silence, she declared, if Mr. Su can truly assist me in achieving my goals, I will pay the 200,000. I cannot guarantee that. Su Ping crossed his legs, stating, I can only assure you that you will not die. To achieve your objectives, the price will be higher. Shirley Yang eagerly inquired. What would that price be? Su Ping's eyes roamed over her figure, smiling. Your physique is admirable. Shirley Yang took a step back, realizing this man had ulterior motives. Yet, the implications of his words suggested he might possess the ability to help her succeed. If she missed this opportunity, it might be a long time before she found another. However, there remained the possibility that Su Ping was merely boasting. After much contemplation, Shirley Yang finally proposed. $200,000 to help me locate the ancient city of Jingjue and ensure my safety. What do you think? Deal. However, the fates of others are beyond my concern. Wealth and honor lie in the hands of destiny. Su Ping nodded, rising to leave without a backward glance. Did he agree so easily? Shirley Yang watched Su Ping and Appo's retreating figure, feeling as though she had fallen into his trap and snared. Once outside, Professor Chin and the others were astonished to see Shirley Yang acquiescing to Su Ping, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at the pair. Had they really been in there for just 3 minutes? In 3 minutes, had Shirley Yang willingly agreed to part with $200,000? What kind of sorcery was this? Archaeological knowledge, orange. Copy successful. Archaeological knowledge, orange. Copy successful. Professor Chin and Hao Igua exchanged glances. A line of text flashing above their heads. Simultaneously, Su Ping saw a line of text manifest before his eyes. The fusion of archaeological knowledge, orange, and keen insight, purple, has resulted in a new talent, Antique Master, orange. Chapter 29. What is wrong with the Minotaur? The Minotaur is magnificent, is it not? No, not at all. 10. On a green train heading west, several individuals gathered around a table playing cards. After returning from the archaeological expedition and waiting for a few days, they received notification of Shirley Yang's departure. This time, only Su Ping and 2 others accompanied her. While Lingzi remained in Beijing, handling the antique funerary objects left in the village. Su Ping reclined on his bed, gazing pensively at the 16 characters of Yin-Yang Feng Shui. After a thorough reading, he discovered that the Feng Shui skill, blue, had not improved. He peered over at Hu Bai. Talent entry, Feng Shui skill, green, has been copied. Leadership ability, blue, has been copied. Copy conditions, flirt with Shirley Yang in front of Hu Bai. Copy effect, talent entry quality enhancement effect increased tenfold. Initially, with the Feng Shui skill elevated to blue quality, the benefits of further reading the 16 characters of Yin-Yang Feng Shui were limited. The ambition to reach purple quality seemed faint. However, a tenfold enhancement was remarkable. But what was this condition about the Minotaur? Regardless, he found it quite enjoyable. The original plot remained intact, and now Hu Bai and Shirley Yang had no connection. What is wrong with the Minotaur? The Minotaur is splendid. At that moment, Shirley Yang entered, glancing at Su Ping, who lay on the bed. Mr. Su, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Su Ping grinned, teasingly inquired. What is it? Miss Yang, are you secretly harboring feelings for me? If you are, just say so. I might consider granting you a chance. The group playing cards turned their curious gazes toward Shirley Yang. Hu Bai looked on with admiration. Su Ping was truly audacious. He could say anything. If it were he would never dare utter such lewd words, tarnishing his dignified military image. Wang Fatty chimed in, jesting, what's the matter? Should we give you a moment of privacy? Half an hour enough? Who do you look down upon? Su Ping descended from the middle bunk and playfully stepped on Wang Fatty's face. Ugh! Wang Fatty grimaced, his expression darkening. Su Ping replied nonchalantly, at least an hour, and besides, why would I need you to give up your space? Miss Yang and Appo's room is a deluxe soft sleeper, complete with a private bathroom. Isn't that better? Curious, Sudi Ping asked. Su Ge, Wang good. What's this half an hour, 1 hour business about? Wang Fatty admonished, you little brat, mind your own business. Are you in for a game? Hu Bai felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The students were oblivious, but he certainly was not. These two were truly companions in mischief. How shameful. Shirley Yang, however, maintained her composure and replied coolly, I and Appo's, am here for serious matters. After getting off the bed, she followed Shirley Yang out. Su Ping noticed that in just a few brief exchanges, his Feng Shui skill had improved significantly, nearly equating to reading the 16 characters of Yin-Yang Feng Shui 50 times. Such efficiency was delightful. The two arrived at Professor Chun and Appo's soft sleeper room, where Shirley Yang informed Professor Chen of the need to reroute to the Kunlun Glacier. Among her father's archaeological team was a notebook belonging to Mr. Walter, an explorer from the early 20th century. Mr. Walter is known to be the only person to have survived the journey from the ancient city of Jingjue. The notebook contained the route to Jingjue. The last radio signal from her father vanished near the Kunlun Glacier, making it highly likely that the notebook was lost there. Shirley Young earnestly asked, Mr. Su, is there any problem? The Kunlun Glacier harbors many dangers. Su Ping glanced at a book on the table, which was open, revealing a black and white photograph of a glowing insect resembling a ladybug. He lightly tapped the photo of the insect. Shirley Yang's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she asked, Mr. Su, do you recognize this insect? Somewhat. It's quite troublesome. Su Ping pondered for a moment before responding. I have no problem going, but... Shirley Young assumed Su Ping was discussing financial matters, immediately stating, if Mr. Su has a method to deal with this insect, I am willing to offer an additional 50,000. This is not about money. 80,000. Miss Young, I genuinely do not care about money. 100,000. Old Who is the only person in the world who has seen it. You may ask him. Mr. Who? Shirley Young and Professor Chun were taken aback. This insect, known as the fire ladybug, only existed in the tales of adventurers and some exploratory records. She had spent a fortune searching, but had found no one who knew or had seen it. The fire ladybug was akin to a legendary creature. To her astonishment, Su Ping not only knew about it, but Hu Bai had also witnessed it and survived. Shirley Young immediately declared, Uncle Chen, please fetch Mr. Hu. Professor Chen nodded, excitement evident on his face as he stepped out. All right, I'll find Xiao Hu. Soon, not only did Hu Bai arrive, but Wang Fatty accompanied him as well. Mr. Hu, is this the insect you encountered? Shirley Young displayed the photograph to Hu Bai. That's it. Upon seeing the picture, terror and dread filled Hu Bai's eyes. His voice trembling, as if he were trapped in a horrific memory, unable to shake it off. Professor Chen urgently inquired, Xiao Hu, could you recount your experience from that time? After a lengthy silence, Hu Bai finally emerged from the depths of that indescribable memory, exhaling deeply. I served as a soldier there, and I know how perilous it was. In the 1970s, shortly after I enlisted, our unit was dispatched to the Kunlun mountain pass in Tibet. The entire division restructured into engineering troops. Many unbelievable events transpired during that time, even now. I hesitate to think about them, or rather, I fear to think about them, for even to this day, they remain beyond the realm of scientific explanation. One day, my comrade Xiao Wan and I were tasked with transporting supplies. Our vehicle was functioning well until suddenly, a blue light struck the windshield, causing the engine to stall. Upon inspection, we discovered a ladybug emitting blue light lying in the snow. Xiao Wan placed the ladybug in a glass jar to guard the supplies while I went to the nearby barracks to request assistance. However, when I returned, Xiao Wan had vanished, leaving only a human-shaped ash in the snow, as if he had been burned alive, and the jar containing the ladybug was beside the ash. Its lid opened, and the fire ladybug had long since disappeared. Hu Bai and Appo's voice grew somber as he endeavored to maintain his composure. He was burned alive? Wang Fatty's spine chilled as he incredulously asked. Hu Bai's hands trembled. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and Wang Fatty quickly lit it for him. He shakily brought it to his lips, as if only tobacco could calm his frayed nerves. Exhaling a smoke ring, he said. The military concluded that Xiao Wan had encountered criminals and posthumously recognized him as a martyr. Yet, even then, I sensed his death was connected to the fire ladybug. Furthermore, subsequent events only validated my intuition. Shirley Young and Professor Chen listened intently to Hu Bai and Appo's account. It was all too vivid. They could almost envision that terrifying scene. However, this also deepened their understanding of the fire beetle. Su Ping maintained a calm demeanor, uttering not a word. To him, none of this was a mystery. Wang Pengzi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear as he inquired, Old Hu, did you encounter that creature again? Chapter 30, The Dappa Ghost Insect. Infinite fiery flames, in the ice of the desolate god. Hu Bai nodded slightly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. It was that year when our entire class received orders from above to venture deep into the Kunlun Glacier for a highly classified mission. One of our comrades accidentally fell into the glacier. By the time we arrived, a fire beetle had emerged from the ice, darting towards the nearest soldier. In an instant, that soldier was engulfed in fierce blue flames, and within moments, he was consumed by the fire in the snow. I witnessed a person being burned alive. It was terrifying. Someone instinctively opened fire, and soon, countless fire beetles erupted from the glacier, charging towards us. We had no choice but to run while shooting, which ultimately triggered an avalanche, burying us beneath a flood of snow. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital. Everyone in my class, except for me, perished. At this point, Hubai and Amp, Appo's voice faltered, overwhelmed by emotion. That place is too horrifying. Do not go. Absolutely do not go. An eerie silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Professor Chen finally spoke. Comrade Hu, allow me to clarify. The avalanche you experienced was caused by a minor earthquake, not due to your gunfire. This was mentioned in an internal document I reviewed, and I also confirmed it with the National Earthquake Bureau. The earthquake fractured the Kunlun Glacier, creating a significant crevice. Upon hearing this, Hubai's expression visibly softened as he inquired, does this relate to our search for the ancient city of Jingjue? Professor Chen then recounted the details of the Walter and Amp, Appo's notebook, earnestly urging, that notebook is crucial for our quest to find Jingjue. Hu, please reconsider. There is nothing to reconsider. I will not go. Hubai declared emphatically, extinguishing his cigarette without the slightest hesitation. A profound silence fell over the gathering, filled with an irreconcilable tension. Shirley Yang furrowed her brow, her gaze eventually landing on Su Ping. Mr. Su, you are familiar with the fire beetles and still suggest we proceed. Do you possess a means to combat them? Good observation, Su Ping remarked, patting Hubai on the shoulder with a calm demeanor. In fact, the fire beetles you encountered are accurately termed doppelghost insects. They are recorded in ancient texts as demonic insects, originating from an ancient realm of sorcery. Typically tasked with guarding the bodies of the deceased. They manifest in two forms, and Amp, Appo's, infinite fiery flames and Amp, Appo's, and Amp, Appo's, ice of the desolate god, and Amp, Appo's. The audience sat in stunned silence, their minds grappling with the strangeness of these terms. Su Ping continued, what you perceived as fire beetles is actually the infinite fiery flames form of the doppelghost insect. This form resembles transparent red crystal, with its wings glistening. One can even see the internal organs, veins, and the flowing blue flames within through its translucent shell. That blue flame cannot be extinguished upon contact, incinerating any living creature into ashes instantaneously. Its only weakness is water. Conversely, the Amp, Appo's, ice of the desolate god and Amp, Appo's, is entirely different. It is silvery white, resembling ice crystals. Upon contact, it freezes a person, shattering them into icy shards. Its sole vulnerability is fire. Regardless of whether it is the ice or fire variant, attacking them through other means will only increase their numbers. The assembly listened in disbelief, their worldviews shattered by Su Ping's revelations. Professor Chen marveled, it is truly astonishing that such bizarre creatures exist in this world. Shirley Yang found herself captivated by Su Ping, perceiving him as an enigma that endlessly intrigued her. Well, that and Amp, Appo's, that's not so complicated. Wang Fatty exclaimed, slapping his forehead in delight. If there are fire insects in the glacier, we could each don firefighting suits and come and go as we please. The suggestion stunned everyone momentarily. Now that you mention it, that might actually work. The most advanced firefighting suits from America provide full-body protection against high temperatures. Mr. Wang and Appo's suggestion is invaluable. You and Mr. Hu will each receive an additional 20,000 in compensation. Wang Fatty beamed with pride, feeling quite accomplished. Of course, I am a man who has fought bandits in the western regions. Old Hu, go ahead. Their sincerity is evident. After a long period of contemplation, Hubai hesitated, unsure of his decision. Su Ping's next words extinguished his hope entirely. You all are overthinking it. Both ice and fire insects possess the power to shatter souls. They can not only incinerate life but can also burn other objects. Everyone was left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, and Wang Fatty fell silent. With such formidable insects, perhaps it was best to pack up and return home. In despair, Shirley Yang turned to Su Ping, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Mr. Su, with your extensive knowledge, you must have other methods to combat them, right? Controlling your hands and mouth is more effective than anything else, Su Ping responded coldly. If you do not provoke them, they will not indiscriminately burn you. Of course, if someone carelessly stirs the fire insects, that would be a death wish. After all, we are a team. We must prioritize the greater good. Sacrifices are inevitable. Su Ping and Appo's tone was calm. Yet it struck the ears of the listeners with a chilling severity that sent shivers down their spines. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen's expression grew grave as he nodded solemnly. Comrade Su, rest assured, I will repeatedly remind my students regarding the pertinent matters. After a prolonged silence, Hubai finally spoke. Old Su, you all go. I will not accompany you. Old Hu, you truly lack courage. Seeing Hu Bai's despondent demeanor, Su Ping scolded him directly. Will you allow your comrades to sacrifice without reason? You are fortunate to be alive. What about them? Do you have the audacity to face the army medic, Go Ma, whom you have long remembered from that wolf disaster? The mention of the wolf disaster and Go Ma triggered memories for Hu Bai. He stared blankly at Su Ping, his expression gradually clearing as he excitedly asked, Old Su, are you implying that the Dapu ghost insects are related to the wolf disaster? Chapter 31. The Secret Art of Moving Mountains 10 years ago. On a night near the Great Phoenix Temple in Kunlun Mountain, numerous strange occurrences transpired, prompting Hu Bai and his companions to investigate. The aquatic demons were few, but they encountered the enemy agent, Officer Su, and a pack of wolves led by the white-haired Wolf King. In a heroic act to save Hu Bai, the military doctor, Go Ma, was horrifically injured, ultimately becoming a vegetative state, taken away by the iron rod horn to receive blessings. In Hu Bai and Apos' heart, Go Ma was always exceptionally gentle and kind, yet she was also the person he feared the most. Recently, he had sent her 10,000 yuan but had refused to meet her. Guilt, self-reproach, anxiety, and fear consumed him. I can only say that the Great Phoenix Temple was constructed to suppress the tomb of the last demon kingdom and Apos' ghost mother. Su Ping and Apos' voice was soft, yet each word felt like a heavy stone pressing against Hu Bai and Apos' chest. The demon kingdom. Once again, the mention of the demon kingdom. Hu Bai clenched his fists, his gaze growing increasingly clear, and he finally declared resolutely, Very well, I shall accompany you. However, Fatty, you must not go. That place is truly perilous. Upon Hu Bai and Apos' insistence, Wang Fatty immediately exclaimed, Old Hu, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? He continued passionately, Let me tell you, Old Hu. When you left the army in 70, do you know what I feared the most? I feared the outbreak of the Third World War, and that we would never see each other again. For several years, we lost contact. Old Su also left, and I truly couldn't and Apos' bear to stay at Nyoshin Mountain. In 79, you went to the front lines, and in your letter, you didn't and Apos' say anything, did you? It wasn't and Apos' that I had nothing to say. I was filled with words but didn't know how to express them. I feared that speaking them would bring misfortune. I was afraid you might not return. When I learned you were sent back by the army, I was genuinely delighted. I was as overjoyed as your father. You and Old Su are going. And you want to leave me behind? No way. Seeing the emotional Wang Fatty, Hu Bai felt a lump in his throat and silently lowered his head, patting his shoulder. Once the plan was confirmed, before the trio set off, Su Ping turned and said, By the way, my 100,000. Each of them gets 20,000. Don't shortchange them. Shui Yang remarked with a hint of surprise. I thought you truly regarded money as worthless. Standing at the Kunlun Mountain entrance, gazing at the snow-capped peaks before them, they resembled a colossal silver dragon lying between heaven and earth. This place felt like a secluded realm, steeped in mystery and filled with countless legends. According to the ancient art of feng shui, it is said that the dragon veins of the world emerge from Kunlun. In the vast land of Huaxia, how many dragon veins can there be? They can generally be divided into three primary veins: the northern dragon, the central dragon, and the southern dragon. The northern dragon emanates from Kunlun, traversing the Qilian Mountains and Yinshan Mountains, entering the Chaobai Mountains and ultimately the sea. The central dragon flows into the Qinling Mountains, crossing various mountains in the central plains before reaching the sea. The southern dragon crosses the Hongduan Mountains, passing through Yunnan-Guizhou and Guangxi, entering Wuyi Mountain, and finally the sea. All rivers converge into the ocean, transforming into the 9 branches of the sea bottom, ultimately returning to the abyss. Ordinary people can only perceive the grandeur of Kunlun Mountain, but only those truly versed in the art of feng shui can appreciate the terrifying intricacies of its formation. The imperial capital, the dwelling place of myriad deities, rests upon a formidable foundation that remains unchanged for millions of years. It is unsurprising that any civilization could arise here. Professor Chun had contacted a local military station at Kunlun Mountain, which arranged for soldiers to set up camp at the mountain entrance and sent several warriors to escort them into the mountains. After several hours of trekking on the snow-capped peaks, they finally reached a vast crevice. The group secured iron clamps and ropes, preparing to descend. Professor Chen, aside from Yi Yisan, if there are any team members unable to descend due to physical or psychological conditions, please speak up. It is imperative for them to wait here for us, Hu Bai earnestly inquired. Professor Chen gasped for breath, feeling as though he might suffocate. I have asked everyone, and they are all fine. Since we are here, Everyone wishes to descend and take a look. After all, such an opportunity is exceedingly rare, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Once in a lifetime? Hubei thought this sounded ominous. He nodded and reminded the others. Professor Chen has already informed you about the fire lantern bug, right? Upon entering. Aside from the fire lantern bug, we may encounter other terrifying creatures. Regardless, everyone must remain calm and composed. Do not create a ruckus, nor act impulsively. Now, let us prepare quickly. Listening to Hubei and Appos, enigmatic words, Wang Fatty curiously asked, Old Su. Do you think there will be other terrifying creatures aside from the Dapu ghost bug? How could there be so many terrifying creatures? We must trust in science. Su Ping replied as he grasped a rope, secured it around his back, and stepped off the cliff, descending with astonishing speed. Am I seeing things? Wang Fatty rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing he was not mistaken. Su Ping truly descended the cliff as if he were running along its face. That is the art of moving mountains. Shueli Yang's eyes glimmered with astonishment. She had witnessed her grandfather perform such feats, showcasing incredible agility, descending a 100-meter cliff in an instant. Though she was young then and did not practice, after her grandfather and Appos, as passing. She attempted to train alone, but ultimately had to abandon it due to the difficulty. She never expected to witness someone with such a skill today. In just a few breaths, Su Ping had reached the bottom of the cliff, while the others had only just begun their descent. Satisfied, he released the rope. The technique of moving mountains was challenging, and Shueli only had a basic understanding. Initially, Su Ping was not adept at it either. But his talent for swift steps, inspired him to try. As long as his steps were sufficiently agile, success was possible. More importantly, his strength rivaled that of the red-haired beast, and his physical prowess was formidable enough to ensure his safety, should any mishaps occur. This was his first attempt, and he executed the art of moving mountains flawlessly. Even the cliff felt as manageable as flat ground. Shueli, despite being a woman, had trained rigorously and possessed the art of moving mountains, allowing her speed to surpass that of most people, even outpacing two professionally trained soldiers. Su Ping slightly parted his lips, emitting an inaudible sound wave, which quickly bounced off various objects and returned, confirming there were no hidden dangers before he felt at ease. Soon, Shueli joined him, shedding her gear and surveying the surroundings, where she spotted a desiccated corpse not far away. Without hesitation, she approached the cadaver. Retrieving the gun from its lifeless hand and expertly inspecting the handgun and magazine, indifferent to Su Ping's gaze. After checking, she tucked the handgun into her waist and casually extracted a box of ammunition from the corpse and Appos' bag. Standing up, she cast a glance at Su Ping, her eyes sparkling with pride, as if to say, "Did you overlook this? Such valuable items, and you failed to notice." Su Ping chuckled softly, saying nothing. What use was a gun? Even the generals of the Jin dynasty were not afraid, let alone in this place, in the ancient city of Jingjue. These locations were far more terrifying. She was becoming quite pleased with herself. Chapter 32, The Ancient Relic. Once everyone descended, they began their journey along the vast rift that led deeper into the earth. As they ventured further, they found themselves in the subterranean crevice between two mountains. After approximately half an hour of travel, calculations suggested they had reached directly beneath the glacier. The deeper they went, the more they encountered an array of colorful mica. With a swift glance, Su Ping absorbed the archaeological knowledge from Professor Chen and Hao Aigua, gaining a profound understanding of numerous antiquities. The darker the mica, the deeper its origin in the geological strata. It was evident that these deeply colored micas had once resided thousands of meters beneath the Earth's crust, brought to the surface through tectonic plate movements. At the rear of the group, Shirley Young was busy snapping photos of the mica with her camera. Suddenly, a crisp tapping sound reached Su Ping's ears. He turned to see Wang Pengzi, who had unwittingly fallen to the back of the line while trying to pry off some mica with an ice pick, hoping to sell it for profit. Enough, fatty. Stop that. Su Ping shook his head in exasperation. These aren't Appos' worth anything. Wang Pengzi, hearing Su Ping, straightened up and glared at the mica. What Appos? As the point in looking so pretty if it Appos, as worthless. Su Ping chuckled softly and replied, the truly valuable treasures lie ahead. If I Appos, am not mistaken, we are likely standing above an ancient tomb, the tomb of the Devil Kingdom, no less. How fascinating. An ancient tomb? Wang Pengzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So that foreign lady and Appos, as father came here for the tomb. I should have guessed. Why else would this group of scholars and that foreign girl be wandering in this icy desolation? Su Ping cautioned, be careful when searching for artifacts. We must not disturb the fireworms. Wang Pongzi thumped his chest with confidence, assuring Don and Amp, Oppos, worry. We are bound to make a fortune. Here's just pocket change. The real wealth lies within the ruins of the Jingjue ancient city, Su Ping mused, envisioning the treasures mentioned in the tales. It is said that the riches of Jingjue could rival nations. With that, we would never have to worry again. Is that for real? Wang Pongzi and Amp, Oppos' voice trembled with excitement. And he quickly covered his mouth, whispering, Old Su, we are about to strike it rich. After walking for another 10 minutes, they heard the sound of flowing water. There was an underground river ahead. The group quickened their pace once more. As they continued, Su Ping noticed Shirley Yang gradually moving away, eventually disappearing into the darkness. What was she up to now? She often acted this way in the tales. Stealthily, Su Ping followed her and soon heard the sound of splashing water. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a picturesque scene resembling a quaint bridge over a gentle stream. Rubbing his nose, he decided to turn back without a second thought. Not far from his exit, he found a wide underground river, its surface shrouded in mist. The sound of the river drowned out the gentle trickles of the small stream. As the group realized Shirley Yang was missing and prepared to search for her, she reappeared. Sister Yang, where have you been? You scared us to death. Oh, I just found some beautiful mica and stopped to take a few pictures, she replied lightly. Beautiful indeed, Su Ping smiled. With such lush surroundings, how could it not be? After the brief interlude, the group took a moment to rest while Hu Bai and Wang Pongzi inspected the water levels. Suddenly, Professor Chen called out urgently, Come quickly. Look here. Under the beam of the mining lamp, they saw a stone wall by the river covered in intricate inscriptions. Old Su. Why do I feel like these characters look so familiar? Wang Pongzi scratched his head in confusion. Show me your jade pendant, Su Ping suggested. Interestingly, the inscriptions on my jade pendant are almost identical to those on the wall. Wang Pongzi exclaimed after comparing the two. Su Ping clarified. These are the characters of the Ghost Cave script, an ancient language of the Jingjue Kingdom. Wang Pongzi was taken aback. Does this really have a connection to the Jingjue Kingdom? But wait, didn't you say the Dappa ghost worms were from the ancient Devil Kingdom? What is the link? Professor Chen interjected. Wang, your question is crucial. It is vital for unearthing that veiled history. Xiao Chu, Xiao Sa, make sure to document the inscriptions. Once the archaeological team had recorded their observations, the group began to wade across the river. The water flowed gently and was not very deep, reaching only to their knees. There was a geothermal source nearby, warming the river, making it rather pleasant to cross. However, Su Ping had little interest in enjoying the experience, with his ghost eye activated. He surveyed the surroundings. Beneath the riverbed, numerous skeletal remains hinted at the potential presence of large predators. With a creak, Su Ping's intuition kicked in, and he looked down to see a complete human skeleton. Noticing Su Ping and Oppos' cautious demeanor, Shirley Yang asked, Mr. Su, are you worried about something? It is essential to remain vigilant at all times in this place, Su Ping replied, just as a massive shadow lurking in the depths of the water swiftly approached them. While others might have overlooked it, Su Ping, with his ghost eye, clearly discerned the creature, a colossal beast nearly 20 meters in length. Its head resembled that of a giant frog, while its elongated body bore resemblance to a skinned crocodile. It moved silently through the water, swiftly closing in on them. What astonished Su Ping was the beast's singular focus, heading directly for Shirley Yang. Watch out, Su Ping shouted, instinctively wrapping his arm around Shirley Yang's waist. Employing his swift footwork to evade to the left. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Shirley Yang had no time to ask what was happening. Just then, a terrifying maw erupted from the water where she had just been standing, its crimson tongue lashing through the air like a whip. It was a prehistoric behemoth salamander. The others, witnessing this scene, frantically fled towards the opposite bank. Shirley Yang felt her heart race. Had Su Ping been a moment slower, she would have been devoured by the prehistoric creature. Thank you, Mr. Su. Shirley Yang gazed at Su Ping, drenched in river water, and in that moment, she found him undeniably handsome. Stay put, Su Ping instructed, turning his attention back to the behemoth salamander. Skill attribute, ancient relic, green, copy condition, completely eliminated within 3 minutes, copy success rate, 100, ancient relic? This talent sounds quite impressive. Su Ping pondered, curious about its specific effects. The behemoth salamander was indeed a remarkable find, yet the conditions for defeating it were daunting. Killing such a massive creature in 3 minutes would prove challenging. Chapter 33, The Awakening of the Yanhuang Bloodline. This ancient relic, seemingly resolute in its intent to devour Shirley Yang, lunged once more at her after its initial failure. Clang! Su Ping's arm quivered slightly as the military knife in his grasp glinted with a cold light, striking towards the eye of the prehistoric giant salamander. Roar! The prehistoric giant salamander suddenly opened its maw wide, unleashing a surging wave of air akin to the gaping mouth of a cavern, followed by its crimson tongue that shot forth, soft and sticky, making escape nearly impossible once ensnared. Su Ping retreated several steps, swinging his military knife. And with a swift motion, he cleaved through the thick, 20-centimeter-wide red tongue. The blade unleashed the force of 1,000 pounds, slicing the tongue cleanly in two and leaving a gash over a meter long. Despite this, the strength of the prehistoric giant salamander pressed against him, forcing him to stagger back 4 or 5 steps before he regained his footing. Vivid red blood stained the subterranean river, and in a furious rage, the prehistoric giant salamander abandoned its pursuit of Sherry Yang and charged recklessly at Su Ping. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Ping pursued by the prehistoric giant salamander, Sherry Yang cried out in distress, her heart racing with anxiety. 2 soldiers raised their submachine guns, preparing to fire. However, they were taken aback as Su Ping appeared before them, both his thumbs pressing against the triggers. Do not shoot. It will alarm them. Who? The soldiers, bewildered, inquired. Hu Bai, however, understood all too well and urgently asked, Old Su, if we don't shoot, how can we possibly handle such a colossal creature? Without hesitation, Su Ping commanded, bring me grenades and explosives. Huh? The soldiers were even more confused. You're telling us not to shoot, yet you demand grenades and explosives? Isn't that even louder? And how can ordinary people utilize these? This is a matter of discipline, Su Ping snapped, dismissing their protests as he swiftly seized one soldier and Oppo's explosive pack, simultaneously pocketing a grenade. Just then, the prehistoric giant salamander bore down upon them, its gaping mouth unleashing a terrifying jet of water. Su Ping, employing his agile footwork, evaded the onslaught, but the others were caught in the deluge, tumbling to the ground as the ferocious water struck them like a tempest. Su Ping initially intended to toss the explosive pack into the creature and Oppo's mouth, but reconsidered, realizing it might be spit back out. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered to the side of the prehistoric giant salamander and thrust his knife into its kidney. The sheer force erupted from his arm as he delivered a horizontal slice, creating a half-meter-long gash in its abdomen. He stuffed the explosive pack inside and pulled the pin on the grenade, which began to emit acrid smoke. 5, 4, 3. Su Ping silently counted, and just as the grenade neared detonation, he thrust it inside. Bang! Boom! 2 muffled explosions reverberated within the body of the prehistoric giant salamander. The sound was somewhat muted due to the cushioning effect of its considerable fat, yet the explosive force was undeniable. Following the blast, the creature's kidney seemed to explode like deep-fried batter, sending a terrifying shockwave that stirred up waves 3 to 4 meters high. Nonetheless, thanks to Su Ping and Oppo's formidable physique, he emerged unscathed. As for the prehistoric giant salamander, half of its body lay in ruins, its massive head rolling like a grinding stone, panting heavily in fury as it glared at Su Ping. The ancient relic showcased a tenacity for life that was truly remarkable. Even in its death throes, it remained formidable. Su Ping clicked his tongue, unfazed. With his ultrasonic abilities, he absorbed the echoes of the explosions, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the creature and Oppo's anatomy as if it had been subjected to an X-ray scan. With precision, he raised his knife and drove it accurately into the salamander's basketball-sized heart. To ensure a swift demise, he followed up with 10 more strikes. Eventually, the gargantuan head sank beneath the water, its eyes still fixated on Su Ping, as if in disbelief at its own humiliating end. Ancient relic, green, successfully replicated. In an instant, Su Ping's talents expanded further. The ancient relic, a remnant from primordial life, containing tremendous potential now partially activated, endowing him with abilities that surpassed those of modern beings. As humans became ancient relics, they purified the bloodlines inherited from their ancestral forebears, allowing for a profound evolution and extraordinary power. The effects varied amongst different individuals. For example, the people of Daxia purified the Yin Wang bloodline, while foreigners drew from their ancient ancestors' lineage. Soon, Su Ping felt a remarkable transformation within himself, as if an astonishing force had been unearthed, amplifying his aura significantly. His strength nearly doubled, and his innate abilities received substantial enhancements. The Yin Wang bloodline acted as a super buff, augmenting his power, speed, and regenerative capabilities to unprecedented levels. Legend has it that the emperor once soared on the backs of dragons, and the Yanhuang bloodline also exerted a certain suppressive effect on fierce beasts. The worldview of Ghost Blows Out the Light is vast and profound, stretching from the birth of the universe, through the creation of the earth, to the ancient epics. The ancient era itself is but a mere 10,000 years. If the bloodlines from this era are so potent, what might lie beyond? It's no wonder that in the realm of tomb raiding, the existence of deities is acknowledged. At this moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at Su Ping. A seemingly frail human had vanquished a prehistoric behemoth. This scene would forever remain etched in their memories. Goodness. Su, I'm truly in awe. This is even more terrifying than back in the Wild Man and Appo's Gorge. Your prowess surpasses that of the Western Chu's overlord. Wang Pongzi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, splashing water as he approached to kick the corpse of the prehistoric giant salamander. This is what you get for crossing Su. The precision of the explosive pack and the timing of the ignition were not merely feats of skill. They required experience, composure, and decisive judgment. At critical moments, he acted without hesitation. Old Su, I've faced death on the battlefield and encountered all manner of people, but I've never met anyone as calm and resolute as you. The overlord of Western Chu pales in comparison. Only then did the others snap back to reality, recalling the events as if from a dream. Only the lifeless form of the prehistoric giant salamander validated that it had all been real. Sherry Yang crossed the dark river and approached Su Ping, her gaze imbued with emotion. Old Su, I cannot thank you enough for this. What can I say in return? Perhaps. Su Ping and Appo's eyes roamed over Sherry Yang, now more enchanting with her dampened appearance. Your feng shui secret technique, blue, talent has received a significant enhancement. Chapter 34. The Emperor and Amp. Appo's aura, the primordial overlord, all malices disperse. I shall contribute more. Is 50,000 sufficient? Shirley Yang felt a shiver run down her spine as she caught Su Ping gazing at her with an unsettling intensity, as though she were unclothed, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. In a flurry, she extended 5 fingers. A wealthy patron indeed. Nowadays, true millionaires are a rarity. Shirley and Appo's initial offering of 50,000 in U.S. dollars no less was astonishing. The dynamics had shifted dramatically. Miss Yang, you are too generous, Su Ping remarked with a smile, welcoming her contribution. Regardless of the sum, as long as Shirley Yang was by his side, her expenses would never amount to a loss. Goodness, another 50,000 Fat Wang calculated on his fingers. Astonished that Su Ping and Appo's remuneration had reached $350,000. Meanwhile, he and Old Hu had merely earned 30,000 combined. The disparity was staggering. Old Hu, we may lack merit, but we certainly have put in our share of toil. We deserve at least 10,000 each. Miss Yang. You know Old Su is my brother, Fat Wang began. Shirley Yang cast a cold glance at him, her tone indifferent as she replied, Mr. Su has indeed provided us with invaluable assistance. He saved our lives. If you can resolve the fire beetle issue, I assure you, not just 10,000, but 35,000. Just like Mr. Su, would be yours without hesitation. Fat Wang immediately deflated. Resolve the fire beetle? Was she asking him to court death? There are always schemers aiming to ensnare me. Did they truly believe I would fall for such tricks? Let us be content with our skills. 30,000 each is already quite commendable. What more could we desire? Old Hu patted Fat Wang's shoulder, offering comfort. After a brief respite, the group progressed towards a man-made passageway. Following the corridor led them to a colossal cavern. Within this cavern stood a towering edifice, dozens of meters high. Its base over 100 meters wide, adorned with countless desiccated corpses, spanning 9 levels. Such a terrifying structure would pose immense challenges even with modern technology. It was difficult to fathom how the denizens of the Demon Kingdom had constructed it in ages past. The sight of the 9-tiered demonic tower left everyone awestruck. Their eyes glued to it, unable to look away. They promptly extinguished all flashlights, Minor and Appo's lamps, and camera flashes. If you awaken them, I shall not be responsible for who perishes. Su Ping's voice was icily detached, yet he felt no particular empathy for those seeking their own demise. Some actions come with consequences that one must bear. Are you referring to the fire beetles, Old Su? Fat Wang and Appo's gaze was fixed on the flickering 9-tiered tower, where a faint blue glow emanated. The entire structure was teeming with countless fire beetles, numbering in the thousands. If they were to awaken, a chill ran down their spines as they hastily turned off all lights. Have we extinguished them all? Professor Chen, reminded by Su Ping. inquired of his students regarding their flashlights, miners' lamps, and camera flashes. One by one, they confirmed, "Professor, all are off." Professor Chen finally sighed in relief and began recounting the origins of the nine-tiered demonic tower. Su Ping, however, was disinterested in this academic lecture. His focus fixated on the fire beetles atop the tower. Talent: destroy soul, green. Copy condition: devour fire beetle. Copy success rate: destroy soul, green. 1. What a surprise. The ability to destroy souls is the most formidable power of the fire beetles, is it not? If I possess such an ability, could I effortlessly incinerate a person? Would that not render me invincible? And it can be copied as well. As he observed the copy conditions, he scratched his head. Devour fire beetles? Are these creatures even on the menu? One touch, and I would be incinerated. It's better to be direct about copying. No need for melodrama like an ex who professes undying love yet demands an $88,000 betrothal gift. Who could withstand that? Nevertheless, now that he was here, he must certainly give it a try. We must evacuate at once. This is the lair of the fire beetles. Old whose expression was grave, his tone solemn and authoritative. Yet the intellectuals disregarded his urgency, clamoring instead, "What is our purpose here? The items we seek are of utmost importance. Now that we are here, we must explore as much as possible. Comrade Hu, please understand. This is a long-awaited opportunity for generations of scholars studying Western region culture." As Old Hu engaged in a futile debate with these scholars, Su Ping descended without hesitation. "Old Su, be cautious." Fat Wang whispered urgently. "Comrade Hu, look. Comrade Su has already gone down. Old Su is skilled. He will help you find your notebooks. You all should remain here." Old Hu remained steadfast, confident in Su Ping's abilities. However, the group of intellectuals, undeterred, followed Su Ping into the depths of the cavern. Eventually, both Old Hu and Fat Wang, resigned to the situation, followed suit. On either side of the nine-tiered demonic tower lay two sacrificial pits, one for burial goods, the other for sacrificial cattle and horses. Fat Wang, driven by greed, began to scour for treasures. The scholars, upon setting foot in the cavern, were consumed by their desire to excavate and study. Immobilized by excitement as they commenced their digging, Su Ping ascended the nine-tiered tower without a backward glance. Ghost eyes. Su Ping activated his ghostly vision, observing the fire beetles with astonishment, discovering that these seemingly alive creatures resembled more of a spiritual entity, akin to the two children he had encountered before. The difference lay in that the two spirits bore human forms, while the fire beetles appeared as amorphous masses, their classification as souls uncertain. The Yin Wang bloodline can command all beasts. Although he had only recently awakened and his lineage remained impure, it still carried the legacy of the ancient Yin Wang emperors. Would it have a restraining effect on the fire beetles? Taking a deep breath, Su Ping felt his bloodline begin to surge, enveloping him in an enigmatic aura. This essence, steeped in antiquity, resonated more profoundly with ancient beings. All the fire beetles before him hailed from the era of the ancient demon kingdom. The Yin Huang bloodline imposed an overwhelming suppression upon them. The fire beetle before him sensed his Yin Huang bloodline. Its translucent wings quivered slightly, and its semi-transparent veins seemed to rupture, resulting in a chaotic entanglement of red threads that transformed into a crimson mist. As the blue glow emanating from the fire beetle gradually extinguished, it ceased to be transparent, releasing a soul-like entity into the air. Su Ping inhaled deeply, drawing the ethereal essence toward him, ultimately consuming it. Devoured fire beetle, copying initiated. Chapter 35. Enhancement of bloodline purity and astonishment. Su Ping pondered, what on earth am I consuming? Yet, after the ingestion, he felt no significant changes, perhaps due to the meager quantity he had partaken. Nevertheless, he had indeed fulfilled the conditions for replication. If that were the case, he began to release the aura of his Yin Wang bloodline. The coverage of this aura was modest, extending roughly 5 centimeters from his body. Under the influence of the Yin Wang bloodline aura, the fire beetles gradually disintegrated from within, ultimately transforming into a sphere of energy and appos, that he inhaled with a single breath. Within 5 or 6 minutes, he had consumed energy spheres from 40 to 50 fire beetles. However, the myriad of Depu ghost insects inhabiting the 9-story demon tower rendered this quantity negligible. Despite the lack of replication success, he could confidently ascertain that the fire beetles posed no threat to him. The awakening of his ancient Yin Wang bloodline endowed him with a natural advantage over these ghostly insects. Seeing Su Ping on the 9th floor of the demon tower, Hu Bai followed suit and inquired, Old Su, you once mentioned that the Great Phoenix Temple suppresses the last demon matriarch of the ancient demon kingdom. And this 9-story demon tower serves as the burial form of that kingdom. There is indeed a connection here, but what does it have to do with the wolf disaster? Su Ping gazed at the fire beetles and softly responded. It is said that in the ancient demon kingdom, there existed 2 types of beast slaves, the first being the fire beetles and the second, the white wolf deity of Kunlun Mountain. Eventually, the white wolf deity was slain by Master Padmasambhava, transforming into a white crystal mountain, which the Tibetan people refer to as the crystal-free mountain. The white wolf deity. Hu Ba-yi recalled the legendary white wolf king, a creature of immense size, 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary wolf, resembling a wolf demon. The calamity caused by wolves was indeed instigated by that very white wolf king. In that instant, Hu Ba-yi seemed to grasp the reality of what had transpired. Why did the wolf pack assault the great Phoenix Temple? The root of all this malevolence lay in the demon matriarch imprisoned below. The connections were bewildering. The white wolf deity, the white wolf king, the demon matriarch suppressed for millennia, how were they intertwined? Yet, after all he had witnessed and seeing the fire beetles, he could not dismiss the reality of their existence. Mr. Su, there is one thing I do not comprehend. What relation does the ancient demon kingdom hold with the Jingjue kingdom? The two are separated by vast distances. Why would the ghostly writings of the Jingjue kingdom appear here? At that moment, Shirley Yang had located her notebook and, unable to contain her curiosity about the ancient demon kingdom, posed her question. In Tibetan legends, the son of the divine, King Gezer, alongside Master Padmasambhava, vanquished all demons, ultimately leading to the complete annihilation of the ancient demon kingdom. Subsequently, the descendants of the ancient demon kingdom traced their lineage back to their ancestral land, arriving deep within the deserts of the western regions, where they discovered a bottomless ghostly cave. They subsequently named themselves the Ghost Cave Tribe and established the Jingjue kingdom. Is that so? Shirley Yang murmured, finally understanding why her father had ventured to the Kunlun Glacier. But how did this relate to the Yaochen Pearl? The moving mountain lineage had been plundering tombs for a millennium, having unearthed countless graves, not driven by a quest for wealth like the gold-seeking scholars or a pursuit of techniques like the mountain observers. Their only desire was for the Yaochen Pearl, which they publicly referred to as the elixir of immortality. Hence, all those who moved mountains were practitioners. For centuries, they had yielded no results, and even her grandfather, Zhagu Shao, had given up. Why was her father so fixated on the ancient Jingjue kingdom? Mr. Su, I have one more question. Just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden and oppos, click and oppos, resonated, followed by a blinding flash of light in the cavern. All eyes instinctively turned towards Sa Di Peng, who was taking photographs. I turned off the flash. Sa Di Peng stammered, terrified. His face drained of color as he hurriedly defended himself. With a resounding roar, a multitude of fire beetles unfurled their wings, causing the entire 9-story demon tower to creak ominously. The previously flickering demon tower suddenly radiated a captivating blue glow, and as more fire beetles awakened, the entire structure appeared to ignite, with blue flames blazing furiously. Quick, flee! Hu Ba-yi and Amp, Oppos, S expression turned grave, his voice low and urgent. Everyone abandoned their concerns and rushed back the way they had come. Observing the swarm of fire beetles, Su Ping felt not fear, but a surge of exhilaration. The limited range of his Yin Wang bloodline aura could only consume a finite number of fire beetles, but the situation had now shifted. With a swift motion, countless fire beetles descended like a volcanic eruption, yet unlike lava, what flowed down was a river of blue formed by the fire beetles. Multiple streams of blue cascaded from all directions, one of which surged towards Su Ping, the closest. Old Su, run! Hu Ba-yi shouted in alarm. Do not worry about me. You must escape. Su Ping replied, as the aura of his Yin Wang bloodline erupted forth, enveloping him in a terrifying presence. The dread blue fire river collided with him, and the fire beetles rained down like extinguished embers, plummeting to the ground. In that moment, over 200 fire beetles perished. With a deep breath, Su Ping gazed at the clusters of searing energy spheres before him, inhaling deeply as they autonomously transformed into a torrent, drawn into his mouth. How on earth is old Su accomplishing this? Hu Ba-yi watched in wide-eyed amazement. Before he could ponder further, hundreds of fire beetles morphed into fiery spheres, hurtling towards him. More, bring it on. Su Ping reveled in the moment, his eyes gleaming with determination as he faced the multitude of fire beetles. However, having suffered losses, the fire beetles seemed to have learned, veering away from Su Ping to attack others instead. Simultaneously, a fresh wave of fire beetles emerged, and once again, Su Ping found himself in the line of fire. Ha ha ha. Another batch is coming. Su Ping met the challenge with fearless enthusiasm, and soon, 1,000 fire beetle corpses lay strewn around him. Despite devouring so many fire beetles, he had still not achieved replication success. However, he had made a remarkable discovery. He realized that the quality of his Yin Wang bloodline had significantly improved. Previously, the aura could only influence 5 centimeters beyond his body. Now, it had expanded to 10. What was this energy? It could actually enhance the purity of his bloodline. Such a wonderful find. Su Ping's heart brimmed with joy. If he continued to consume, could he not reach the heights of the Yin Wang emperors? Slaying demons and ruling over myriad races, whether he could contend with ancient gods was yet to be seen. But could he not stand against the Japanese and Westerners? Chapter 36. Kind words hard to persuade the Grim Reaper. The first drop of blood. Su Ping remained remarkably composed. While Hu Ba he found himself in a state of utter disarray. Everyone was in a frenzy, fleeing from the fire beetles. As they ran, Wang Pengzi grasped Hu Ba and Appo's arm and exclaimed, "Old Hu, neither old Su nor you fear the fire beetles. I think I understand what and Appo's happening." Hu Ba, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean? Water. It and Appo's water." Wang Pengzi panted, struggling to keep pace. "We were soaked in the underground river. Our clothes are drenched inside and out. It and Appo's surely because the fire beetles encountered the moisture on our clothes that they perished." Hu Ba paused, his steps faltering slightly. The only weakness of the fire beetles was indeed water. Wang Pengzi and Appo's reasoning had some merit, yet what if it were not the case? No one dared to test the theory. Stop overthinking it, just run. Old Su might have other means. Hu Ba urged. Wang Pengzi, increasingly convinced, declared. What other means could he have? Old Su Isn and Appo's really a Taoist priest. It must be as I say. Suddenly, amidst their frantic escape, Sa Diping stumbled over a rock and fell, howling in pain as he clutched his leg. "Little Sa, run," Hu Ba shouted, preparing to assist him. But in that instant, a massive blue fireball struck him with tremendous force. In a flash, Hu Ba and Appo's clothing ignited, the blue flames rapidly engulfing Sa Diping, consuming him in a torrent of fire. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground, leaving nothing but a charred silhouette, devoid of even a single drop of blood. A collective gasp escaped the lips of those present. Except for Hu Ba, none had witnessed a living being incinerated before their eyes. A profound sense of helpless terror washed over them, goosebumps prickling their skin, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Wang Pengzi and Appo's heart raced, his throat dry as he swallowed hard, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that their wet clothes would protect them from the fire beetles. Had he dared to test that theory, he would have met the same fate. "Stop standing around. Run," Hu Ba shouted, snapping everyone back to reality. This time, they all sprinted forward with all their might. Su Ping followed closely behind the swarm of fire beetles, emerging into the cave's passage. He drew his military knife and pressed it firmly against his palm. Fortunately, the blade was of merely green quality. It took considerable force to cut through his flesh. Had it been of higher quality, he would have sustained far worse injury. With a swift motion, he let the blood flow, sealing off the entrance to the cave. He then employed his swift footwork to catch up with the mass of fire beetles, using his blood to block the other end of the passage. The fire beetles, akin to headless flies, collided chaotically along the corridor. The path sealed by his blood became a forbidden zone, and they dared not cross it. Though this barrier would not hold for long, Su Ping wreaked havoc among the trapped fire beetles, hunting them down with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. Moments later, the ground was littered with the corpses of the fire beetles. Having devoured everything resembling energy orbs, Su Ping let out a satisfied burp, releasing the aura of the Yin Wang bloodline, which enveloped him in a 1-meter radius. Within this space, all evil entities retreated. Regrettably, he had failed to replicate the innate abilities of the fire beetles. Gazing at the wound on his hand, he noted that it had already healed completely. This was the remarkable regenerative power of the Yin Wang bloodline. With its formidable immunity, he had initially feared that injuries would hinder his ability to recover. Now, the awakening of the Yin Wang bloodline perfectly compensated for that shortcoming. Perfect, he thought as he approached the underground river, where a few stray fire beetles forced Hu Ba and the others to leap into the water. Upon seeing Su Ping's arrival, the fire beetles turned and fled. "Come out," Su Ping called to those in the river. Responding to his voice, the group surfaced one by one, relieved to find no fire beetles in sight. "Old Su, are you all right?" Seeing a peculiar expression on Su Ping and Appo's face, Shui Liang asked with concern. Su Ping smiled, teasing, "What's the matter? Are you worried about me getting hurt? Stop being cheeky. Let me see where you are injured." Shui Liang shot him a glare, meticulously examining his body. Meanwhile, Hubai noticed the numerous fire beetle carcasses in the passage and couldn't help but grimace. Did old Su do all this? Is old Su even human? He thought. Little Su, my apologies. I failed to fulfill my duties this time. I apologize to you and everyone else, Professor Chen said, his face filled with remorse as he bowed deeply to Su Ping. Sadi Peng and Appo's death was indeed a tragedy. However, having lived through decades of darkness and hardship, including time spent in a dirt pit, Professor Chen understood better than anyone the gravity of the situation. The loss of Sadi Peng was not solely his burden. It involved the lives of all. He had to take responsibility not only for Sadi Peng, but for the entire team. Professor Chen, without relevant experience, refrained from acting rashly. If this happens again, it may not be just one life lost. Su Ping knew the unfolding narrative all too well. He understood that compared to the fire beetles and the prehistoric giant salamander, the ancient city of Jingjue was far more terrifying. Even he could not guarantee complete safety. I understand, Professor Chen nodded gravely. There will not be another chance. Little Sa will not have died in vain. We will all learn from this. Hao Aigua adjusted his glasses and inquired, Little Su, since the fire beetles have been eradicated, can we resume our archaeological excavations and research? The artifacts within possess immense value. It is too late, Su Ping replied, crossing the river without sparing him a glance. He had no time to explain himself to the bookish scholar. Hao Aigua, somewhat disgruntled, insisted, at the very least, we should collect Little Sa and Appo's ashes. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to die, keep up. Wang Pengzi, having grown increasingly irritated with Hao Aigua, snapped at him, his own temper flaring now that Su Ping and Appo's reputation had risen. After berating him, he marched ahead. Hao Aigua muttered to himself, Where's the quality? Where's the quality? Chapter 37. Why risk everything for such trivial gains? Upon reaching the exit, large snowflakes drifted from the sky, and the howling winds above echoed like rolling thunder, clearly audible below. Everyone, move swiftly. We have little time left, Su Ping shouted. Grasping a rope as the fiery essence of his ancestral blood surged within him, amplifying his already formidable strength. With remarkable ease, he clutched the rope and ascended the sheer cliffs with remarkable agility, reaching the top in just a few breaths. We made it. We made it. Seeing Su Ping, Yu Yisan, who had been vigilantly waiting, expressed her overwhelming joy with excitement. She then leaned over the cliff and Appo's edge, calling down, Professor, hurry up. The blizzard is about to strike. A blizzard? The others gasped in shock, suddenly comprehending why Su Ping had urged them to hurry. With renewed vigor, they scrambled upward, their arms aching painfully, yet they persevered, acutely aware that failure to climb could mean being buried by the impending storm. Professor Chen gasped for breath, his arms trembling as the soldiers above tugged on his rope, pulling him upward. Exerting every last ounce of strength, they all finally reached the summit, collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily, grateful to have survived. No time to rest. This place is about to collapse, Su Ping warned, his acute senses detecting the constant sound of cracking ice echoing in his ears. The fractures triggered a rapid chain reaction, causing large chunks of ice to plummet from above. They had no time to spare as they fled frantically down the glacier. Just as they had escaped a distance of 10 meters, a section of the glacier above shattered with a loud crack, crashing down upon them and sealing the massive crevice, the impact compressing the snow beneath their feet. In the face of nature's might, humanity appeared woefully insignificant, akin to mere ants. The group retraced their steps to the temporary camp before boarding a vehicle back to the military station. An eagle soared over the plains, with the vast, snow-capped mountains in the distance. A green pickup truck wound its way along the twisting road, kicking up a long trail of dust. Inside the vehicle, the occupants were bundled in coats, their faces weary and fatigued. Hubai's deep-set eyes gazed at the receding snow-capped mountains, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In that moment, he felt a sense of liberation, a flicker of courage to face a comrade as warm as spring. Su Ping, on the other hand, was absorbed in contemplating the changes in his own abilities. He had acquired 4 enhancements pertaining to physical prowess: swift steps, blue; indestructible, green; limitless strength, green; an ancient species, green. Except for swift steps, all were of the green variety. Yet, even these green enhancements endowed him with extraordinary power. Particularly, The ancient species enhancement had awakened the fiery essence of his ancestral blood, which he believed to be stronger than the Qilin bloodline of the Zhang family. After all, the Qilin bloodline relied on a symbiotic relationship, while his own lineage was a genuine part of himself. In terms of both potential and strength, his bloodline surpassed the Qilin. Shirley Yang was reviewing a map when she approached with it in hand. According to our original plan, we should first settle in a small town near Boston Lake. Then follow the ancient course of the Peacock River southward into the desert. Finally, at the confluence of the ancient river and the Zidu Dark River, we can locate the ancient city of Jingjue. If there are no objections, I propose that we depart as soon as we arrive. Wang Fatty, upon hearing this, glanced at the exhausted Professor Chen and the others, feeling a surge of anger. Depart immediately? Are you trying to kill us? Look at how worn out everyone is. Let me tell you, in today's society, it's the working people who are in charge. Shirley Yang paid no heed to Wang Fatty, fixing her gaze on Su Ping. She understood that he was the cornerstone for their trio. Mr. Su, this notebook states that the ancient city of Jingjue only appears during the windy season, which is now. If we delay, we might miss our chance. Professor Chun adjusted his glasses, his spirits lifted. Comrade Su, our experience in this area is limited. If there are any issues, we hope you will provide your insights. Clearly, after the sacrifice of Sudi Ping, Professor Chen had begun to value Su Ping's words more highly. Only by doing so could they minimize sacrifice and loss. Without glancing at the map, Su Ping countered, "Do you know where the Zidu Dark River is?" Shirley Yang and Professor Chen fell into silence. The Zidu Dark River was a hidden waterway. Who could possibly know its location? Discussing theory without practical knowledge. Su Ping surveyed the group of intellectuals before him and remarked, "The Taklamakan Desert is the world's second largest shifting desert, having claimed countless lives. If you wish to enter, that is fine, but remember this. If you make a mistake, you must take responsibility. Do not expect others to shoulder the blame for you. Additionally, we need to find someone familiar with the local desert to act as our guide. We must seek the guide and Appo's advice, rather than simply deciding when to depart based on your whims." Shirley Yang pressed her lips together, saying, "However, time may not allow for this. Mr. Su, if this year is not feasible, then let it be next year. But without a guide, next year will be your day of reckoning," Su Ping stated bluntly. Shirley Yang paused, contemplating, before nodding in agreement. "All right, I understand." Wang Fatty, noticing Shirley Yang and Appo's sudden pliability, couldn't and Appo's help but give Su Ping a thumbs up, whispering, "Old Su, you're impressive. This foreign girl clearly needs to be kept in check." Given the events surrounding Sudi Ping, Hubai was apprehensive about further mishaps and wished to dissuade the group from proceeding. However, the intellectuals were all eager to express their commitment. As if delivering acceptance speeches for awards, their ideological fervor palpable, eliciting laughter from Su Ping and his companions. They seemed to possess a higher consciousness than even the old party secretary. A mere month of trivial pursuits, and they were risking their lives for it? Days later, they finally arrived at the town near Boston Lake, warmly welcomed by the local authorities and accommodated in a guest house. In the town, there was a man named Lyman, known as the living map of the desert, who would be the perfect guide. However, he was currently in custody at the police station. "Old Hu, you and Professor Chen go find Lyman. Miss Yang, come with me," Su Ping instructed at the guest house. "Hey," Wang Fatty chuckled foolishly. Old Su is setting up a chance for some alone time with a foreign girl. This is clearly a scheming move. Old Hu, whether you marry a foreign girl, I don't know, but Old Su has a good shot at it," he noted with a grin. Observing how Shirley Yang and Appo's previously haughty demeanor seemed to dissipate in Su Ping and Appo's presence, Hubai sighed, feeling a tinge of envy as he watched Su Ping. Acknowledging that he couldn't and Appo's help it. After all, Old Su was remarkable. Shirley Yang regarded Su Ping with a mixture of emotions, her gaze reflecting both affection and hesitation. Once Hubai and Professor Chen had departed, Shirley Yang inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Su, what are we going to do?" "Invest." Su Ping replied succinctly as he strode toward the town and Appo's government building. Invest here? Are you out of your mind?" Shirley Yang questioned, incredulous. This place was remote and lacking in amenities. Investing here would be akin to throwing money into a void. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Su Ping affirmed with a nod. With the current reforms, every location is seeking investment opportunities, and there is significant leniency in policies for foreign investments. Moreover, despite its seeming remoteness, this area is rich in ancient tombs. Relying on investment to obscure tomb raiding is not a novel concept among the tomb raiders known as Magan Shaowei. The Dragon Ridge Fishbone Temple epitomizes this phenomenon. Situated near Boston Lake, it serves as an optimal base for venturing into the desert. Following the Peacock River into the arid expanse, one encounters the ancient cities of Xie and Jingjue to the southwest. To the south lies Lulan, the Lop Nur, and the Yardong landforms. These locations are renowned for their clusters of ancient tombs, remnants of a civilization entombed within the sands, shrouded in forgotten history, and concealing an untold wealth of treasures and secrets. Chapter 38. How many of these people will survive? 3 days later, at the entrance of the guest house, a dozen camels lay huddled on the ground, while the group gathered their supplies into a pile. Make sure to keep track of these, Sherry Young instructed as she counted the important equipment, cameras, goggles, ropes, and more, while Yu Eason took notes beside her. And Li Man, we and Appos, V placed everything here, Professor Chen said, setting down his bag atop the pile of provisions. I'll pack it all later. And Li Man, carrying a heavy bag of soybean cakes, spoke as he walked. This is quite a load. Fatty, Hu Bai emerged from the guest house, casually tossing a gun to Wang Fatty and handing him a box of ammunition. This was borrowed from the police station, so take good care of it. Wang Fatty, examining the semi-automatic air rifle, remarked dismissively, this thing can barely take down a bird. Can it? Hu Bai chuckled, it might scare off small animals, but that's about it. Better than nothing. Wang Fatty grinned, slinging the gun over his shoulder. As for you, my little chubby comrade. And Li Man pointed to 2 large bags nearby, bring those over here. All right then, Wang Fatty mimicked in Li Man's tone. But upon lifting the bag, he exclaimed, what on earth is in here? It's so heavy. All good food, soybean cakes and salt. That's what we'll eat along the way, and Li Man replied. But won't he that just make us thirstier? Hey, my little chubby comrade, if you want to eat, you can, but my camels will have nothing to eat. Old comrade, why are you still holding a grudge? The group burst into laughter at Wang Fatty's unrefined remarks. Old brother, this time, you'll have to share our hardships, Professor Chen said, glancing at Li Man, feeling a bit embarrassed given his age. This isn't hardship. It's a matter of life and death, and Li Man replied with a serious tone, waving his hand dismissively. But it's fine. After all, we're all friends. Hearing the word friends made everyone feel uneasy, and Li Man's past deeds were known throughout the town. He often led foreign tourists into the desert but always returned alone, which is why he was taken to the police station without any evidence against him. Comrade Su, come here. Haigua, carrying a cardboard box, exited the guest house. Su Ping ignored him, but Hu Bai and Wang Fatty approached. I disagree with Li Man as our guide. His character is highly questionable. Entrusting our lives to him is perilous. What if he seeks profit and leaves us behind in the desert? Hu Bai patiently explained, we'll keep an eye on him. He is just an old man. What can he do? How Haigua continued to ramble. But what if? Su Ping, growing impatient, retorted, if you're afraid of dying, then don't go. Do you even know your own worth? Why are you whining? And Li Man interjected, Comrade Su is right. No one dares to enter the desert during the wind season. It's almost a death sentence. If you encounter a storm, whether you can keep up or not, it's not my fault. Professor Chen, hearing such ominous talk before they even set off, couldn't he help but interject, old brother, we're here for scientific research. We shouldn't speak of death. And Li Man lifted a large barrel of water, saying, I sincerely hope you all can return from your research. His words cast a shadow over the group, and they turned to Su Ping. Wang Fatty, puzzled, asked, Old Su, what does this old man mean? Su Ping glanced at Professor Chen and the others, replying, the desert is more dangerous than the Kunlun icefield. May heaven grant you the blessing to return alive. Across the vast desert, golden sands stretched endlessly under the scorching sun, dressing the world in a golden cloak. A caravan of 20 camels slowly traversed the desert, like a single grain of sand in the sea, delving deeper into the arid expanse. Upon entering the desert, they could still see oases, lakes, and playful birds like red-billed gulls and red-billed diving ducks frolicking in the water. The landscape was dotted with wild jujubes, poplar trees, and shrubs. The group appeared particularly relaxed, with Professor Chen imparting knowledge about the Taklamakan desert to the students as they walked. Didn't he, Uncle and Li Man and Brother Su say the desert is dangerous? Where's the danger here? It's so beautiful. The desert is magnificent. Our western region is a great place. From the Tian Shan Mountains to the north and south, it's a fine pasture. The Gobi turns into fertile fields, and melting snow irrigates the farms. The students frolicked and sang merrily. Even Wang Fatty couldn't resist joining in, curiously asking, Old Su, Do you think the desert is really that dangerous? Looking out at the vast desert, Su Ping replied with deep contemplation. Once, the ancient kingdom of Jingjue flourished, with all 36 countries of the western region bowing before it. Yet, after a terrifying sandstorm, the kingdom was swallowed by the sands overnight. Wang Fatty's eyes widened in shock. What? How powerful must that sandstorm have been to engulf an entire nation? Who are we, then? Su Ping continued. Have you ever wondered why the wealth of the ancient city of Jingjue has never been truly excavated? Despite the disasters, countless people have visited over the millennia, yet only Walter returned alive, and he was driven mad. Wang Fatty, increasingly bewildered, asked gloomily, Old Su, are you implying that the ancient city of Jingjue is not clean? You can't handle it? Not just unclean. Su Ping replied emphatically. The horrors within are beyond human comprehension. Just look at you all. His gaze swept over the gathered intellectuals. Wang Fatty felt a chill run down his spine. Swallowing hard. No wonder Old Su said it was more terrifying than the Kunlun ice field. If these intellectuals truly entered, how many would emerge alive? Would any of the three of them survive? Damn it. Wang Fatty regretted getting involved in this endeavor. Was $30,000 worth such a risk? He touched the gold and silver artifacts he had pilfered from the Kunlun ice field, calming himself. He silently vowed to gather as many treasures as possible when they entered the ancient city of Jingjue. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Chapter 39. Wasting water? When one and amp, Oppos, own supply runs dry, resort to urine. Talent attribute, desert survival, orange, copy conditions, when only man and Oppos, complete trust, copy success rate, 100, only man and Oppos, talent attribute is desert survival. And it is of an orange quality, surpassing Yingzi and Oppos, wilderness survival skill by a tier. This signifies only man and Oppos, core value. Gaining his full trust is no simple feat. Without experiencing hardship, this experienced individual would never truly concede. As they journeyed onward, Su Ping did not rush into the copying process. The road ahead was long, and time was abundant. Before long, they had already entered the desert for 3 days. Vegetation dwindled, and there were no lakes to replenish their water supply, making conditions increasingly dire. Yuisin approached Professor Chen, holding a water bottle. Professor, wash your hands before eating. Do I have to? He replied. Yet his hands instinctively reached for the bottle. Su Ping stepped forward, snatching the water bottle from Yuisin and Oppos' grasp, and said, And you think washing your hands is necessary? Do you wish to die of thirst? Yuisin looked at Su Ping with a hint of distress. Brother Su, Professor Chen is unwell. He only needs to wash 2 fingers. Wash your hands. Su Ping insisted, handing the water bottle back to her. From now on, each person is allocated a fixed amount of water daily. No one is allowed to take more. If it runs out, you will have to drink urine. Fat Wang, having long been displeased with the group of intellectuals, took the order without hesitation. The others were left in stunned silence, particularly Yi-Sin. Su Ping's loud voice nearly brought her to tears, and she looked most aggrieved. Hubai spoke up to console her. Little Yi, Professor Chen, in the desert. Water is more precious than gold. It is a matter of survival. We must not waste it. Reflecting on Professor Chen's earlier discussions about desert education, he found it somewhat ludicrous. They were treating this as a leisurely trip, a habit born of complacency. Old Su's reprimand was, in fact, quite mild. Seeing Yi-Sin's tears flow freely, Su Ping felt no sympathy. As for washing hands in the desert, one would deserve to perish for such folly. He turned away and approached Only Man. Only Man observed him and said languidly, It's not too late to turn back. You have already journeyed further than anyone else. Return now, lest you lose your lives in vain. I understand why you seek the ancient city of Jingjue. Legends speak of vast treasures there, yet none have ever truly found it. The days we have traversed do not even count as desert. Only after crossing the bay shall we enter the Black Desert. Only Man held a certain respect for Su Ping. While others seemed to regard this as a mere excursion, Su Ping approached it with utmost seriousness, maintaining a reverent attitude towards the desert. Old man, I am well aware of the Black Desert, Su Ping replied calmly. Within it lurk not only black sandstorms but also various terrifying entities that lie in wait. In the western regions, the Black Desert is a forsaken land, a place of punishment for grievous transgressions. None who enter ever return alive. However, these concerns need not trouble you. I assure you, as long as you follow me, you will be entirely safe. If we venture to a point devoid of even the slightest vegetation and do not discover the ancient city, we shall return. Only Man gazed deeply into Su Ping's eyes, momentarily confounded by the young man before him. knowing the perils of the Black Desert. Why then was he so determined to come here? Can I trust you? Friends are friends, Su Ping said with a light pat on Only Man's shoulder, eliciting a curious glint in the elder's eyes. As they ventured further into the true desert, due to the intense heat of the day, they decided to rest during daylight and travel at night. According to their plan, their next supply point was the ancient riverbed of the Peacock River, where a 1,000-year-old well never runs dry. Before they knew it, they had been in the true desert for 2 days. The sea of clouds roiled, and the dawn painted the sky in hues of crimson, the blood-red clouds swirling like a phoenix poised to soar from the east. After a night of arduous travel, the weary travelers were struck with awe at this magnificent natural canvas, their spirits invigorated. Lay down, Only Man commanded, tightening the reins to bring the camels to a kneel. He dismounted and gazed at the distant dawn, a pensive look upon his face. Su Ping approached and inquired, "The dawn does not emerge without a storm, old man. Is a tempest approaching?" "Indeed," Only Man nodded. "The clouds above are bleeding. The heavens are angry. A fierce wind is on the horizon, one so great that not even the mightiest sand walls can withstand it. A black sandstorm is imminent. We cannot rest. We must reach the Western Night ancient city without delay." Upon hearing this, Su Ping called out without hesitation, "Old Hu, Fat Wong, mount the camels. The sandstorm is upon us." "Huh." The others looked at Su Ping in confusion, but then saw Only Man leisurely retrieve a blanket from his camel, calmly laying it out before prostrating himself upon it, seemingly in prayer. Fat Wong, puzzled, remarked, "Look at the old man. He seems unfazed." Before he could finish, Only Man suddenly sprang to his feet, rolled up the blanket, climbed back onto his camel, and shouted, "Run. If we delay, we will be buried in the abyss of black sand. Quickly, quickly, mount the camels." Hubai urged the group. Simultaneously, the previously tranquil horizon transformed in an instant. Dark clouds surged, engulfing the dawn and advancing toward them. In no time, the sky behind them turned to a swirling maelstrom of yellow sand, akin to a cataclysm, consuming all in its path, the air thick with dust. They donned goggles and wrapped towels around their mouths and noses to shield against the sand. Hubai noticed Professor Chin swaying precariously, on the verge of falling from his camel. "Old Su, I see Professor Chin and Little Year struggling. Let everyone rest for a moment and drink some water." The camels could endure, yet the riders could not. Su Ping shot a glance at Professor Chin, exasperated. These two are unfit for the desert yet insist on pressing on. They are nothing but a liability. This is a matter of life and death. Their discomfort is inconsequential. There is no time to spare. You and Fat Wong look after them. Once we reach the Western Night ancient city, let them depart. Before he could finish, Only Man shouted, "The wind is here. Everyone, hurry." Suddenly, a tempest arose, the yellow sand raging like a beast intent on devouring the sun, plunging the world into darkness. The surroundings rendered nearly invisible. Camels plodded forward, and any laggard would likely never emerge again. Chapter 40. Old Su truly excels, even in handling camels at this moment. The camels exhibited a survival instinct that surpassed that of humans. They raced ahead with fervor, perspiration drenching their bodies, their limbs trembling, yet their speed only increased. Born in the desert, they possessed an infinite reverence for its vastness. As the storm intensified, despair overcame the camels, causing them to kneel and bury their heads in the sand, feigning ignorance of the raging sandstorm. Along the way, they witnessed numerous camels meeting such a fate. This confrontation with the wrath of nature evoked a suffocating sense of helplessness, despair, and oppression. Only Man lashed the camels with his whip, but to no avail. They remained unresponsive. Eventually, he slumped to the ground, defeated. "It's over. It's all over. Running is futile. We might as well wait for death here." Su Ping surveyed the surroundings and reassured, "Do not panic. It is not as dire as it seems. With our luck and Wong Fatty's innate talent, we should be able to outpace the narrative itself." The only issue lay in visibility. For an ordinary person, this could prove challenging, but for Su Ping, endowed with the ghost eye talent and even the ability to see through objects, he could discern things even dozens, if not hundreds, of meters away amidst the tempest. As he focused his attention, the environment became increasingly clear. "Follow me. I will lead you to safety." He struck the rear of the lead camel, seemingly understanding his command. The camel, previously unresponsive to Only Man's whip, sprang to its feet. As it stood, the other camels appeared to sense Su Ping and Amp, Appos, S call and lifted their heads from the sand. Only Man watched in astonishment, bewildered by the scene. After several days of feeding, he had not only learned the language of camels, but had also gained the ability to command them. The caravan journeyed southwest for 50 to 60 meters. where they beheld an ancient city wall, behind which lay a partially buried ruin in the desert. Upon sighting the ancient remains, hope surged within them. They tethered the camels behind the city wall and hastily entered the ruins. Only Man desperately tried to calm the camels, urging them to stay still. But the raging sandstorm terrified them into disobedience. Everything will be fine. Rest here. Su Ping gently stroked the camel's head, and almost instantly, the herd quieted. Comrade Xiao Su, your ability to communicate with camels is astounding. Only Man exclaimed, astonished by Su Ping and Appo's prowess. Let us enter the ancient ruins, Su Ping instructed. After calming the camels, he gathered some supplies and proceeded into the shelter, with Only Man closely behind. Just as they stepped inside, darkness enveloped the outside world, akin to nightfall. With howling sand obscuring visibility just 2 to 3 meters away, Wang Fatty, meticulous in nature, began inspecting the surroundings as soon as they entered, declaring, I've checked. It's quite safe. Our lives have been spared. Hu Bai gazed at the ceiling, from which sand occasionally trickled down, voicing his concern, not necessarily. This ancient ruin is riddled with holes, and with the sandstorm possibly lasting for days, we might end up entombed here. Stop scaring us, Wang Fatty retorted, startled. Professor Chen took a few sips of water, dragging his weary body forward. Only Man, I truly must thank you this time. Only Man sat down leisurely, sipping water. I had no choice. It was all thanks to Comrade Xiao Su. He saved us all. Chen and the others were momentarily taken aback. They only remembered how Professor Chen had been on the verge of collapse, wanting to rest, while Su Ping insisted he could not. But how did this relate to the ancient ruins? Wang Fatty, noticing their hesitation, scolded, You all ought to express your gratitude to old Su. Along the way, you were nearly done for. If it hadn't been for old Su's insistence, we would all be buried in the sand right now. If you're not fit for the desert, then don't come here. What if something were to happen? As he spoke, Chen and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment, falling silent. After a moment, Professor Chen approached Su Ping, somewhat bashful. Comrade Xiao Su, thank you immensely. No need for that. Su Ping waved dismissively, his tone cold. As I've said, in life and death situations, each person must take responsibility for their own actions. Do not implicate others. Yes, we understand. Professor Chen nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile. Shirley Yang rubbed her eyes gently, her face contorted in pain. Yu Yisun, concerned, inquired. Miss Yang, what's wrong? It's nothing. Shirley Yang, with one eye closed, shook her head resolutely, though the pain on her face did not diminish. Su Ping glanced at the swirling sands outside and instructed, Fatty, you and Shu Jian go fetch food, fuel, and sleeping bags. We shall have to stay here until the sandstorm subsides tonight. We will take turns keeping watch, just in case. Xiao Chu, let us go. As they stepped out, Wang Fatty teased, Hey Xiao Chu, who would be he thought you'd have to look after the old professor while studying archaeology. Shu Jian, I'll go outside and gather some firewood. Hu Bai rolled up his sleeves, preparing to lend a hand. The firewood is a bit far. I'll go later. Su Ping stopped him. Old Hu, you have desert experience. Check the room thoroughly. Do not overlook any details. Be especially cautious in the desert. Understood. Hu Bai nodded, meticulously examining the room with a flashlight. Subsequently, Su Ping approached Shirley Yang, crouching beside her. How are you? Is it still not better? Shirley Yang bit her lip, hesitating to speak, her eyes nearly swollen shut from the sand. She truly did not wish to appear weak over such a trivial matter. Observing her stubbornness, Su Ping smiled, removing his water bottle and rinsing his fingers. Here. Shirley Yang instinctively recoiled. Do not move. Su Ping spoke in a commanding tone, gently removing her hand from her eyes. With one eye now free, Shirley Yang glanced at Su Ping, feeling a bit shy, and closed her eyes again, almost surrendering to his care. Bear with it. Meanwhile, Hu Bai, engrossed in his inspection, observed this scene absent-mindedly. Old Su truly excels. How did he manage that? This foreign girl is indeed stunning. It's a pity I cannot aspire to such heights. Only old Su has the skill and courage to seize such opportunities. The secret art of feng shui, blue, has been significantly enhanced. The art of moving mountains, green, has been improved. Chapter 41. Old Su, you are truly bold. Remember, if sand gets in, do not rub, endure it for a moment, and it shall surely pass. Su Ping observed Shire Yang's bloodshot eyes, clearly reflecting her genuine pain. Shire Yang gazed at Su Ping with her enchanting eyes, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a long pause, she nodded dumbly, saying, Okay. By the way, I wasted your water. Here, take mine. With that, Shire Yang handed her water bottle to Su Ping. Thank you. Su Ping accepted it without hesitation. Knowing they had reached the ancient ruins of the Western Night Kingdom, where the sacred well was not far away, and water resources were unlikely to be scarce, he opened the cap and took several hearty gulps before returning it to Shire Yang. Nearby, Hu Ba-yi was dumbfounded. Is that really acceptable? That's Miss Yang's water bottle. Isn't that tantamount to an indirect kiss? Old Su has water in his own bottle. The real issue is that Shire Yang will need to drink later. Old Su is quite audacious. If only I could be like him. Perhaps I would have found a partner by now. Yet, with old Su's intricate ways, why has he married yet? He reflected on Yingzi back in Beiping and then on Shire Yang now. Hu Bai succinctly concluded, scum. Utterly scummy. Maintaining a red flag at home while letting colorful flags flutter outside. Su Ping, having assessed Shire Yang, donned his sand goggles and covered his mouth and nose as he navigated out of the ancient ruins. Outside, the wind howled ferociously and the sandstorm raged, presenting Su Ping with the sensation of at least an 8-level gale, with speeds estimated at 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. The sand stung his face like daggers. Nevertheless, even in the face of such a tempest, Su Ping's steps remained swift, and his body was unscathed. He uprooted several tamarisk plants, presumably sown by someone in the vicinity. Upon seeing Wang Pengzi and Chu Jian struggling with their burdens, precariously holding onto each other as they walked unsteadily, one could imagine that if they let go, they might be swept away. Back at the campsite, they ignited solid fuel and kindled the fire. Wang Pengzi distributed the jerky among everyone. When Enliman arrived, he reassured, "Old man, your camel is just fine. Rest assured, even if something happens, I will take the lead. Even if I am buried in sand, I will not allow you to act." Professor Chun, gnawing on jerky, chuckled, "Little Wang. Even if you let him out now, he wouldn't run away, would he, old brother?" Enliman remained silent, focusing on his jerky. Wang Pengzi raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Professor Chen, thinking, "You, old anchor, dare to mock Enliman? Old Su, I just found some footprints in the corner. They appear to be from sandwolves," Hu Bai stated earnestly. Wang Pengzi pointed towards the exit, exclaiming, "I had forgotten. There are 6 or 7 yellow sheep beneath the city wall outside." Enliman remarked leisurely, "This place serves as a sanctuary for desert animals, courtesy of the Lake University. You have only seen the yellow sheep. There may well be wolves and leopards nearby. However, the black sandstorm has frightened all creatures away. Once the storm passes, wolves will bare their teeth, and yellow sheep will flaunt their horns." Professor Chen, who had just mocked Enliman, immediately turned solemn upon hearing this. With the other intellectuals also tightening their expressions, Su Ping regarded them and proclaimed, "This is the survival law of the desert. This principle applies not only to animals, but to humans as well. Sometimes, humans can be more terrifying than beasts." "WH. What are you holding, Xiaoya?" Hao Igwa stammered. Yu Yisan, seeing the bone in her hand, let out a sharp scream, tossing it aside and hurriedly hiding behind Chu Jian. Hao Igwa composed himself and reprimanded, "We, as archaeologists, should and amp, oppose, fear bones." Yu Yisan, pitifully, replied, "I'm sorry, teacher Hao, I didn't expect there to be human bones. I wasn't mentally prepared." The group examined the pile of bones. Hu Ba-yi, having inspected it earlier, noted the absence of human remains, likely buried beneath the yellow sand. He pondered aloud, "The desert's temperature is exceptionally high. Those who perished here are mostly naturally dried out, so their bodies wouldn't be devoid of flesh." "Not far off," Enliman remarked nonchalantly, "perhaps they were eaten by wolves." His words rendered the others silent. Today's pile of white bones could be there tomorrow. Some things are more terrifying than wolves. Su Ping, with piercing eyes, urged, "Look closely. Do you see any wolf bite marks on the bones?" Hu Bai picked up a femur, scrutinizing it carefully, only to find it devoid of wolf bite marks instead. It bore countless tiny, dense tooth impressions. They were so minuscule that one would not discern them without close inspection. The bite marks were particularly dense and deep. What creature, small in size, possesses such biting power? Hu Bai felt a jolt of alarm. He had undergone desert training, but had never encountered anything like this. Enliman's expression turned grave as he approached for a closer look, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Old Su, do you know what this is?" "It's the bite marks of desert army ants." Su Ping did not hold back, stating plainly, "Desert army ants?" Professor Chen was taken aback but soon began to educate the students. Desert army ants, known as the military of ant colonies, are exceedingly vicious. They can reach 2 centimeters in length and contain large amounts of acetic acid in their mouths, allowing them to devour prey, even killing creatures many times their size. However, Their bite force is not so astonishing, and it is not said that desert army ants consume humans. Many legends about man-eating ants are mere exaggerations. Listening to Professor Chun, Shire Yang fell silent for a moment before countering. There is nothing impossible in this world. She turned to Su Ping with sincerity, asking, Old Su, if it truly is desert army ants, what should we do? Su Ping replied calmly, as Lyman said, once the sandstorm ceases, the desert army ants will seek food. As long as we depart promptly, we will be safe. However, to be cautious, Old Hu, and you will need to take turns keeping watch. Chu Jian. Upon hearing this, eagerly volunteered, Brother Su, I'll help too. Su Ping glanced at Chu Jian and the others, saying, if I let you keep watch, I fear I would perish even faster. The others, Chapter 42. Who digs it up? Who takes responsibility? Those who die deserve it. Fat Wong took a bite of dried meat, expressing his frustration. Eating this jerky every day is making my teeth ache. I'll go shoot a couple of yellow sheep, and we can enjoy some mutton soup and tender meat. And the man quickly shook his head and replied, No. If you shoot, all the animals hiding here will be scared away. They'll end up buried alive in the desert. We are no different from these animals. We are all under the protection of Huda, seeking refuge here. If you do that, even if we escape, Huda will punish us. Hearing in Li Man's endless rambling, Fat Wong replied hastily, All right, I want to eat anymore. Is that okay? I just mentioned it once. And you've gone on and on. Su Ping stood up, brushing off the dirt, and said, We just need to avoid startling them, right? Wait here. Fat Wong. With that, Su Ping stepped outside. Before long, he returned, each hand carrying a yellow sheep. After skinning and butchering, they savored the delicious mutton soup. And the anxious crowd finally relaxed, especially in Li Man, who eagerly drank 3 large bowls. Fat Wong, gnawing on a lamb chop, teased, Old man. Didn't you say it wasn't possible? Compared to Professor Chun and the other intellectuals, Fat Wong found in Li Man quite agreeable. Shooting is out of the question, but 1 or 2 is all right. And Li Man said, scooping another bowl of mutton soup, Comrade Su, this is permissible. Su Ping smiled and asked, You didn't regret listening to me, did you? And Li Man gave Su Ping a thumbs up, saying, My friend, Huda will appreciate you. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Su Ping gathered the unwanted entrails of the sheep and stepped outside to discard them. These entrails, reeking of blood, could easily attract unwanted attention. Attracting desert army ants would be disastrous. Simultaneously, Hubai looked at the nearby bones and suggested, Fat Wong, let us bury these bones. Fat Wong casually glanced and pointed, Let us bury them there. Hubai approached with a shovel, digging a few times. A crisp sound echoed, causing Hubai's hand to tingle. What is going on? It can't be bottomed out already, can it? Fat Wong, carrying a pile of bones, approached. Hubai, puzzled, said, That is impossible. Most of this building is buried in sand. It shouldn't be this shallow. Could there be something below? Fat Wong, intrigued, pulled out a flashlight to illuminate the area. Moments later, they unearthed a black stone egg. Haoigwa leaned in, puzzled. This place should be an official's residence or a meeting hall, with the sand covering it. How large must this black stone egg be? Fat Wong, nonchalantly, remarked. Who cares what it is? Let us dig it out first. After digging half a meter deep, the black stone egg began to reveal its true form. It was a gigantic black stone head, with large eyes and mysterious ancient characters etched upon it, which they could not comprehend. The sight of such a monumental statue immediately caught the attention of Professor Chin and others, who gathered around. Hubai pondered. This resembles a statue worshipped in a mountain temple. Fat Wong couldn't help but scoff. What an ugly design. Upon hearing it was a deity statue. And Li Man tiptoed closer, and upon seeing it, he seemed struck by lightning, saying, You, don't move. With that, he knelt down before the statue in prayer. Forget it. Fat Wong mused as he curiously touched the statue, asking, Do you think this thing is worth anything? It should be considered an antique, right? Hubai shot him a glare. Fat Wong was fine in many respects, but his greed was tiresome. Aigwa. Haven't we seen similar black statues somewhere before? Indeed. Haoigwa recognized, nodding, in the 1,000 coffins tombs of the western regions. There is a statue made from the same mold. Its eyes are extraordinarily large, unlike ordinary statues. This is the giant eye statue. Professor Chen, captivated by the giant eye statue, remarked, Not just there. Similar giant eye statues have also been unearthed in Tian Shan, Altai, the Tianhe River Basin, and the Mongolian steppe. Professor, is there any significance to this statue? Asked Shueli Yang. It could possibly relate to the ancient city of Jingjue. Professor Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Regarding the giant eye statue, the archaeological community has yet to reach a definitive conclusion. Some scholars propose it may represent a deity worshipped by the Mongols, while others suggest it was revered by the ancient Turks. However, there is no conclusive evidence. It remains an unsolved mystery. Chu Jian suggested, Professor, since this statue is an unsolved mystery, why don't we excavate it for study? Just as he finished speaking, a group of intellectuals began preparing to dig. Enli Man suddenly shouted, No, this is a blessing arranged here by Huda. Disturbing it will invite divine punishment. Haigwa, already tired of Enli Man's incessant mumbling, retorted loudly, We are conducting archaeological protective excavation. How can you say we are disturbing it? It absolutely cannot be touched. Enli Man argued, his face flushed with anger. Hubai hurriedly interjected, Old man, don't be anxious. You talk about heaven. Then Huda, then God. What do you truly believe in? Enli Man widened his eyes, looking puzzled at Hubai. I believe in whoever treats me well. Is there a problem with that? At that moment, Su Ping returned from outside. Enli Man, as if seeing a savior, rushed forward, saying, My friend, Huda favors you. Look at what they've done. They've dug up the statue of heaven. We may all face divine punishment. Su Ping glanced at the unearthed black giant eye statue. Having gone out to discard something, he hadn't expected them to unearth this. This group truly was a handful. Rest assured, this isn't a deity statue, Su Ping said calmly. It's fine to excavate the stone statue, but whoever digs it up must take responsibility for what lies beneath. You mean? Shueli Yang immediately caught on, the man-eating desert army ants. The crowd glanced at the bones scattered on the ground, then at the black statue. Fat Wang silently tossed his shovel aside. Whoever wants to dig can go ahead. Fat Wang, will dig no more. After a moment of thought, feeling it was right, he quietly picked it up again and began filling in the hole. The onlooking Professor Chen and others were frantic, but they dared not speak up. Whether human or divine, it was placed here by heaven. My friend, God will appreciate you. Enli Man sighed in relief, returning to his spot. Professor Chen watched in dismay as Fat Wang buried the statue shovel by shovel, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Soon after, the group began to rest, with Su Ping taking the first watch. Once everyone was asleep, Shueli Yang crawled out from her sleeping bag and approached Su Ping. Mr. Su, I can't sleep. May I chat with you? Of course, Su Ping nodded. Chapter 43, Rogue. There are so many people here. Mr. Su, earlier you mentioned that the statue is not divine. It seems you possess some knowledge about the giant eye statue. Could you elaborate? Sherry Yang asked casually. Su Ping lit a cigarette, took a puff, and replied. According to legend, the mother of ghosts from the ancient demon kingdom possessed a pair of extraordinarily unique eyes, which held many magical powers. These eyes are referred to as the seventh eye in the esoteric Buddhist scriptures, the boundless demon eye. After the fall of the ancient demon kingdom, its descendants established the kingdom of Jingjue in the western regions. They regarded these eyes as the source of power and yearned for a pair that could see through the interfaces of reality, using methods to cultivate the mother of ghosts. They sought to create a new one. Eventually, the queen of Jingjue was born, inheriting some abilities from her predecessors. Her eyes possessed the power to traverse the realm of forms, bringing the nations of the western regions to submission. Sherry Yang fell silent for a moment and remarked, From what you say, the queen of Jingjue seems like a female demon. On another note, it's not entirely impossible. For the past 6 months, I have been experiencing the same peculiar dream. In this dream, I find myself in an infinitely dark cavern, beneath which hangs a massive coffin, with ghostly inscriptions covering the surrounding walls. A colossal entity rests atop that coffin. Yet, every time I attempt to approach and discern the dream, I awaken. Sometimes I wonder if that coffin might belong to the queen of Jingjue. I believe you must know what it truly is. Sherry Yang and Appo's deep-set eyes were fixed intently on Su Ping, eagerly anticipating his response. Su Ping flicked the ash from his cigarette, glanced at the howling wind and sand outside, and countered, It seems I have yet to tell you about the origins of the ancient demon kingdom, Haven Ti. Indeed. Sherry Yang nodded emphatically. In the era preceding antiquity, there were many ancient deities, each possessing unfathomable abilities, immortality, mastery over time, manipulation of dreams, and the power to alter causality. Some ancient deities could even recreate the universe. For reasons unknown, these deities fell or concealed themselves, leading the world into the ancient period. During this time, humanity assumed dominance. Yet the miracles of the ancient deities persisted, with the world flourishing in diversity. This corresponds to the era of the 5 emperors of the Great Xia. Among them, The ancestors of the Demon Kingdom discovered a cavern to the north of Kunlun, housing the remains of the ancient deity, the Serpent God. Along with two miraculous artifacts, the Serpent Goddess Brain and the Serpent Goddess Eye. The brain possessed the power of transformation, while the eye granted immortality to the soul and served as a key to the realm of forms. The ancestors of the Demon Kingdom took the Serpent Goddess Eye, and the Mother of Ghosts was endowed with the boundless demon eye, achieving eternal soul life. It is said that each generation of the Mother of Ghosts is a reincarnation of the previous one. That cavern is the ghost cave of the ancient city of Jingjue. After the ancestors of the Demon Kingdom took the Serpent Goddess Eye, a tribe from the far western region settled near the ghost cave, captivated by its profound mysteries. Eager to uncover its secrets, the high priest, through divination, learned of a method to probe the mysteries of the ghost cave, and thus commanded the creation of a replica of the Serpent Goddess Eye. However, this act unleashed a terrifying sacrificial ritual, opening the realm of transformation and connecting the burial space of the Serpent God with the material world. This incited a curse upon the tribe. Every generation, upon reaching the age of 40, their blood would gradually turn golden, and when entirely transformed, they would perish, becoming offerings to the Serpent God. Upon hearing this, Sherry felt a jolt, instinctively touching the eye mark on her back. This situation resonated too closely with what her group had encountered. Su Ping continued, additionally, a serpent calamity erupted near the ghost cave, with numerous monstrous serpents emerging to slaughter livestock and their kin. Within this tribe, two ancient sages arose, endowed with divine power, vanquishing the monstrous serpents but unable to lift the curse. Thus, they left their homeland, journeying to the central plains in search of the key to close the realm of transformation, namely, the Serpent Goddess Eye. They disguised themselves as Taoists, plundering ancient tombs across the land, seeking the elixir of life, which you know as the Mover of Mountains. This tribe would later be referred to as the Zaglamar tribe, and the mountains near the ghost cave became known as Zaglamar Mountain. Wow! At this revelation, Sherry Yang's mind buzzed. She gazed at Su Ping, as though enveloped in a mysterious aura, rendering her comprehension elusive. Their tribe had been passed down through millennia, yet events from 1,000 years ago remained unclear even to her grandfather. To her astonishment, someone today could articulate the past and present of their lineage with such clarity. In that instant, many things seemed to crystallize in her understanding. She was a member of the Zaglamar tribe, tasked with the mission of locating the Serpent Goddess Eye to seal the realm of transformation and lift the curse. The reason she dreamt of the Queen of Jingjue's coffin was that they were sacrifices to the Serpent God, and the Queen and Appo's eyes could connect to the burial site of the Serpent God. There might exist some extraordinary internal connection. It was all so bewildering. Everything felt incredibly strange. She once held her own faith, believing in God. Yet, she now realized that certain matters seemed beyond God's domain. God, whom she had never seen. Yet, she had witnessed the miracles of ancient deities. Whether it was the curse of her tribe's ghostly eyes or the fire beetles, as well as her eerily similar dreams. In a daze, she found herself inclined to believe that Su Ping's words were entirely true. Yet, reason admonished her that such thoughts were utterly insane. The ancient kingdom of Jingjue had existed for over 2,000 years. This meant the queen of Jingjue had perished over 2 millennia ago. Could she still influence her? Was the queen truly dead, or was she alive? Or had she, like the mother of ghosts, been reincarnated? Mr. Su, do you genuinely believe that ancient deities exist in this world? We must believe in science. Su Ping grinned. You urge me to believe in science, yet are you scientific yourself? Sherry Yang retorted, particularly recalling Su Ping's encounters with the prehistoric giant salamander and the swarm of fire beetles. Was that scientific? When faced with uncertainty, quantum mechanics, surely that is science. Su Ping shrugged in response. Sherry Yang was momentarily taken aback. Quantum mechanics? Su Ping seemed to possess knowledge of even the most avant-garde theoretical sciences. Indeed, quantum mechanics sometimes verged on the realm of theology. Yet, quantum mechanics is predominantly theoretical and not necessarily accurate. Even the deity of love openly detests quantum mechanics. Then, do you know where the Serpent Goddess Eye currently resides? That is a different matter altogether. Su Ping chuckled as he lifted his hand, gently cradling Sherry Yang's exquisite chin, and remarked, this face is rather charming. Rogue. Sherry Yang's face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Yet she did not shy away, exclaiming, there are so many people here. Chapter 44, The Secret Art of Moving Mountains and the Principles of Interactions Among All Things. What is happening with so many people? Are they all asleep? Su Ping cast a glance at those lying in their sleeping bags and remarked nonchalantly, Shui Liang shot him a disapproving look and replied, even if they and Appos re-asleep. It's not ideal. What if they wake up? So what if they wake up? What happens then? Su Ping shrugged indifferently and grinned. We aren't engaged in anything inappropriate. What do you mean by inappropriate? Shui Liang countered, momentarily taken aback. Leaning closer to Shui Liang's ear, Su Ping whispered something that sent warmth and moisture brushing against her skin, causing her discomfort as he toyed with her dark tresses. Upon hearing his words, her eyes widened in shock mixed with shyness, and she clenched her delicate fists, glaring at him fiercely. You. Shui Liang inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling like tumultuous waves. Then, she seized Su Ping's hand and bit down. That's what you get for speaking out of turn. She scolded between bites. Are you a little puppy? Su Ping retorted with a smile. His indestructible physique made it exceedingly difficult for even a military knife to pierce through, let alone Shui Liang's few teeth. Creak, creak. Shui Liang could no longer tolerate Su Ping and Appos' teasing tone, her face reddening like an apple as she bit down harder. Try a bit harder. Su Ping reclined, feigning indifference. Shui Liang exerted all her strength, her eyes fixed on Su Ping, waiting for him to plead for mercy. However, not only was Su Ping unscathed, but he also seemed to relish the situation. How infuriating. Frustrated, she released her grip, only to realize that despite the saliva-soaked hand, there was no significant damage, just a faint imprint of her teeth. Not even pigskin could boast such resilience. Shui Liang was utterly speechless. How could Su Ping and Appos' skin be so thick? Thick-skinned in every sense. With her anger having nowhere to go, Shui Liang and Appos' fury dwindled. She scrutinized Su Ping and, to her surprise, noted that he was quite handsome. If brute strength wouldn't and Appos' work, perhaps a softer approach would suffice. Suddenly, she leaned in close to Su Ping and planted a kiss on his cheek, smiling as she said, If we manage to survive this expedition to the ancient city and confirm your claims, I'll consider your proposal. With that, she stood and returned to her sleeping bag. Meanwhile, Su Ping reflected upon the secret art of moving mountains in his mind. The quality of the secret art had significantly improved, now reaching a blue quality. In addition to the foundational techniques of the secret art, new skills had emerged, such as the principles of interactions among all things. Every entity in the universe must have its counteracting counterpart. This is the fundamental essence of the secret art. Everything is no exception. Even the mightiest ancient gods have their vulnerabilities. At that moment, a mound of sand above the buried giant-eyed statue seemed to stir. As if something was attempting to emerge from within, the sand continued to rise. After a brief while, a large, black ant with a red tail, measuring 2 segments of finger bones in length, crawled out, circled the sand, and then burrowed back in. The next day, the black sandstorm gradually subsided. Early in the morning, Enlyman awoke, eager to check on his prized camel. Su Ping also rose and followed him outside. Upon inspecting the camel, Enlyman prepared to return and pack his belongings. Su Ping held the reins of the camel and said, It's not safe here. I'll lead the camel further away. Enlyman waved his hand dismissively, replying, My friend, that's unnecessary. We'll pack our things and be on our way soon. Friend, you still don't understand the situation with these people inside. Su Ping glanced at the ancient ruins before leading the camel away. After walking 200 or 300 meters, Su Ping felt it was sufficient and let the camel lie down, waiting for his return. The camel still had ample supplies of meat and water. As long as the water was preserved, there was nothing to worry about. Enlyman turned back towards the ancient ruins. A crowd had gathered around something, and as he approached, his heart sank. In the midst of the crowd was the giant-eyed statue, now excavated to a height of over 1 meter. What are you doing? Digging up a statue? Who will punish you? He exclaimed. You are damaging the divine. We received Huda's blessing, allowing us to survive the sandstorm. Yet you repay kindness with harm by unearthing the statue. You will face retribution. Seeing this, Professor Chen stepped in to calm him, saying, Old brother, please don't panic. This is a scientific study, a protective excavation of the statue. Huda knows and won't be angry. And Lyman waved his hand in frustration, replying, I don't and Appos, care about that. I warned you about the divine, but you wouldn't listen. Comrade Su also mentioned that there are ants underground, man-eating ants. And still, you disregarded the warning. Haigwa shouted angrily, Be quiet. We're about to leave, so what's the harm in digging up a statue? If we truly unearth the desert army ants, we'll be fine. How can I be quiet when you ask me to? And Lyman retorted, his anger causing him to stammer as he shouted back. Hubai, still half asleep, was awakened by the commotion. He learned of the situation and glanced at Professor Chin and the others, saying, "Old man, don't be upset. Cleaning up the statue is a more sincere tribute. Isn't that right?" And Lyman paused, spreading his hands. "Do as you wish. But if we're cornered by wolves or leopards, don't blame me." With that, and Lyman grabbed his belongings and headed out. Hubei approached Professor Chin and advised, "Professor, just in case, it's best not to dig any further." Professor Chin nodded in understanding, saying, "All right, let us just make a sketch of what we've unearthed and leave." Sketch? What a waste of time. It was clear he couldn't be persuaded. Old Hu, forget about them. Old Su said, "Whoever creates the trouble must take responsibility. Let us hurry and pack our things. I have a feeling this place isn't safe." Wang Pengzi had already stuffed everything into his pack in no time. Hubei shook his head helplessly and began to gather his belongings. As Xue Liang packed her things, she observed the changes in the ground. If a horde of desert army ants emerged, she would need to alert everyone. After all, she had funded the archaeological team, and if something went awry, she would bear some responsibility. As Hubei and Wang Pengzi exited with their gear, Su Ping returned to the ancient ruins. Seeing that Xue Liang had finished packing and stood at the back of the crowd without leaving, he spoke up. "I understand your intentions. Some matters require leveraging strength. But placing oneself in a perilous situation is not a wise choice." Chu Jian surveyed the surroundings, unconvinced, and said, "Danger? Where is the danger?" Chapter 45. Shirley Yang was overly proactive, a waste of energy. Just as he finished speaking, the sand beside him surged violently, and in an instant, countless desert army ants erupted forth, immediately crawling up his legs. Startled, he kicked several times, crushing about 10 large ants, yet he nonchalantly remarked, "These ants are indeed quite large, but to say they can devour a person, I find that hard to believe." As he spoke, he kicked again, and more than a dozen desert army ants exploded underfoot. Simultaneously, in the room, sand began to surge from over 20 locations, and in a blink, a torrent of desert army ants gushed forth like a fountain. Drawn by the scent of their fallen comrades, they swarmed towards Chu Jian. In the blink of an eye, his legs were covered in ants. The biting of the desert army ants inflicted immense pain, especially as they released toxins that made it even more unbearable. "Why aren't and Appo's you running?" Su Ping and Appo's voice rang in everyone and Appo's ears, prompting their realization. Shirley Yang spread out the fire pit, attempting to fend off the attacking ants. "Forget the belongings. Run, run," she urged, looking at Professor Chun and the others, who were still dazedly packing their things. All right, Professor Chen nodded repeatedly. And with the help of Chu Jian and Hao Aigua, he scrambled out of the ancient ruins and ran towards Hubei and Wang Pengzi in the distance. Just as they fled, a multitude of desert army ants occupied their previous spot. Shirley Yang intended to follow, but she was denied the opportunity. "Mr. Su, we can't escape." She turned to Su Ping, her eyes filled with despair. To her astonishment, Su Ping stood still, quietly observing her, and there wasn't a single desert army ant near him. How could this be? As she was taken aback, several ants crawled into her pants, biting her long, slender legs. The venom coursed through her body, causing a tingling sensation at the bite sites. She bent down and swatted the ants dead without hesitation, then rushed to Su Ping and Appo's side, instinctively knowing that her only chance of survival lay in doing so. As she saw the pursuing ants retreat like a receding tide when she drew closer to Su Ping, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at him in astonishment. Su Ping glanced over the seemingly endless horde of desert army ants and shook his head, saying, "You truly risk yourself to save others." Having just arrived in Daxia and with the need to explore tombs, Shirley Yang realized that many matters required official assistance. Especially with this archaeological endeavor resulting in fatalities, the higher-ups would certainly not let it slide easily. "But you are here, aren't you?" Seeing Su Ping's calm demeanor, Shirley Yang felt reassured. "With you here, there will be no accidents." "Ah." Su Ping paused momentarily and smiled. "You truly have faith in me." "Of course. Now let and Appo's hurry." A rare smile appeared on Shirley Yang's usually cold face. Just as they exited the ancient ruins, a piercing scream echoed, and they saw Chu Jian ahead, having lost a shoe, revealing a stark white bone beneath. Due to the kicks earlier, a multitude of desert army ants had crawled into his pants, continuously releasing toxins that paralyzed his nerves and feasted on his flesh. It wasn't until he became a mere skeleton that he realized the gravity of his situation. His body could no longer maintain balance, and he fell to the ground, instantly being overwhelmed by the swarming desert army ants. In mere moments, a living man had turned into a skeleton. Not even his clothes remained. Xiao Chu. Professor Chen shouted, only to be pulled away by Hao Aigua. Shirley Yang felt a chill run down her spine. If it weren't for Su Ping, she would likely share the same fate as Chu Jian now. Mr. Su. I truly thank you for being here. Shirley Yang gazed deeply into Su Ping and Amp, Appos, eyes. What use are empty words? Why not embrace me instead? Su Ping spread his arms wide, grinning cheekily at her. Shirley Yang noticed Professor Chen, Ubai, and the others watching them from a distance, and her face flushed. They're all watching. What's there to fear? Let's wait until no one is around. Suddenly, Shirley Yang felt another sting on her leg. Looking down to see more desert army ants crawling toward her, she immediately moved closer to Su Ping, but this time, it seemed ineffective. The ants charged toward them without hindrance. How could this be? Just a moment ago, they were afraid to approach. Shirley Yang felt overwhelmed, left with no choice but to inch closer to Su Ping. Even as they nearly pressed against one another, the ants continued their relentless advance. Mr. Su, hurry. We can end Amp, Appos, to hold them off much longer. Shirley Yang looked at Su Ping, who wore an innocent smile. Shirley Yang, exasperated, demanded, is this your doing? Su Ping shrugged and jested, I Dawn and Appos, possess such abilities. Perhaps you simply smell more enticing. I believe you about as much as a fairy tale. Shirley Yang and Amp, Appos' expression grew icier as she noticed the swarm of ants multiplying beneath her feet, leaving her utterly helpless. I and Amp, Appos, hold you. Is that acceptable? Shirley Yang wrapped her arms around Su Ping. What on earth is happening? Hubai and Appos' eyes widened at the sight. What timing for such intimacy? How could the normally aloof Miss Yang be so forward? Calm down, old Hu. Wang Pengzi patted Hubai's shoulder. Old Su is not someone to be trifled with. Even fire beetles cannot contend with him, let alone these mere desert army ants. There and Amp, Appos, no need to worry. Your feng shui secret technique, blue, talent has been significantly enhanced. Your mountain-moving secret technique, blue, talent, has been improved. Being embraced by Shirley Yang felt like lying on a spring mattress, quite comfortable. Though it did strain his back, he remained still, not reciprocating the embrace, instead lightly quipping, this was your choice, not mine. Shirley Yang, how shameless, she thought. Now that we're embracing, why are there still ants biting me? She asked, frustrated. Su Ping replied earnestly, I already stated, we must trust science. How could I possibly control the desert army ants? You and Amp, Appos, requite something. Shirley Yang shot him a glare, and then, without further hesitation, she wrapped her legs around his waist. Mr. Su, let us move quickly. Don't rush. Su Ping surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on a distant wall. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resounded as the sturdy wall, which had stood for thousands of years in the desert, collapsed. From the rubble emerged a colossal desert army ant, resembling a young calf, complete with 3 pairs of enormous transparent wings, soaring out of the pit. Shirley Yang felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Mr. Su, even now, you still expect me to believe in science? Chapter 46, exclusive to workers. The transformation of Shirley Yang, talent attributes, supreme fertility, red. Extraordinary physique, purple, copy conditions, employ the guanine sitting technique, sit to death copy effect, 100% replication, one of them. Alas, this talent attribute is rather unique, truly befitting of an ant queen, remarkably prolific indeed. The copying conditions are particularly absurd. What exactly is the guanine sitting technique? Can an ordinary person even employ such a move? And to sit it to death? The ant queen, after all, endures immense pressure underground, far exceeding thousands of pounds. How could one possibly sit it to death? It is not human. Were it not for the presence of the extraordinary physique, purple, he would hardly consider replication. Steeling himself, Su Ping whispered under his breath, then leaped into the air, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters. Before descending with great force, his legs crossed. Shirley Yang naturally settled upon his lap. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the desert army ant queen, just emerging from the ground, was forcefully pressed down, crashing into the yellow sand, sending it flying over 2 meters high. In Su Ping and Appos' embrace, Shirley Yang suddenly let out a pained gasp, her body trembling, waves of intensity coursing through her. Yet, her complexion was surprisingly rosy. She clung tightly to Su Ping and Appos' neck. Gasping for breath, her silver teeth biting her crimson lips as she shyly whispered in his ear, you pressed against me. Su Ping was momentarily taken aback, replying, apologies. He then exerted force, withdrawing the military knife lodged within the ant queen's exoskeleton. How could it be a Japanese sword? A breeze swept across Sherry Young and Amp Appo's flushed face, and she regained clarity, utterly astonished. Su Ping, perplexed, retorted, "Without a knife, would I defeat this creature barehanded? How could such a shrewd foreign lady falter at such a critical moment?" With a swift motion, as the military knife was extracted, a deluge of blood gushed forth from the Queen and Appo's wound. However, rather than succumbing to this blow, the Ant Queen became enraged. It quivered its massive form, a terrifying force radiating towards Su Ping, an intensity so tremendous it was inconceivable, surpassing his own strength by several times, even dozens of times. Su Ping was flung backward, retreating several steps in the sand before regaining his balance. If one attempt failed, he would make another, taking a deep breath under the sun's rays. His blood surged like a tumultuous tide, seemingly boiling within him. At that moment, he emanated an exceedingly formidable aura, one capable of subjugating 100 tribes. Sherry Yang also sensed this aura, watching Su Ping in astonishment. She could distinctly feel that he was now serious. Su Ping descended like a mountain from the heavens. Boom. The Ant Queen, having just taken flight, was once again crushed to the ground, simultaneously as the military knife plunged into the previous wound. Su Ping tightened his grip on the hilt and slashed to the right. With a crisp sound, the connection between the Queen's body was severed, and a torrent of bodily fluids erupted forth, its colossal head collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Without hesitation, Su Ping delivered another strike, entirely cleaving the Ant Queen in two, ensuring it was irrevocably dead. Hearing no sound from behind, Sherry Young inquired with uncertainty, "Is it over?" Su Ping nodded. "It is indeed over." Blushing, Sherry Young asked, "If it and Amp Appo's over, could you remove the military knife?" "The knife is right here. ISN and Amp Appo's. See it?" Su Ping waved the now battered military knife, which had several broken notches. In the wake of the battle, the surrounding desert army ants scattered in disarray, prompting Sherry Yang to quickly release Su Ping and retreat to a safe distance. Su Ping, undeterred, focused entirely on the transformative words of the Ant Queen. "Please. No supreme fertility. No supreme fertility," Su Ping silently implored. This ability was utterly preposterous. Extraordinary physique, purple, replication successful. A wave of joy surged through Su Ping and Amp Appo's heart. What one seeks, one may indeed find. Such fortune. He prepared to fully experience the effects of the extraordinary physique, purple. However, after a considerable wait, no results materialized. He glanced at his talent attributes. Exclusive talent for workers. Extraordinary physique. Purple possessing this attribute grants one the potential to transcend the mundane. What? Su Ping was momentarily stunned. What was this? Unable to be utilized? After all that effort, it was as if he had toiled in vain? Wait a moment. Exclusive talent for workers? Why has this category suddenly appeared? Surely, it cannot be intended for anyone but himself? Who, if not himself, could be deemed a worker? Yet, pondering further, he recalled his own lineage. The Yin and Huang bloodline, an ancient remnant with a potential surpassing even that of the Yin and Huang emperors. The extraordinary physique, purple, merely transcended the mundane. Its potential not particularly high. The Ant Queen's growth was solely attributable to her extraordinary physique. With the demise of the Queen, the swarming desert army ants scattered like headless flies, frantically darting about. In the distance, Lyman observed this scene, quietly producing a blanket, then prostrating himself in worship, murmuring in an incomprehensible tongue, "Oh great God, is this the angel you sent to rescue us?" Desert survival, orange, replication successful. With the acquisition of this new talent, an abundance of knowledge regarding survival in the desert flooded Su Ping's mind. It was as if he had instantly gained decades of experience in desert exploration, intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree. Particularly, he was well versed in the history and geographical distribution of the Taklamakan Desert and the nations that have existed there throughout the ages. Merely traversing this knowledge in his mind, he conceived a rough route to the ancient city of Jingjue. At this moment, even without enlightenment, they could still reach the ancient city of Jingjue. This skill was of utmost importance, for the desert harbored more than just the ancient city of Jingjue. The Luolan demon ear, the ancient Tongjing, the golden ancient kingdom. Countless ancient tombs lay buried within the sands. Without sufficient experience in the desert, entering them would prove exceedingly difficult. "Old Su, thank you." Sherry Yang finally calmed her restless heart, gazing earnestly at Su Ping. "Upon our return, I am willing to offer $1 million as a reward." Are you serious?" Su Ping was momentarily taken aback. Sherry Yang truly was a golden goose, her reward skyrocketing severalfold. $1 million, it was nearly equivalent to the profit from a single tomb heist. Of course, Sherry Yang nodded emphatically. I believe only you can assist me. This sum shall be regarded as a gesture of friendship. TSK, TSK, so forward. Has she taken a liking to me? Su Ping clicked his tongue, grinning mischievously. From now on, you handle the finances, and I will take care of the tools. Sherry Yang, could you be a bit more serious, please? At that moment, Su Ping noticed a mark appearing on Sherry Yang's flushed forehead. The mark was small but intricately detailed. Upon closer inspection, it depicted rows of villas, several luxury cars, and dozens of beautiful servants. Could this be the emblem of a worker? Workers, the spirit of labor. To work is to rise above the rest. As long as one toils diligently, the boss shall acquire a Ferrari. Tears welled up in his eyes. So, this was what waited for me? Since you are so sincere, I cannot be stingy either. Su Ping retrieved his water bottle and, with a series of satisfying gulps, drained its contents. Then, with a mere thought, a milky white liquid flowed forth from his body and filled the bottle. He handed it to Shelly Yang, urging her, drink this, and you shall experience unforeseen rewards. Chapter 47. The Great Tonic. Shirley Yang felt an unsettling heat enveloping her. She gazed in astonishment at the water bottle in Su Ping's hand. She could not fathom what benefits could stem from a simple container of water. Wasn't it all merely water? Did Su Ping's beverage possess some unique quality? Or was he merely teasing her with the prospect of an indirect kiss after sipping from it? A wave of hesitation washed over her. After all, everyone was watching. Such a blatant act of indirect intimacy felt inappropriate. Unlike the last occasion, when her actions were justified by the wastage of Su Ping's water, this time, could it be that he was hoping to kiss her? Shirley Yang cautiously inquired. You think too much, Su Ping replied, tightening the cap on the water bottle. If you don't wish to drink, then don't. The extraordinary physique, purple, he possessed allowed one to transcend the mundane. For an ordinary person, acquiring such a physique was undeniably a remarkable opportunity. Since Shirley Yang seemed unappreciative, he felt no obligation to pursue her. Wait, I will drink. I trust you. You are not the type to indulge in such grotesque humor. Seeing this, Shirley Yang extended her hand and snatched the water bottle from Su Ping. Gulping down several mouthfuls of the milky liquid, she noticed some residue at the corners of her mouth. Instinctively, she licked it clean with her tongue. After swallowing, she detected a hint of poppy flavor, but nothing else seemed amiss. Doubt crept into her mind. Could it be that Su Ping truly harbored such a twisted sense of humor? Memories of their encounters flooded her thoughts. Su Ping had often teased her, frequently leading her to misunderstandings. This time, had she been mistaken? Shirley Yang felt a pang of regret. While she could trust others, Su Ping was indeed a rogue with unpredictable tendencies. Yet, in the next moment, she was engulfed by an overwhelming heat, akin to having consumed a potent tonic. It felt as though a raging fire blazed within her, consuming her from the inside out. Every strand of hair was electrified with intensity. Profuse beads of sweat streamed from every pore of her body. Within moments, she was drenched, feeling hotter than after an entire day traversing the desert. As the scorching perspiration poured forth, she noticed unsightly stains, pushing her to the brink of despair. After all, she was a woman, and vanity is a woman and oppos's nature. Excessive impurities seeped from her pores, as if coated in a layer of black mud. Frantically, she retrieved a towel to wipe her face and hands clean, but the impurities on her body were beyond her immediate control. Mr. Su, what have you made me drink? Why is this happening? The heat was unbearable, compelling her to tear at her clothing in an attempt to dissipate the warmth. However, reason prevailed, and she covered her neckline. The tonic can enhance your physique. Su Ping chuckled at the sight of Shirley Yang covering herself, amused by her modesty. Did she truly fear his gaze? What was there to see in such a messy state? Even if he were to look, it would be more appropriate after she had freshened up. Besides, he had seen plenty of her before. As the impurities within her body gradually expelled, Shirley Yang felt a remarkable transformation take place. After days of exhaustion in the desert, her weary body suddenly surged with vitality, and her spirits lifted significantly. Even as she covered her neckline, she noticed her figure appeared more voluptuous. Her vision and hearing sharpened beyond their previous limitations. With every movement, she felt as though she had gained several dozen pounds of strength. Old Su, this tonic is incredible, Shirley Yang exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Su Ping. At that moment, she understood why Su Ping's prowess was so formidable. Consuming such tonics consistently would make it nearly impossible not to become powerful. Old Su, do you have more? I want to drink more. Shirley Yang licked her lips and looked at Su Ping with greed. You can't drink too much of it. Su Ping retrieved his water bottle. The effects of the tonic extend beyond this. As long as you train diligently, you can continuously grow stronger, surpassing the limits of humanity. It and Apos, all within reach. Surpass the limits of humanity? Shirley Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such notions were concepts she had only encountered in comics and novels. In the realm of Marvel, many were deemed superhumans. She had also heard tales of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities akin to superpowers. Such information was typically confined to classified documents, and she had spent a considerable sum to acquire some knowledge on the subject. Among the most sensational was the account of a 12-year-old boy from a supernatural research center in Kansas who possessed powers akin to the Queen of Sheba, with extraordinary eyes that could make objects vanish merely by gazing at them. Originally, this matter was highly classified, and the boy was to be sent to a military base for study. However, for reasons unknown, the information leaked, causing nationwide uproar. It was confirmed that superpowers indeed existed. What astonished her even more was that Su Ping possessed the means to activate such powers. The value of a superpower could not be measured in monetary terms. With a mere $100,000, Su Ping had granted her access to such abilities. The expenditure was undeniably worthwhile. Old Su. Shirley Yang gazed at him with deep affection, leaning closer, rising on her toes, ready to kiss him. Suddenly, the onlookers from afar were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Are they actually going to kiss now? Is this the appropriate time for such an act? They have no regard for anyone around. In particular, Hubai could hardly conceal the envy in his eyes. Old Su is genuinely impressive. Indeed, Old Hu, if only we possessed Old Su and Apos' charm with the ladies, we would be parents by now. We must learn more and observe closely. Wang Pengzi shot a disdainful glance at Hubai. You are so pretentious. Watching 1T help you at all. Even if you had a girl, would you dare to kiss her in front of so many people? Hubai was flustered. I'm leaving. Seeing this, Su Ping offered no opportunity for Shirley Yang, promptly turning to depart. Shirley Yang watched Su Ping's retreating figure. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she tightened her fists. How outrageous. I was merely caught up in the moment, and he ran away. How could one be so inconsiderate? Observing the stains on her hands, she began to comprehend, her face flushing slightly. Indeed, she was a bit dirty. A shower would have been delightful. But in the desert, water is more precious than gold. There was none to spare for bathing. Wait for me. Shirley Yang called out softly, then hurried after him. As she dashed past a swarm of desert army ants, they intended to take a bite, but, before they could react, Shirley Yang swiftly trampled over their bodies, racing out of the army ants' territory. Chapter 48. I open my heart to you, yet you only desire my flesh? Su Ping and his companions gathered with the others. Comrade Xiao Su, you truly are remarkable. And Li Man exclaimed as he rose from the ground, giving Su Ping a thumbs up with sincere gratitude. If it weren't for you, our camels would have been devoured by ants today. You saved us all. Hu Dahui expressed his admiration, adding, you possess an understanding of the desert. Indeed, Comrade Xiao Su, Professor Chen nodded, coming to his senses. If you hadn't amp, Apos, warned us in advance, we would have perished here. As for me, an old man, my death is inconsequential. But alas, it and amp, Apos, a pity for Xiao Chu. His gaze fell sorrowfully upon the bones within the ant swarm. Nearby, Wang Pengzi could not suppress his frustration, remarking, they said there were ants below, and you still chose to dig. Is that not courting death? At this rate, we won't even reach the ancient city of Jingjue before we all perish. What are you saying? Hubai shot Wang Pengzi a disapproving glance, urging him to refrain from further comments. He stepped forward to console Professor Chen, saying, Professor, let us mourn as we must. Death cannot be undone. We must learn from this. Yes, indeed, Professor Chen solemnly agreed, then turned to Hao Aigua and Yu Yisen, saying, if it comes to it, we should consider retracing our steps. Hao Aigua and Yi Yisen fell silent, both contemplating the dire situation. Continuing forward seemed perilous, yet retreating felt equally disheartening. Return? Su Ping gazed into the desert, exclaiming, how long have we been traveling? Our water supply is nearly depleted. We must find the ruins of Xia ancient kingdom and replenish our water source. That is of utmost importance. With that, Su Ping returned to his camel, organized his belongings, and mounted it. Comrade Xiao Su is right. Returning now would be tantamount to seeking death, and Li Man concurred as he also mounted his camel. After traveling for a while, Li Man began to feel dizzy. During their midday rest, he stood atop a sand dune, gazing into the distance, feeling utterly lost. Surely Yang noticed that her stamina had significantly improved. After a long trek, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. When she glanced at Su Ping, she realized that he appeared unaffected by the desert and Appo's scorching heat, his lips not parched from thirst. Previously, she had been too absorbed in her own concerns to notice this. Truly, they had chosen the right person this time. While the others struggled with thirst, sipping water from their canteen sparingly, Hu Bai approached Li Man with a map in hand, asking, "Old man, where exactly is the Xia ancient city?" And Li Man, with a furtive glance, replied helplessly, "It seems we may have taken a wrong turn." At that moment, despair washed over everyone. With water already scarce, Li Man had led them astray. What were they to do now? Wang Pengzi, filled with frustration, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Li Man. This old man. Li Man quickly defended himself. "We went the wrong way while fleeing from the black sandstorm yesterday. Today has been nothing but aimless wandering. We and Appo's, we surely compounded our errors and lost our way. I don't and Appo's, to even know where we are anymore. We are lost." And Li Man spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. "Comrade Xiaosu, I warned you. This man is unreliable as a guide. Yet you insisted on having him lead us. Now look where we are, dehydrated and lost. Soon to become desiccated corpses in this desert." Haigua glared at Li Man, seemingly placing the blame squarely on Su Ping. "You have the audacity to speak." Wang Pengzi, already enraged, redirected his fury towards Haigua. "If it weren't and Appo's, T for your insistence on excavating the idol, we wouldn't and Appo's, T be in this predicament. We might have found water by now." In the heat of the moment, he struck Haigua, knocking him to the ground. "Fatty, calm down." Hu Bai rushed to restrain Wang Pengzi. "There and Appo's. It's no use in arguing now. The priority is to find a water source." Professor Chen pressed his cracked lips together, suggesting, "If it truly comes to it, we may need to retrace our steps. If our water supply runs out, we could always resort to slaughtering the camels. With 20 camels, we should be able to make it back to town. We cannot kill the camels. We cannot." And Li Man exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Stomping his feet in agitation, he looked pleadingly at Su Ping. "Comrade Xiaosu, you are resourceful. Surely you have a solution." Previously, Su Ping might have felt helpless. However, armed with Li Man's extensive desert survival knowledge and his own preparations, he was ready to confront the challenge. He took the map from Hu Bai, studied it for a moment, and pointed to a location. "We are currently here. If we head southwest for approximately 20 kilometers, we will reach the ruins of the Xia ancient kingdom." Old Hu the compass. Hu Bai retrieved the compass from his bag, locating the southwest direction, and the group set off once more. After 5 hours of travel, they arrived at the indicated location on the map. Yet, the surrounding area was desolate, buried beneath shifting sands. What ancient relics could possibly remain here? However, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Man's eyes. "This is where the white camel saved my life. The sacred well is nearby. Comrade Xiaosu, you must be the messenger sent by the great Hu to rescue us. This is indeed the Xia ancient city." The others exchanged puzzled glances, skepticism filling their expressions as they surveyed the barren desert. This did not appear to be a site of ancient ruins. Yet, with no other options, they pressed on. As they crossed the next sand dune, a vibrant oasis emerged before them, lush with tamarisk and scattered with ancient relics. Upon sighting the Xia ancient city, the weight of anxiety lifted from everyone's hearts. "Hope is just ahead. Everyone, let an Appo's move," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, waving his arms with excitement. Surely Yang, relieved, glanced at Su Ping in the distance, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she tightened her reins and followed suit. The vast desert stretched infinitely, and without the footprints of the camels leading the way, they would have scarcely known they were advancing. I truly admire those adventurers. Only when faced with genuine solitude and despair can one truly comprehend the essence of life. Surely Yang mused, her thoughts drifting. What essence of life? Is that more significant than the experience of creating children? Su Ping teased her with a smile. You and your nonsense. Surely Yang's smile vanished, realizing the vast chasm between their perspectives. I open my heart to you, yet you only think of carnal desires? She shot him an exasperated glance before recalling, by the way, my feet seem to have been bitten numerous times by desert army ants. I hope that one and Appo's, pose a problem? Chapter 49. Is he tempted by my body? Brother Su, I was wrong. Su Ping surveyed Sherry Young and Kuden and Appo's, helped but chuckle. Is your flotation skill so rudimentary? Sherry Young and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly. What flotation? Her father was a Wall Street magnate, and she was accustomed to being pursued by others. She had never actually pursued anyone herself. There was no technique involved. Now, on her first attempt to take the initiative with Su Ping, she found herself ridiculed. This man was utterly infuriating. Gritting her teeth, Sherry Young threatened, "Do you believe that I won't give you that $1 million? Suddenly, Su Ping turned to her and gazed deeply, responding, "Do you really think I provided you with that tonic solely for the sake of $1 million? Being looked at in such a manner made Sherry Young and Amp, Oppos, S heart tighten. Wasn't and Amp, Oppos, T it so? However, upon further reflection, it was absurd to think one could purchase a superpower for a mere $1 million. If Su Ping wasn't motivated by the money, then what was his true intention? Why was he offering the tonic to her and not to Hu Bai or Wang Pengzi? What was he after? The more she pondered, the more confused she became, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. At that moment, Hu Bai rode up on a camel and said, "Anlaman mentioned that the ruins of Shiya ancient city have changed significantly. It's not the same as before, and he's uncertain if there is water in that well." With Hu Bai's interruption, Sherry Young let out a long breath and quickly shifted the subject, saying, "So even when we get there, we might not find water? Rest assured." Su Ping confidently replied, "While surface rivers in the desert may change course, subterranean rivers remain unchanged for thousands of years. That well, as far as I know, is at the confluence of the ancient Peacock River and the Zidu Underground River, not only after decades, but even after a century or a millennium. The water source of that well will never run dry." Hearing this, Hu Bai felt reassured and rode away on his camel. Sherry Young observed Su Ping's unwavering confidence, which seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing attention effortlessly. This was a quality she had never noticed in anyone else before. After walking for over 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the ancient ruins. This site appeared to be constructed against the mountains, featuring various caves for habitation. At the center of the ancient city stood a mud house built from earth, complete with a door large enough for one person to pass through. "This is where I came to life many years ago. The holy well is within," Su Ping declared. Anlaman's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the mud house. Dismounted from his camel, spread out a blanket, and began kneeling in prayer before the holy well. Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi, unable to contain their excitement, rushed directly to the house. Inside, they discovered an ancient well with a diameter of over a meter. As they approached, a chilling breeze surged up, invigorating their spirits. "Damn it, there really is water," Wang Pengzi exclaimed. Suddenly, a noise came from the corner of the room, and before he could make out what it was, Wang Pengzi raised his semi-automatic rifle and fired a shot. "Just a rabbit. What are you scared of?" Hu Bai shot him a bemused glance, startled by the sudden noise. Outside, Professor Chen and the others were equally startled, their nerves taut. After the incident with the desert army ants, they had become exceedingly jumpy, lacking the carefree confidence they had possessed upon entering the desert. Soon, Wang Pengzi stumbled out of the room, further heightening their anxiety. "What happened?" Howard was shouted, his heart racing. Su Ping shook his head in amusement. Wang Pengzi remained adept at finding humor even in dire circumstances, maintaining an enviable mindset that injected some joviality into their otherwise tedious tomb raiding activities. Yuisen, Hu Bai, and Wang Pengzi retrieved buckets and ropes to draw water from the holy well. Anlaman, hands clasped, approached Su Ping and earnestly expressed, "Brother Su, if it weren't for you, my camels would have been doomed. You saved them, and me." Su Ping patted Anlaman's shoulder with a smile, replying, "We're all friends here. Indeed, from now on, we are brothers bonded by blood," Anlaman declared fervently. "Brother Su, if there and Amp, Oppos, anything I can do to help once we get out, please Don and Amp, Oppos, hesitate to ask." Su Ping inquired, "I plan to visit the ancient kingdom of Lulan next. Would you like to join?" Anlaman's legs weakened, and he chuckled awkwardly. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. The Lulan kingdom is far too perilous. After filling all the buckets with water, the group set up camp not far from the holy well and lit a fire. As night fell, Sherry Yang took out dehydrated vegetables she had brought from America and began to prepare vegetable soup, causing a stir among the group. Anlaman and Oppos' eyes sparkled with desire. Having lived in the desert for so long, subsisting on jerky, the prospect of fresh vegetables could drastically improve his quality of life. "Is this what we typically eat?" he asked eagerly. "Yes," Sherry Yang confirmed. "These dehydrated vegetables have had their moisture removed, preserving their color and nutrients." "Are they expensive?" "Not really. A pack costs around $400 to $500. Anlaman immediately fell silent. $400 to $500 for a pack. Was that not exorbitant? He could scarcely afford such luxury. He quietly returned to his camel, pretending to organize his belongings. Miss Young has hidden her treasures well. After all this time, she only brings them out now, making them worth their price, he mused. Indeed, Sister Young. To enjoy vegetable soup in such a place is truly extraordinary. We should add some seasoning to enhance its flavor and aroma. It had been about 10 days since they set out, and their nerves had been stretched to the limit. Never had they experienced a day as relaxed as this one, free from worries about sandstorms and fresh water that could indulge in leisurely moments. Even finding the intellectuals around them somewhat endearing. As everyone gathered around Sherry Yang, Wang Pengzi felt a twinge of competitiveness and fell back into his old habit of boasting, declaring, "If you ask me, the Northeast is the best. The primal forests are filled with rare delicacies. Look at this desert. It and Appos. Nothing but sand. That mutton soup we drank was full of sand particles." While Wang Pengzi rambled on, Yi Yisan approached Su Ping with a flatbread, quietly sitting beside him. She bit her lip, hesitated, then took a deep breath, summoning her courage to offer the flatbread to Su Ping, nervously saying, "Brother Su, have some bread." "Thank you." "But no," Su Ping replied, pulling out a flask and taking a swig of the hot, invigorating liquid that left him feeling refreshed. Yi Yisan's heart sank at his rejection. Curling into herself and gazing pitifully at the fire. "Brother Su, I was wrong," she admitted after a moment. After a while, her large, watery eyes looked at Su Ping as she sincerely apologized. "Throughout this journey, I have been reflecting on my mistakes. I should not waste water. I have burdened the team and hindered their progress. I assure you it will not happen again. Can you forgive me?" Su Ping glanced at Yi Yisan and replied nonchalantly, "Forgiveness is not warranted. We are not well acquainted." Upon joining the archaeological team, he had made it clear to Shirley Yang that he would only be responsible for her safety. As for the others, he was no saint. He would not rush to save everyone. If they complied, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. If they did not, their demise was of no concern to him. Su Ping spoke in a subdued tone, devoid of any disdain, simply addressing the matter at hand. However, to Yi Yisan, his words came across as particularly callous. She bit her crimson lip, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Had it been someone else, they would have likely shown compassion and inquired about her well-being. Having grown accustomed to the plight of various unfortunate students in his previous life, he had long since developed an immunity to such sentiments, since it did not concern him. He felt no inclination to intervene. Chapter 50, The Beauty and Appos. Beth Shirley Yang observed the aggrieved Yi Yisan and glanced at Su Ping. She could empathize with Su Ping. Without rules, there can be no order. Both Chu Jian and Sa Diping had perished due to their failure to adhere to regulations. In the desert, one must employ stringent measures. If one were to plead for leniency, it would inevitably lead to the disbandment of the team. With the presence of fresh water, the pressure of survival in the desert had lessened, allowing Yi Yisan to dare to discuss this matter with Su Ping. Approaching Yi Yisan, Shirley softly explained, "Little Yi, you cannot blame old Su. It's all right, just show more initiative, and you will earn his recognition in due time." "Yes, I understand, Sister Yang," Yi Yisan nodded repeatedly. As for why they were so eager to gain Su Ping and Appos' approval, even they were uncertain. Perhaps every woman possesses an admiration for strength. After soothing Yi Yisan, Shirley stood up and ladled a bowl of vegetable soup for Su Ping, expressing concern. "Old Su, you should drink less alcohol and have some soup instead." "Thank you," Su Ping replied, putting away his flask and accepting the soup. Shirley then took a seat next to him, leaned closer, and whispered, "I intend to bathe in the room by the sacred well later. Could you keep an eye out for me? You know how dirty I am." Su Ping assessed Shirley and Appos' figure and grinned. "Care to join me? We have plenty of water at the moment." "Absolutely not." Shirley shot him a glare, resolutely refusing. "Even if I bathed with someone, it would be with little you. You filthy man." Chuckling, Su Ping shrugged. "And yet you complain? Women can be just as pungent." Ah. Shirley and Appos' face flushed crimson at his words. "You and Appos, V got to be kidding me. I can and Appos, T compete with you." At that moment, Wang Fatty nearly let slip information about the tomb of the thief general. How Aibo pressed on, mentioning the tomb of Empress Shao at Noshin Mountain and the recently discovered general and Appos' tomb in Yeren Valley. He inquired whether they were aware of it. Upon mentioning Yeren Valley's general's tomb, both Wang Fatty and Hu Bai's expressions turned uneasy, and they hurriedly attempted to explain, stumbling over their words. Shirley, perceptive, noticed their reactions and swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, "Could it be that you two are the ones who looted that ancient tomb?" Su Ping candidly replied, "Very astute." "What was inside?" Big Zongzi. Zongzi. Shirley and Amp, Appo's previously eager demeanor stiffened. Her grandfather, Jingjue Shao, had encountered many such and Amp, Appo's, Big Zongzi and Amp, Appo's, relying on their mountain-moving secret techniques to cope. Despite that, they had often come close to disaster. If Su Ping and his companions had encountered and Appo's, Big Zongzi and Appo's, and returned unscathed, their skills and techniques must surely rival those of her grandfather. Old Su, I find myself increasingly reliant on you. Shirley inhaled deeply, smiled charmingly, her eyes hazy and enchanting, as she leaned against Su Ping and Amp, Appo's shoulder. Let and Amp, Appo's discuss it after you and Amp, Appo's cleaned up, Su Ping teased, deliberately shifting away. Shirley glared at him, teeth clenched. Was he rejecting her? Just moments ago, he had suggested bathing together. Men's words are deceitful. After dining and sipping soup, Su Ping gazed at the night sky. A gentle breeze caressed the air. The moonlight bathed the scene in silver, and a few stars shone particularly bright. He stood and said, Old Hu, Fatty, let us take a stroll. Wang Fatty, his cheeks stuffed, protested, what is there to stroll about? I'm not even full yet. However, Hu Bai seemed to understand and insisted, let us go. Seeing both men leave, Wang Fatty glanced at the group around him, none of whom he found agreeable, and decided to follow, munching on his biscuit. Shirley watched the trio depart, sensing they harbored some clandestine secret. As they crossed the dunes and lay on the slope beyond, Su Ping pointed to the night sky and asked, Old Hu, do you see anything unusual? It was only then that Hu Bai noticed the stars. After pondering for a while, he quickly retrieved a secret manual on feng shui and began comparing notes, astonished and delighted. 3 stars shine, yin and yang coexist. This signifies the auspicious presence of the golden star of Jingjue. Old Su, this place is no ordinary sight. It is a rare treasure ground. Wang Fatty's eyes sparkled with excitement, grinning widely. Is it time for action? Indeed, Su Ping nodded, smiling. This place must house a tomb. A grand one worthy of a king. Wang Fatty gasped. Where is it? You wait here. I and Amp, Appo's, LL returned to fetch the compass and calculate. As Hu Bai prepared to rise, Su Ping interjected, no need. Since it is a grand tomb, it must be a place of good feng shui. Aside from the millennium-old sacred well, there are no other locations. The main issue now is whether we should inform Professor Chin and his team or explore it ourselves tonight. Without hesitation, Wang Fatty declared. Of course, we should handle it ourselves. They came to find the ancient city of Jingjue. The other tombs are of no concern to them. The treasures inside belong to us. Hu Bai, serious in demeanor, contemplated for a while before suggesting, perhaps we should inquire about Professor Chun and Appo's thoughts. I suspect they already harbor doubts about us. If they discover anything and report it, we could be in peril. Old Hu, you are such a coward. Wang Fatty scolded. Exasperated. What is the worst that could happen? Whether they survive this expedition is still a question. If we keep worrying, we might as well do nothing. Moreover, if we inform them and something dangerous arises from the tomb, like Azongzi or Firebug, and more people perish, what then? They are simply a burden. This tomb is not our responsibility. Let them be. Exactly. Hu Bai exclaimed, slapping his thigh, grinning. What if they encounter further troubles? We are merely looking out for them. We cannot inform them. The 3 men reached a consensus, took a brief respite, and then returned to camp. After such a long trek through the desert, many were exhausted. They boiled water and soaked their feet, quickly drifting into slumber. Noticing most had retired to their tents, Shirley sought out Su Ping and Appo's tent and softly called, Old Su. Is everything all right? Come out for a moment. Understanding her cue, Su Ping stepped outside. Shortly after, Shirley entered the room by the sacred well carrying a bucket of warm water and a cloth, hung the cloth at the entrance, placed a flashlight aside for illumination, and began to cleanse her soiled skin. I'm so dirty, Shirley sighed, gazing at her grimy body, realizing why Su Ping had kept his distance. She stirred the warm water in the bucket, splashing it over herself, scrubbing thoroughly inside and out multiple times. Su Ping lay atop the sand dune, observing the room, his eyes penetrating the darkness like daylight, catching glimpses of her within. Wow, he mused, unable to deny that Shirley and Amp, Appo's figure was indeed stunning, nearly perfect. Everything was proportionate, without an ounce of excess. Her hair, dampened by water, clung to her fair skin, rendering her all the more alluring. Meanwhile, Sherry Young remained utterly oblivious to Su Ping's gaze outside as she diligently scrubbed her body. With each wash, her excitement grew more intense, the more she cleansed herself. the more exhilarated she became. Repeatedly wiping her skin seemed to erase all impurities, rendering her complexion increasingly radiant, akin to that of a newborn's velvety softness. Chapter 51. The Showdown. Only the tomb robbers and Oppos, for clans await the arrival of the tomb guardian. The effect was utterly astonishing. She gazed in awe at her skin. Unable to resist the urge to admire it repeatedly, it was simply too beautiful. She felt as though she might fall in love with herself. That milky water, coupled with such remarkable beautifying properties? No, this was beyond mere beauty. It could be described as a rejuvenation of youth. Given such miraculous results, might the curse upon me also be lifted? With this thought racing through her mind, Shueli Yang felt an overwhelming excitement. Hurriedly drying herself and donning her clothes before dashing out of the room, she noticed Su Ping looking in her direction, seemingly able to see something through the curtain in the night. But how could that be possible? If he could see her, that would be extraordinary. Dismissing the thought, Shueli Yang ran to Su Ping's side, raising her hand to tug at her collar, pulling her garment down to reveal her fair shoulder. Old Su, could you check if the ghostly red marks have vanished? Su Ping cast a glance, confirming that Shueli Yang and Oppos' skin had indeed improved significantly. Yet the ghostly red marks remained glaringly evident. The ghostly red marks were a curse from the serpent god, not something that could simply disappear. Still there? She asked, disappointment flickering in her eyes. A miraculous elixir capable of restoring youth could not even alter her red marks. Was it truly the case that only the mysterious dust pearl could save her? Did ancient gods truly exist? Were these ghostly red marks genuinely the serpent god's curse? She had examined this condition multiple times, believing it to be a hereditary ailment caused by diminishing iron levels within the body, leading to thickened blood and oxygen deprivation, ultimately resulting in suffocation and death. Yet, after all she had endured, she increasingly felt that the legendary curses were indeed real. With a heavy heart, Shueli Yang grasped Su Ping and Oppos' hand, her voice filled with emotion as she implored, Old Su, I believe you can help me. Gazing at Su Ping and Oppos' handsome visage, her eyes shimmered with tenderness, and she instinctively leaned closer. Though this time, Su Ping stood his ground, unflinching. Who could remain unaffected in such a situation? Could you? Old Su, where are you? At that moment, Wang Pengzi's voice unexpectedly rang out from behind them. Startled, Shueli Yang quickly rose, wiping her lips and feigning the act of arranging her damp hair. Moments later, Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi approached from a distance. Old Su, so you were here. Wang Pengzi grinned. Shall we get started? Only then did the two notice Shueli Yang standing nearby, momentarily taken aback. What was going on? In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman in a secluded place? What could they possibly be up to? Bathed in moonlight, they could vaguely discern Shueli Yang's flushed complexion and her somewhat anxious demeanor. Your feng shui secret technique, blue, has been upgraded. Hu Bai looked at Su Ping with envy, recalling how, back in the General and Oppos' tomb, they had all regarded him as the inexperienced one. Now, it all made sense. With old Su and Oppos' charm, it would indeed be strange if he were still a novice. Ahem. Wang Pengzi chuckled awkwardly. Well, you too. Please continue. Recognizing the situation, Wang Pengzi turned to Hu Bai and prepared to leave. Continue what? Shueli Yang inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her fiery emotions. Did you three discover something today? Are you planning to keep it from Professor Chen and act on it? Hu Bai and Oppos' eyes darted around, realizing that Shueli Yang was quite perceptive. If she discovered that the three of them had uncovered an ancient tomb, his noble and heroic leader image would be completely shattered. Of course not. We were merely patrolling to ensure no sandwolves come our way. That would be disastrous, he replied. Shueli Yang regarded Hu Bai with a knowing smile, easily discerning his fib. Su Ping, however, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Old Hu, there's no need for such reservations with Miss Yang. We are all tomb robbers here. There is no need for secrecy. Her ancestors were mountain movers, so she is one of our kind. Indeed, I had long suspected this foreign lady was not as innocent as she appeared. Wang Pengzi exclaimed as comprehension dawned upon him. How can you speak so casually? Hu Bai glared at him, then turned serious. So she is a descendant of the mountain movers. And old Su possesses the secret techniques of the unloading rich. My grandfather learned from the famed gold-seeking general. By this reckoning, the four ancient factions of tomb raiding are nearly complete. Historically, tomb robbing was classified into four branches: gold-seeking, tomb guardian, mountain moving, and ridge unloading. The gold-seeking and tomb guardian factions were established during the time of Cao Cao, primarily to fund military supplies. The Ridge Unloading faction revered Xianyu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, as its founder, dating back to the Han Dynasty. The mountain-moving faction remains the most enigmatic, with an unknown origin and a solitary existence, yet their tomb raiding skills are highly esteemed within the profession. These four factions originated earliest, were passed down longest, and held the greatest renown. During the Ming Dynasty, the Guanshan Taibao emerged in the Wushan Coffin Gorge, gaining the favor of Emperor Wanli, exterminating the gold-seeking and tomb guardian factions, and obliterating their symbols. Consequently, the gold-seeking and tomb guardian factions nearly vanished, and the Ridge Unloading warriors were quelled, leading to the Guanshan Taibao's dominance. However, the Guanshan Taibao is transient. After Emperor Wanli, their appearances dwindled for unknown reasons. Thus, other factions and families arose in the tomb-robbing world, such as the General of the Nine Netherworlds, the Yinyang Judge, and the Corpse-Binding King. Yet these were regional powers, far less influential than the ancient four factions. During times of turmoil, an extraordinary figure emerged among the Ridge Unloading warriors, expanding their ranks to tens of thousands. However, for reasons unknown, the Ridge Unloading faction declined. The Nine Doors of Changsha gradually became the largest tomb raiding organization in the nation. Nevertheless, the Nine Doors of Changsha were still mere novices compared to the aforementioned families and factions, considered the younger generation. The influence of the gold-seeking, tomb guardian, mountain-moving, and Ridge Unloading factions has persisted for thousands of years. Now, these few individuals had gathered three of the four factions. It remained uncertain whether they would have the opportunity to meet the tomb guardian. With the identities of Shui Liang laid bare, the ancient tomb and the holy well no longer needed to be concealed. The four of them decided to descend together, equipped with tools. They approached the holy well in the room, securing the ropes before descending. Pongzi, you stay up here. If anything goes wrong, we could be trapped in the well. Hubai assessed the depth of the holy well, estimating it to be over 20 meters. At this height, if the ropes were withdrawn, escape would be impossible. I refuse. Wang Pongzi firmly rejected. There are treasures aplenty down there. Not being able to see them makes my heart itch. This is unbearable. We three brothers should face this together. As he spoke, Wang Pongzi glanced at Shui Liang, who chuckled lightly. Old Su, why don't I stay up here? Absolutely not. Wang Pongzi and Appo's eyes darted as he again declined. Miss Yang, though you are a mountain mover, I still cannot trust you. What if you take the opportunity to harm us? Shui Liang, exasperated, retorted, what harm could I possibly do? Without Old Su, I wouldn't even reach the ancient city of Jingjue. Are you really that dim-witted? Wang Pongzi, winky face, it seemed anyone could scold him. Old Su, who should remain by our side? I will heed your judgment. Su Ping grasped the iron pliers and forcefully thrust them into the well and Appo's mouth, subsequently tying them with a rope and casting them into the depths below. Let them all descend. Rest assured, nothing will go amiss. Among the trio, only the destined individual of Wang Fati and the divine candidate of Shirley Yang failed to successfully replicate their talents. This expedition into the tomb presented a rare opportunity to replicate the destined ones, thus it was imperative for Wang Fati to descend. Chapter 52, The Symbols of Tomb Raiding. The seals of the hill, the art of moving mountains, and the armor of the unloading ridge beneath the sacred well. Before us lies a tranquil pool of flowing water, bordered by rugged stone cliffs, upon which stands a stone door. An enigmatic hide is affixed to the door, sealing it tightly. Old Su remarked, while it is said that tombs are often built amid mountains and waters, this ancient tomb is alarmingly close to the water source, is it not? In normal circumstances, the ancients would avoid such locations to prevent inundation during floods. Hubai gazed at the stone door, filled with curiosity. This is a sanctuary for offerings, Su Ping stated, scrutinizing the hide. In the western regions, there exists a tradition of sealing the crevices of stone doors with freshly stripped hides to prevent moisture from entering. Wang Pongzi appeared momentarily taken aback, expressing his disappointment. So, this place is not an ancient tomb after all? Su Ping shook his head confidently, declaring, not only is there an ancient tomb, but the coffin resides within this very sanctuary. Since you assert this, let us venture inside, Hubai replied, his faith in Su Ping's geomantic expertise unwavering. During their time in the Wild Man's Gorge, Su Ping had successfully deduced the location of the coffin within the general's tomb using celestial feng shui. Such is the remarkable prowess of celestial feng shui. It can accurately ascertain the position of a coffin. Shirley Yang, observing Hubai's trust in Su Ping, suddenly grasped that Su Ping's geomantic skills likely surpassed Hubai's celestial feng shui. Throughout their journey, Su Ping had maintained an air of mystery, displaying not a hint of his talents. The unloading Ridge warriors, it seemed, were even more adept in the art of geomancy than the Tomb Raiders. According to her grandfather's notes, the 4 schools of tomb raiding each possess unique strengths: the symbols of tomb raiding, the seals of the hill, the art of moving mountains, and the armor of the unloading Ridge. The Tomb Raiders excel in the mystical arts of feng shui, such as the art of dividing gold and determining burial sites, celestial feng shui, and more. The Mountain Movers, on the other hand, specialize in counteracting biochemical threats and exorcising evil spirits. The Tomb Raiders light candles and allow spirits to blow out the flames when faced with formidable foes. They must retreat swiftly, while the Mountain Movers possess the means to vanquish such threats. The armor of the unloading Ridge does not refer to clothing, but to armored warriors, clad in fine garments, wielding weapons, excavating graves, and listening for the winds and thunder to innovate their tools. Their methods of assault are numerous, rendering any grand formations or layouts into mere rubble upon their arrival. The unloading Ridge warriors, akin to bandits, seize the mountains as their domain, emulating the Red Eyebrow rebels. Who would have imagined that these rugged outlaws would be versed in such intricate geomantic arts? Su Ping has truly brought her countless surprises. The 4 donned their gas masks and tore away the hide, unleashing a thunderous sound as the long-sealed stone door swung open once more, after millennia of slumber. As the door creaked open, a chilling gust of air enveloped them. Wang Pengzi shivered, exclaiming, "What a nostalgic sensation! Treasure, here I come." The stone chamber was vast, illuminated only by the dim light of their flashlights, revealing numerous stone pillars entwined with corpses, blood still staining the remains, reminiscent of condemned prisoners bound in torment. Brutality, eeriness, terror, an air of the bizarre permeated the space. Suddenly, a series of popping sounds echoed, blinding light emanating from all directions, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Isn't this supposed to be the ghost blows out the candle? Why has it transformed into the ghost lights the lamp? Wang Pengzi's heart raced, prompting him to inquire hastily. Hubai shot him a bemused glance, replying, "Fear not, take the opportunity to learn. This is white phosphorus, which ignites upon contact with oxygen and subsequently ignites the oil lamps. It is a common technique from ancient times." "Ah, is that so?" Wang Pengzi chuckled foolishly, scratching his head, instinctively reaching to remove his gas mask. "Do not remove it." Su Ping quickly interjected, his gaze fixed upon the center of the stone chamber, where a sacrificial altar stood. Beneath the altar lay an exceedingly strange pattern, resembling some form of array. He recalled having encountered something akin to it within the esoteric arts of the 16-character yin-yang feng shui. It represented a peculiar form of numerology. And even with his geomantic skills having reached a blue quality, he remained only partially informed about such matters. He could only surmise that this numerology was perilous, intertwined with concepts of time, space, and life and death. The arrangement of such a numerological formation for sacrificial purposes diverged significantly from the narrative presented in the drama. What does Prince Gumo intend to achieve? Upon noticing Su Ping and Appos, as caution, Wang Pengzi and Appos, eyes darted, and he promptly withdrew his hand from his mask. "Is there any danger here?" he inquired, his tone laced with concern. "I am uncertain, but we must exercise caution," Su Ping replied earnestly. "The ancient city of Jingjue is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with utmost vigilance. Come now, little fat one, be obedient," Hubai teased, observing Wang Pengzi and Appos' steadfast refusal to remove his gas mask. In the past, he would have already discarded it without a second thought. Wang Pengzi puffed with pride, declaring, "Heed the counsel of others, and you shall prosper." Yet, Su Ping felt a twinge of disappointment. "Have you truly learned to heed advice?" He gestured toward a nearby corpse, stating, "I believe these remains hold significant secrets, Pengzi. Do investigate." "At your command." Without hesitation, Wang Pengzi strode forward, showing no signs of reluctance. "Is he truly going?" Su Ping rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. Wang Pengzi examined the corpses for an extended period, but failed to uncover any insights. Reporting to Commander Su, no significant findings. He returned, saluting with exaggerated formality. "These corpses certainly harbor secrets. Inspect every single one." Su Ping commanded with a wave of his hand. Wang Pengzi scanned the stone chamber, observing at least 20 to 30 corpses, each more grotesque and horrifying than the last, having previously suppressed his fear to complete his examination. To be instructed to inspect each corpse again, doubt crept into his mind. Was Su Ping deliberately toying with him? Yet, upon reflection, it made little sense. Why would old Su impose such torment without reason? There must be something amiss with these corpses. I shall do it. Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth, stopping his foot and charging toward the nearest corpse. Goodness, has he truly changed? This fellow, so compliant. He is beyond saving. At this rate, he'll lose his protagonist's aura. At that moment, Su Ping noticed a change in the text above Wang Pengzi and Appo's head. Talent attribute, marksmanship, blue, copied. Fates chosen, blue, copy conditions. Wang Pengzi heeds advice and faces life-threatening danger, copy effect, talent, marksmanship quality enhancement, or successful copy of Fates chosen, blue. This is remarkably considerate. Wang Pengzi has transformed, and the conditions for copying have adjusted accordingly. From being disobedient to now heeding counsel, the threshold for copying has become immediate. Yet, it still requires Wang Pengzi to be in peril. One wonders what misdeeds he committed in his past life. It seems he cannot escape the specter of danger in this one. To have him heed counsel while simultaneously facing life-threatening peril, this is undoubtedly a setup for him to become cannon fodder. Brother, it's not that I lack loyalty. It's merely that your sacrifice offers superior value. Chapter 53. Crimson Lips. According to this replication condition, let Wang Fatty work more often. Fortune will surely favor him. He gazed at Wang Fatty, who was examining the female corpse, and said, Fatty, take off your gas mask. Damn it, I and Amp, Oppos, V long to remove this thing. Wang Fatty felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and promptly discarded the gas mask. The moment it was lifted, a pungent stench of decay assaulted his nostrils. He hastily covered his mouth and nose, glancing at the corpse before him, muttering, the odor is absolutely overwhelming. Just as he spoke, a creaking sound emanated from the corpse, its hollow eyes seemingly shifting, locking onto him with an intense gaze. Holy hell, there is definitely something amiss. Wang Fatty recoiled in fright, exclaiming, Old Su. That corpse seems to have come back to life. As he spoke, he cast another glance at the body, and it appeared as though its eyes were following him. Maya, it's still watching me. Surely my handsome visage ISN and Oppos. Captivating to that extent? What do you mean it's come back to life? Hubai also removed his gas mask, scrutinizing the female corpse that Wang Fatty had been handling, and asked in astonishment, ISNT the corpse right there. Wang Fatty hastily insisted, it's looking at me, didn't you see? The others exchanged glances, bewildered. No, it's not, they replied. Could it be that I misjudged? Wang Fatty rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again, only to find that, at some point, all the ancient corpses were staring at him. Some of the corpses had their heads bowed, their hollow eyes gazing up at him, creating an eerie atmosphere. Look over there. He abruptly turned to the others. Thud. He collapsed to his knees. The eyes of Su Ping and the others were vacant, mirroring those of the corpses. More disturbingly, unsettling smiles adorned their faces. Seeing Wang Fatty's state, Su Ping realized that this place was indeed different from what was depicted in the film. Removing the gas masks had truly caused a problem. Fatty. What's wrong? Hubai stepped forward, intent on checking on Wang Fatty's condition. I'll fight you to the death. In a panic, Wang Fatty's eyes blazed with determination. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, tackling Hubai to the ground and mounting him. Hubai, momentarily dazed, discovered that he was no longer pinned by Wang Fatty, but rather by a plump beauty who was tugging at his clothes with intentions that were less than pure. Hiss. Hubai inhaled sharply, a mixture of excitement and bewilderment coursing through him. He quickly turned to survey his surroundings, realizing he was in a courtyard in Beiping. In his own room. How did I end up here? Wasn't I headed to the ancient city of Jingjue? Could it be that my journey to the ancient city was merely a dream? And what does this voluptuous beauty want? Surely it can't be. Hubai took a few more deep breaths. To his astonishment, he found himself no longer a novice in such matters. Su Ping observed the two entangled, then forcibly pulled them apart, tossing them into the river outside. Old Su. Suddenly, warm hands embraced his chest from behind, accompanied by heavy breaths that echoed in his ears. Old Su, I truly adore you. I wish to give you everything. Shueli Yang and Amp, Oppos, alabaster hands seemed to have nowhere to rest, pressing down on Su Ping and Amp, Oppos, back with an overwhelming weight. Cough, cough. Su Ping cleared his throat, realizing that his earlier words had caused quite a stir. Did you really take off your gas masks? However, for him, it seemed not to be a misfortune. He had heard tales of dancing on graves and driving in funeral parlors, but this was his first experience. His heart raced with a hint of excitement. Old Su, remove your gas mask. I can and Oppos, to even kiss you. After a moment, Shui Liang placed her hands on his gas mask. Oh dear, this woman harbors mischievous intentions. Nevertheless, he possessed an exceptional innate immunity, rendering him remarkably resistant to most toxins. Not to mention, with the blood of Yin and Huang coursing through his veins, even the air could not harm him. He allowed Shui Liang to remove his gas mask, moving to stand before him, gazing at him with longing. Before fiercely embracing him, her warm, moist lips pressing against his neck. Just then, Wang Fatty and Hu Bai, having been thrown into the river, splashed about a bit before the icy water jolted them back to their senses. Emerging from the water, they beheld the sight of Su Ping and Shui Liang in a passionate embrace, their eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world is happening here? Wang Fatty's eyes bulged in shock, mingled with anticipation. Are we about to witness a live show? Your feng shui secret technique, Blue, has been upgraded. Your mountain-moving secret technique, Blue, has been upgraded. I had such an opportunity. Hu Bai mused, wiping the cold water from his face, pretending to cough seriously to alert Su Ping. Don't cough so loudly, Wang Fatty chuckled. We've truly stepped into something today. They must be experiencing hallucinations, just like us. If you cough again, they won't hear you. Old Hu, watch closely and learn. By the way, how did we end up in the river? Wang Fatty inquired, puzzled. Hu Bai wore a similarly bewildered expression. Seeing that the two had regained their senses, Su Ping decided to embrace Shui Liang, still caught in her illusion, and approached the riverbank to splash some cold water on her to help her awaken. As the chilly river water splashed against her, Shui Liang gradually came to her senses, her previous reckless demeanor still vivid in her memory. As if she had been dreaming. How infuriating. How did I fall for this? She shot Su Ping a fierce glare, exclaiming, Old Su, didn't you say removing the gas masks would be fine? How could this happen? Some things cannot be shielded by gas masks. Su Ping indicated towards the flickering flames in the room. The reason gas masks can filter toxins is primarily due to the copper, silver, and chromium oxides inside that absorb poisonous gases. However, this is only applicable to toxic gases. In the western regions, there are peculiar plants with extraordinary effects that do not qualify as toxic gases. The flames in these lamps burn a unique flower known for its hallucinogenic properties, the datura. And it was the air infused with the smoke from this flower that led to your current state. Shui Liang, still skeptical, asked, Is that true? Of course. If you don't believe me, try wearing the gas mask again. Su Ping offered her the gas mask. Shui Liang, feeling a surge of apprehension, responded, Let us leave this matter for now. Given the dangers of the datura, what should we do next? Let the air inside dissipate, and we'll return tomorrow. That seemed to be the only course of action. With no better options, they returned to their camp. After days of arduous travel, they finally had the chance to rest without worries, and they slept soundly until the next midday. After a day of rest, the group's spirits had somewhat revived. The once despairing Professor Chen and others now brimmed with renewed energy. Sipping the refreshing, cold water, they felt an unprecedented sense of rejuvenation. Initially, they had planned to return after a brief respite, but with a water source at hand, they found themselves emboldened, deciding against turning back. After a few days of respite to rejuvenate their spirits, they would continue their pursuit of the legendary Jingjue ancient city alongside Shui Liang. Su Ping chose to remain silent, for it is often futile to counsel those who are determined to court danger. On the following night, under the cover of darkness, while Professor Chen and the others slumbered, the four returned once more to the sacrificial chamber. Chapter 54, The Tomb of Prince Gumo, an empty coffin. After a day and night of ventilation, all the lights have extinguished, and the air, once thick with the scent of mandala flowers, has completely dissipated. After inspecting the sacrificial altar, the group discovered a stone slab on the ground behind it, adorned with large iron rings on all four sides, each weighing at least 20 pounds. With a synchronized effort, they lifted the four heavy rings, and with a resounding roar, the iron ring at Su Ping and Appo's position was raised the moment he exerted his strength, creating a fissure in the heavy stone slab. Almost simultaneously, the slab on the side of Shui Liang was also lifted. Wang Pengzi and Hu Bai, witnessing this spectacle, were left bewildered. What was happening? Were their combined strengths inferior to that of a foreign woman? Despite her slender arms and legs, her strength was astonishing. Exchanging glances, they resolved not to be outdone. Gritting their teeth, they summoned all their energy, producing two more thunderous sounds. The entire stone slab was finally elevated. Upon lifting it, they discovered it was at least 20 centimeters thick and estimated to weigh over 1,000 pounds. With sheer determination, the four of them hoisted it aside. Wang Pengzi clapped his hands, grinning with pride. Ha, we are truly remarkable. We managed to lift such a heavy slab. Shirley Yang tossed a flare down, and in its dim red glow, they beheld the scene below. The chamber beneath was equally vast, with a staircase leading further down. The room was empty, save for a square box situated in the center. A square coffin? Wang Pengzi scratched his head in confusion and turned to Su Ping. Old Su, is there truly such a thing as a square coffin in this world? A joint burial tomb, Su Ping replied flatly. He meticulously examined the room and Appos as surroundings, confirming there was no danger before signaling the group to descend. As they entered the tomb chamber, they were greeted by vibrant murals reflecting the style of the western regions. The colors of the murals were strikingly vivid, appearing as fresh as if painted yesterday, even after thousands of years. Shirley Yang was immediately captivated by the content of the murals. The more she gazed, the more astonished she became. As Su Ping had indicated, the tomb belonged to the Prince of Gumo and his wife. The murals chronicle the life and deeds of the tomb's owner. Among the most significant accounts was the assassination of the Queen of Jingjue by the Prince of Gumo. Due to the Queen and Appos' enslavement of the 35 other nations of the western regions, the nation of Gumo could no longer bear the burden, prompting the prince to venture into Jingjue to eliminate the queen. However, as he approached her, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The queen merely glanced at a slave, and that slave vanished into thin air. The depiction in the mural mirrored exactly what Su Ping had recounted. The queen of Jingjue possessed an eerie gaze, akin to that of a succubus. If this were indeed the case, then could there also be spirits and deities lurking in the shadows? At this thought, Shirley Yang felt a chill run down her spine, shivering slightly. She looked up at Su Ping and said, Old Su, perhaps what you said is true. She pressed her lips together, her eyes clouded with a hint of despair. If ancient gods truly existed, did they stand a chance? Moreover, was the Queen of Jingjue still alive? According to Su Ping, the queen was the reincarnation of the demon mother of the demon kingdom. Had she transformed into someone else by now? Aside from the Queen of Jingjue, history had not mentioned anyone else with similar abilities. Continuing to examine the murals, they depicted an external diviner who instructed the Prince of Gumo to poison a golden lamb intended as tribute to the Queen of Jingjue, ultimately leading to her demise. Upon receiving news of the queen's death, the 35 nations of the western regions formed a coalition and invaded the ancient kingdom of Jingjue, intending to plunder its treasures. However, an unprecedented sandstorm engulfed the coalition and the ancient city of Jingjue, leading to its obliteration. Shortly thereafter, the prince and his wife fell gravely ill, eventually being interred in this very tomb. Do you think the Queen of Jingjue is truly dead? Wang Pengzi inquired curiously after reviewing the murals. Why do I feel that this was all premeditated by her? Just as they stormed into the ancient city, they were buried by a sandstorm. It seems too coincidental. Shirley Yang's expression darkened further at his words. She recalled the peculiar dream she had repeatedly experienced. Initially, she believed it to be her father conveying information through her dreams. Now, it appeared that everything was intertwined with the Queen of Jingjue. She bore the curse of the serpent god, while the queen possessed the serpent god's boundless demonic gaze. Old Su, Shirley Yang turned her gaze towards Su Ping, eager to inquire about his thoughts, only to find him engrossed in a particular mural. It illustrated the Prince of Gumo receiving guidance from a distant diviner, using the golden lamb to administer poison to the Queen of Jingjue. In the diviner's hand was a crimson pill, which was ground into powder and mixed with the lamb. According to the accounts, this red pill was crafted from a mysterious insect, rendering the victim nearly incurable upon ingestion. The mural even depicted the appearance of this small red insect, and Su Ping found it oddly familiar, reminiscent of a red corpse worm. However, given that they were in the desert of the western regions, how could the corpse worm possibly exist here? Old Su, let us not dawdle. This is a joint burial tomb for a prince and his wife. There must be countless treasures inside. Wang Pengzi exclaimed eagerly, fixating on the square coffin at the center. Certainly, any noble tomb is bound to be far more opulent than that of the general at Haifengqiu, who but chimed in, excitement brewing within him. The general's tomb netted us 3 million. This time, the treasures within this noble tomb should be worth at least double, perhaps even reaching the 10 million mark. Once one has tasted a life of luxury, returning to a simpler existence becomes impossible. Once one has glimpsed the possibility of millions, thoughts inevitably shift towards tens of millions. Patience. This ancient tomb is not as straightforward as it appears, Su Ping remarked, withdrawing his gaze and approaching the coffin. This stone coffin, though not extravagantly adorned, was sizable, with intricate patterns reflecting the style of the western regions. He gently tapped on the stone coffin, producing several resonant sounds that echoed back to his ears. In that moment, a vision of the coffin and Appo's interior began to form in his mind. How could this be? Su Ping furrowed his brow. The internal space of the coffin was substantial, yet it seemed devoid of any corpse. Was this truly an empty coffin? Generally speaking, empty coffins are associated with suspicious or symbolic burials. However, a suspicious burial was unlikely, given that the ancient kingdom of Jingjue had already been destroyed, eliminating fears of retribution. As for a symbolic burial, that was indeed plausible. Noticing something amiss, Shirley Young quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Su Ping replied, tapping the coffin a few more times. The returning echoes refined his mental image of the coffin and Appo's contents. Not only was there no corpse, but even the funerary objects were scarce. More accurately, there was only a single funerary item. Chapter 55, Dragon Spine, Black Gold Ancient Sword. Replicator, is there a mechanism? Hubai cautiously inquired of old Su. No. Su Ping shook his head, suggesting, let Appo's open it and take a look. Great. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Wang Fatty exclaimed with enthusiasm, rolling up his sleeves. To be honest, if you hadn't opened the coffin, I truly wouldn't have dared to do it. Haha. You guys wait. I and Appo's, go light a candle. We can't break the rules. With that, Wang Fatty excitedly retrieved a candle from his bag, asking, Old Hu, could you figure out where the southeast corner is? After a brief moment, the faint candlelight flickered in the corner, oscillating between brightness and darkness. Watching their series of actions, Shirley Young teased, you guys are quite professional at tomb raiding. Indeed, Wang Fatty proudly declared, we are all bona fide tomb raiders and strength workers. The group gathered before the stone coffin. The sarcophagus was exceptionally heavy, and as the four of them combined their strength to push the lid, a thunderous sound reverberated through the tomb as they successfully opened it. At the moment the lid was removed, a chilling aura swept through the air. Suddenly, a gust extinguished the candle in the corner. Shirley Young and Appo's heart raced. Old Su. According to the tomb raiding rules, when the candle is lit, the ghost blows out the light. Shouldn't we leave? Leave? Nonsense. Moving trees die, but moving people live. Lighting a candle is just a formality. If what's in the tomb isn't worth our time, then it's truly not worth it, Wang Fatty said nonchalantly, adding, we've seen things like this before. Shirley Young cast an incredulous glance at Wang Fatty. Bona fide? More like you and Appo's, putting on quite the act. Only Hubai's expression was grave, recalling the giant corpse from the general's tomb vividly. This time, there weren't any weapons from the little devils. Nor was there an abundance of oil or burnt corpses. However, surely the items inside wouldn't completely block our escape, right? Worst case scenario, we could flee. Su Ping's flashlight illuminated the coffin. Upon seeing the contents, everyone's pupils dilated in shock, rendered speechless. Inside the coffin lay a single ancient corpse, a male figure. He was tall, clad in a black robe, and remarkably, after thousands of years, the corpse appeared unchanged. His skin, bones, and hair resembled those of a living person. What kind of corpse is this? It looks like a living man at rest. Yet, his face exuded an unsettling aura. How is this possible? Wang Fatty exclaimed, his voice altered with astonishment. It's been 2,000 years. Even the giant from the general's tomb was a desiccated corpse. Su Ping held his breath, noting the absence of breath or heartbeat. The figure was undoubtedly a corpse. However, when he used his ultrasonic ability to scan the coffin earlier, it was clearly not a corpse but merely a human-shaped stone. Why does this stone resemble a person so closely? Even upon close inspection, one could hardly discern it was stone. Fatty, why don't you feel it for yourself? Su Ping suggested, glancing at Wang Fatty. Hey, Wang Fatty puffed up with pride, declaring, in the end, it's still your Fatty who's brave. He couldn't believe that such incorruptible corpses truly existed. As he spoke, Wang Fatty reached inside. After a moment of groping, he exclaimed in delight, there really is treasure. It's so heavy. He intended to pull it out, but found it impossibly heavy to lift with one hand. The moment he touched the corpse's garment, it crumbled to ash, revealing a black hilt and a golden scabbard. Old Su, I can't lift it. You try. Su Ping reached in, grasping the hilt. The sword was incredibly heavy, estimated at 70 to 80 pounds. The scabbard, crafted from pure gold, was of considerable value. Clang. Firmly gripping the scabbard, Su Ping exerted force, and a dark gleam flashed before the group. The blade radiated with brilliance, showing no signs of rust. The blade was entirely black, over 2 feet long and approximately 3 inches wide. To the naked eye, it exuded an aura of sharpness. What a magnificent sword! A glint of surprise flickered in Su Ping's eyes. The small devil and Appos, military knife he acquired from Wildman Valley had been destroyed during a confrontation with desert army ants, leaving him in need of a replacement. This black sword, with its substantial weight, proved to be more suitable than the military knife. Wang Fatty's eyes sparkled with greed as he licked his lips, grinning, "TSK, this sword will fetch a fine price in Beiping." Clang. Su Ping casually sheathed the black sword. Indeed, this sword belonged to the dragon spine, rare and valuable. Seeing this, Wang Fatty reached back into the coffin, continuing, "You guys wait, I'll pull out more good stuff." Suddenly, Hubai noticed something and shouted, pulling Wang Fatty aside. "Look, the corpse has changed." Inside the coffin, the ancient corpse that had appeared human-like suddenly turned pale as if coated in wax, exhibiting an eerie transformation. Soon, that waxy layer visibly spread outward. The ancient corpse's facial features melted together like a candle, its hair withering rapidly. Lastly, its face shifted from pale to a ghastly green. What is happening? Witnessing the bizarre transformation, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their senses heightened. "Run, run!" Shirley Yang instinctively shouted. Without a second thought, Hubai and the others dashed toward the exit. None knew what might emerge from within. If it were a giant corpse, the situation would be dire. "Old Su, stop standing there like a fool and run," Wang Fatty urged, seeing Su Ping transfixed, staring at the coffin. However, the more Su Ping looked, the more entranced he became. His earlier ultrasonic scans had been accurate. This entity was not a corpse but a type of stone, specifically, a jade in a deep green hue. The ancients had utilized a mysterious technique to shape this jade into a human likeness, creating an illusion of a living person, preserving it for millennia. Could it be that object? Excitement flickered in Su Ping and Appos' eyes as he pondered. The black ancient sword, the jade figurine. This combination was all too familiar. Creak, creak, the jade figurine slowly sat upright from within the coffin. Talent attribute, replicate life, blue, replication condition, completely destroy and slay it. Replication success rate, 100%, huh? Upon seeing the jade figurine and Appos' talent attribute, Su Ping was momentarily taken aback. A talent attribute for replicating life? He could replicate others, and Appos' talents. This jade figurine could directly replicate life. This clarified why it resembled a human and remained uncorrupted for 1,000 years. The figure they had seen earlier was merely its previous replication of a body. Chapter 56, Talent, Replication of Life. The replication of life. Could it be that this jade figurine is merely a replicant? Malada. Indeed, it is Malada. Su Ping and Appos' conviction deepened. Malada was a member of the Zhang family, a product derived from the fallen jade. It was astounding to realize that the Zhang family and Appos' influence had reached this place 2 millennia ago. Reflecting on the mural, the soothsayer presented a red pill to Prince Gomo, which might very well have been the corpse frog pill. That soothsayer could very likely be this Malada before him, typically to ensure the purity of their lineage. The Zhang family would dispatch replicants for perilous tasks. Did the Zhang family administer the corpse frog pill to the Queen of the Abyss? Intriguing, indeed, although somewhat far-fetched. Such connections within the tomb world were not uncommon. In the narrative of the thief and Appos' pen, it was well known that the Wang family was the most notorious antagonist. Yet few realized that the Zhang family had been enduring since the Western Zhou dynasty. No one knew the extent of their clandestine deeds. Malada rose from the coffin, casting an imposing gaze upon Su Ping, and lunged without hesitation. "Old Su, be careful," Shirley Yang observed intently, her heart tightening at that instant. Clang. A terrifying dark light flashed before them, followed by a ghastly sound. A dark green human head plummeted to the ground, rolling aside until it collided with the wall with a crack, shattering into fragments. The Malada before Su Ping instantly dissipated into countless shards, scattering into the coffin. Was that it? Wang Pengzi remained unsettled, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. The last encounter with the red-haired monster had required considerable effort on their part. This time, however, Su Ping merely needed a single strike to sever the monster's head. It was this very blade. Shirley Yang's eyes lit up, fixating on the ancient black gold saber in Su Ping's grasp. This weapon was extraordinarily sharp, forged from a metal unknown, likely surpassing even the most advanced contemporary technologies in terms of sharpness. "Old Su, is everything all right now? May I inspect the coffin?" Wang Pengzi gazed greedily at the coffin. Of course, Su Ping nodded in response. Great. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, rushing back and burying his head deep into the coffin, fervently rummaging through its contents. Suddenly, a cry of pain erupted as he scrambled out, staring blankly at Su Ping. His once dark pupils seemingly vanished, replaced by a pair of eerie white eyes. Old Su, I met a dreadful fate. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. Why is it always me who gets hurt? He silently turned his gaze towards Hu Bai and Shirley Yang. Upon witnessing Wang Pengzi in such a state, both were taken aback, goosebumps rising on their skin. Wang Pengzi approached them as if possessed. Old Hu, bind him up, Su Ping commanded, his gaze shifting back to the coffin. Soon, amidst a pile of shattered jade, he spotted a small snake covered in black fur. The snake noticed him, coiling and suddenly leaping towards him. So such a creature exists. This was all within Su Ping and Appo's expectations. He swiftly reached out, seizing the leaping black-furred snake, and with a powerful grip, a terrifying force erupted from his fingertips, resulting in a resounding pop as the snake's head was crushed. Talent replication initiated. Replication of life, blue, successful. In the next instant, a wealth of information flooded Su Ping and Appo's mind, embodying the essence of life replication. However, to replicate life, one must possess the talent entry for life replication. Furthermore, the requirements for life replication were stringent. This talent entry was exclusive to laborers. He could bestow the replication talent entry upon certain entities, transforming them into replicants. The strength of the replicants would be equivalent to that of Malata in the coffin. Moreover, the better the materials used and the higher the quality of life replication, the greater the strength of the replicants. Being his own laborers, and as replicants, they would unconditionally obey his commands. While the initial strength of the replicants might be modest, their power would escalate alongside the enhancement of replication materials in the life replication entry. Should an opportunity arise to visit the ancient Zhang family tower, it would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. As for the materials for the replicants, Su Ping already had them in mind. Nothing could be more suitable than that. At this point, Hu Bai and Shirley Yang had successfully bound the bewildered Wang Pengzi. His consciousness waned, and his demeanor grew increasingly frenzied, resembling a rabid dog, eager to bite at anything in sight. Old Su, what has happened to the fatty? Hu Bai asked anxiously. He has been poisoned by the black-furred snake. Black-furred snake? Hu Bai furrowed his brow, having never heard of a snake with fur, let alone one that was black. Is there any hope for him? Yes, Su Ping affirmed, extending his hand to draw the black gold saber, slicing open his palm, and allowing his blood to drip into Wang Pengzi and Appo's mouth. Just a single drop. His formidable immunity and the power of the Yanhuang bloodline surged through Wang Pengzi's body. Within mere moments, the ghastly pallor on Wang Pengzi's face normalized, and he regained consciousness. Shirley Yang gazed at Su Ping in astonishment. Your blood can neutralize poison? Su Ping nonchalantly replied, I once ingested a peculiar flower. My blood possesses natural toxin resistance. Really? Shirley Yang remained skeptical. The coffin had been sealed for 2 millennia, and that black-furred snake had lived for the same duration. What strange flora could possibly counteract such a serpent and Appo's venom? What other secrets does Su Ping harbor? Wang Pengzi awoke, staring blankly at Hu Bai and Su Ping, bewildered. Old Su, old Hu, why have you both come down to find me? Well, it's good. We can keep each other company. The road to the underworld one and Appo's be lonely. He turned, noticing Shirley Yang, and sighed, Miss Yang, you believe in God, and we are not fellow travelers. Let us part ways here. Hu Bai, winky face, Shirley Yang. Hu Bai shot him a glare, scolding, shut your crow and Appo's mouth, Ken and Appo's. Do you just live well? Live well? Wang Pengzi paused, uncertainty clouding his expression. Slap. Without hesitation, Wang Pengzi slapped his own face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ah. He covered his reddened cheek, laughing and crying, Wang Kaixian, have returned. What a character. Su Ping looked at the raucous Wang Pengzi with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Replication initiated. Destined person, blue, successful replication. Chapter 57. The Chosen One, transforming misfortune into fortune and unfettered success. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Ping's eyes. It truly succeeded in replication. Ever since the awakening of the Yanhuang bloodline, it seems that many of my intuitions have sharpened. After all, the favor of the Emperor of Humanity has bestowed upon me a fortune that is incomparable to the past. The Chosen One, blue favored by the heavens, possessing extraordinary luck. often able to turn misfortunes into fortunes, and sometimes, unexpectedly discovering monumental surprises. However, due to its inferior quality, the probability of encountering these grand surprises is exceedingly low. Being a chosen one is akin to bestowing oneself with a luck-enhancing buff, transforming misfortunes into blessings and enjoying unimpeded success. While no grand surprises have manifested, the small delights are ceaseless. This explains why Wang the Fat managed to propel the plot forward despite his foolishness, and how he has faced no repercussions. Even the bomb thrown back by the red-haired monster failed to detonate. Now, with the chosen one trait bestowed upon me, I am indifferent to the minor surprises. If I could encounter a monumental one, it would be a windfall. Old Sue, I must say, your recent decisions have been quite perilous. The tasks you assign me grow increasingly dangerous. I can no longer heed your every word. Wang the Fat, regaining his composure, scolded Su Ping in a huff. At that moment, Su Ping noticed the text above Wang's head had changed once more. Trait, marksmanship, blue, copied. The chosen one, blue, copied. Replication conditions. Wang the Fat ignores advice and faces life-threatening danger. Replication effect. Enhancement of the quality of either marksmanship or the chosen one. Su Ping. Fatty. You're no brother, but your talent is simply too alluring. I shall treat you well. Let us proceed. This journey has yielded bountiful rewards for Su Ping. The unique weapon of the Zhang family, the black gold ancient blade. Furthermore, the replication of the life-giving talent and the chosen one trait. Although he did not acquire other ancient artifacts, the expedition was far from fruitless. Wait, Wang the Fat, in a fit of anger, swept his gaze around, then moved towards the shattered head of Malata, collecting its 2 eyeballs. Hubite inquired, Fatty, why are you still scavenging? Wang the Fat retorted, now that I and Appos, am here, I cannot leave empty-handed. Hubei, speechless, remarked, that phrase, plucking feathers as the wild goose passes, leaving skins as the beast departs, describes you perfectly. Huh. Wang the Fat, unfazed, tucked the 2 eyeballs into his pocket. The 4 departed the ancient tomb, sealed the stone door, and ascended back to their respective tents. Lying in his tent, Su Ping reflected on the discoveries of the day. Suddenly, with a sip, a figure squeezed into his tent. Old Su, I know you're still awake. Shireen Yang crouched inside, gazing at the reclining Su Ping. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. In the tomb of Prince Gomo, I saw a mural depicting the sacred Mount Zagalama, which guards the ancient city of Jingjue. It bears a striking resemblance to a photograph in Mr. Walter and Appos' notebook. This indicates that we are drawing nearer to the ancient city of Jingjue. If the tomb of Prince Gomo is this terrifying, how much more so the ancient city itself? The situation appears to be more complex than anticipated. I am somewhat concerned. Su Ping maintained a calm demeanor, inquiring, what troubles you? Shireen Yang took a deep breath and spoke gravely. I fear we may not return alive. There is a sense that everything lies within the grasp of the Queen of Jingjue. That enchantress possesses powers far beyond human comprehension, perhaps beyond our capacity to confront. My dreams may have been orchestrated by her, leading me to the ancient city to fulfill her ulterior motives. I find myself at a loss. Should we continue to the ancient city or turn back? You mentioned that the Eye of the Serpent was indeed located in the western region. Yet it was taken away by the ancestors of the ancient demon kingdom. No one knows if the Eye still exists there. If it does not, was the sacrifice of so many lives truly worthwhile? Su Ping reassured her, do not overthink it. Your ancestors will protect you. Since we have come, we must remain at peace. Shireen Yang paused, contemplating, my ancestors? According to your words, I am a descendant of the Zagalama clan, which once bore a sage among its forebears, endowed with divine power to repel the monstrous serpents emerging from the ghostly abyss. While I may have previously dismissed such mystical tales, I now perceive the possibility of their truth. It is difficult to fathom what that era was like, filled with such bizarre and wondrous phenomena. Indeed, Su Ping nodded. Legend has it that the Zagalama clan not only had dual saints, but also a prophet who foresaw all past and future events. It was through the prophet and Appos' prophecy that the clan understood only the Eye of the Serpent could save them. It can be said that only you can enter the ancient city of Jingjue, and only with you can others hope to emerge unscathed. Listening to Su Ping's words, Shireen Yang felt a great sense of reassurance. It seemed that everything was predestined. Thus, she could proceed with greater boldness. Old Su, with you by my side, I feel much more secure, Shireen Yang said, her brow unwrinkling, as if a weight had been lifted. You seem troubled. There is something that could make you forget all your worries. Would you like to try? Su Ping whispered near her ear. Shireen Yang and Apos' face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Don't even think about it. No way. With that, fearing Su Ping might act impulsively, she hastily fled from the tent. A cool breeze swept through, refreshing her flushed cheeks. Reflecting on Su Ping's earlier words, she felt a surge of curiosity and poked her head back inside, asking, "Is it true that you can forget all your worries? Those who have tried say it's wonderful. And how does one try?" Shireen Yang felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. "Have you never experienced it before? My upbringing was quite strict. Although the West is rather open-minded, my ancestry is from the Jingjue Shao, and my father is Chinese, with only a quarter of foreign blood. Growing up, I've been somewhat conservative compared to Westerners. Moreover, I've never held any admiration for them. Had it not been for the Daxiao restrictions, my parents might have returned long ago." Hearing her speak, Su Ping remarked, "You seem to have experienced quite a bit." "Not at all. This is my first time." In the realm of tomb raiding, he truly had not experienced such matters, so it was not a falsehood. "Bah, I'll not believe your tall tales. You only wish to deceive me." Shireen Yang shot him a glance and decisively zipped up her tent, returning to her own. Chapter 58. The Secrets Among Women. 3 days later, both the camels and the people had regained their strength. After replenishing their fresh water supply, they continued their journey. According to Enlightenment, beyond the ancient city of Shia lies the true Black Desert, a forsaken land, a place where who punishes the wicked. The ancient riverbed of the Peacock River ends here, and only by following the traces of the Zidu Dark River can one avoid losing their way. Even he had never ventured into its depths. Had it not been for the bond of friendship and brotherhood, he would never have dared to enter. On this day, the wind blew gently from above. The heat was bearable, prompting the group to travel during daylight. As evening approached, the sandstorm showed no signs of abating. Thus, they set up camp on the spot, erecting sand walls. While constructing the barrier, Wang Fatty grumbled, wondering when the relentless wind would finally cease. Su Ping and Enlightenment gathered some animal bones for firewood, tossing them onto the ground. Enlightenment remarked, "It's the season of winds. It's always like this." The most terrifying aspect of the Black Desert is not the bottomless quicksand, nor the swarming desert army ants, and certainly not the blinding sandstorms. There exists a legend of a magical realm deep within the desert, where one might encounter lakes, oases, and ethereal beings, resembling a paradise on earth. However, regardless of how parched or exhausted one becomes, they can never reach this place. It is a trap devised by demons, luring souls to their demise. Shirley Yang took a sip from her water flask and explained, "Uncle Enlightenment is referring to the mirages that appear in the desert, especially deceptive for those suffering from dehydration." Wang Fatty, curious, inquired, "What is dehydration?" Hubai, with an air of superiority, replied, "The human body is composed of 2/3 water. Just a 5% deficit leads to dehydration. In short, without water in the desert, one is doomed." The group had recently feasted and had no inkling of the gravity of Hu Baiyi's words. Su Ping cast a glance at Yuisen, sensing that she was on the brink of a mishap. At that moment, Yuisen tugged at Shirley Yang, pointing into the distance. Shirley immediately understood, setting aside her task, stating, "We need to go behind the sand dune to handle something." "Wait," Hu Baiyi exclaimed, pulling out a whistle from his pocket. "Take this." "All right." Shirley Yang tucked the whistle into her pocket and departed with Yuisen. Wang Fatty, observing Yuisen's retreating figure, turned to Su Ping in confusion. "Old Su. Shun and Apos, did she hold it in at a time like this?" Su Ping chuckled. "Should I save it for you to drink?" Wang Fatty laughed mischievously and approached Enlightenment, his mouth reeking of skewered lamb. "Old man, is there any mare and Apos' milk left? Just a sip to relieve my fatigue." Enlightenment waved his hand dismissively. "Not much left. We're all friends, though. Just one sip, one and Apos, tea hurt. This is life-saving stuff. It can end Apos, tea be wasted." With that, Enlightenment departed to avoid further pestering. Wang Fatty looked exasperatedly at Enlightenment's retreating figure, turning to Su Ping. "Old Su, don't you want some mare's milk? Honestly, I do feel a bit tempted." Su Ping admitted, smirking as he approached Enlightenment. "Friend, do you have any mare and Apos' milk left? Just a few sips for me." "Of course, we're brothers," Enlightenment replied, producing a leather pouch of mare's milk and handing it to Su Ping, while cautioning, "That little fatty is quite sly. Don't let him have any. It'd be too wasteful." With a laugh, Su Ping took several hearty gulps of mare's milk, much to Wang Fatty's dismay. "Why, this old man looks down on me." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by Yuisen's frantic cries for help. The group hurriedly grabbed their belongings and rushed toward the sound. Su Ping remained seated, blissfully enjoying his mare and Apos' milk, unperturbed. Upon reaching the sand dune, they found Yi Isin half buried in quicksand. Panic-stricken, tears streamed down her face as she cried uncontrollably. Xiao Yi, don't move. Shirley Yang remained remarkably composed, though her expression was grave. Yu Isin's face paled with fear, her voice trembling. Gripping her soaked trousers, she dared not move. After all they had endured, she was genuinely terrified. Heed the advice and eat your fill. She remained utterly still, not even daring to adjust her trousers, exposing half of her backside. Yet, she continued to sink deeper, her bottom about to be completely engulfed. Observing this, Shirley Yang's expression turned serious. Without hesitation, she reached out, exclaiming, Xiao Yi, give me your hand. Oh. Yi Isin released her hold on her trousers and extended her hand to Shirley Yang, only to feel herself slipping. Biting her lip, she clung tightly to Shirley Yang's hand. As the quicksand continued to pull her down, even Shirley Yang felt the weight of the sand dragging her down slightly, the grains burying Yi Isin's waist. Don't let go, Xiao Yi. Shirley Yang strained to pull her up. Despite her increased strength, the power of nature was overwhelming. It was beyond human resistance. However, she soon noticed that the force pulling Yi Isin down had significantly diminished, as if the weight of the quicksand had suddenly vanished. It's the quicksand, don't move. Follow my footsteps. Hubai observed Yu Isin's plight with solemnity and promptly commanded the others to assist. Don and Amp, Apos, T, come near. Shirley Yang interjected firmly. Upon hearing this, Hubai felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Miss Yang, Xiao Yi, don't be afraid. We must go over to rescue you. You don't need to worry about me. He urged the group forward. You all must leave. I can handle this. Shirley Yang felt helpless as Hubai and the others approached. With Yu Isin in such a vulnerable state, if they managed to pull her out, she would be completely exposed. Realizing his earlier misjudgment, Hubai understood that Shirley Yang's insistence was genuine. With a sigh, he gestured for everyone to retreat. Shirley Yang turned back, noting that no one remained. Xiao Yi, it seems the quicksand has stopped. I will pull you up now. With a determined effort, Shirley Yang summoned all her strength, and with a sudden motion, she yanked Yi Isin from the sand, allowing the grains to flow downwards and provide her with support. With each pull, Shirley Yang gradually extracted Yu Isin from the quicksand. As the sand shifted beneath, Yu Isin's clothing inadvertently slipped down to her ankles. Without hesitation, Shirley Yang removed her leather jacket and draped it over her. Thank you, Xiao Yangjie. Yi Isin, with tears in her eyes, looked up at Shirley Yang as she crouched down to adjust her damp trousers. Chapter 59. It must be washed, for healthier living. Upon returning to the camp, the group was met with the sight of Su Ping, who appeared disinterested in the unfolding events. Hubai, perplexed, inquired, Old Su, why not go over and take a look? There and Apos. Nothing worth seeing, Su Ping replied confidently. Miss Yang can handle it herself. He possessed unwavering faith in the extraordinary abilities of Shirley Yang, bolstered by the potent medicine she had consumed. Moreover, it was not true quicksand, thus, there was little danger involved. Is that so? Hubai expressed skepticism. Absolutely. Wang Pengzi chimed in boisterously. If Old Su says so, it must be true. And Miss Yang asked us to return, which means she has it under control. Old Hu, there and Amp, Apos. There's no need for you to worry unnecessarily. Despite these reassurances, Professor Chun and Hao Igua remained visibly anxious, frequently casting glances towards Shirley Yang and Yi Isin. Before long, the two women returned, prepared and unscathed. Well, Old Su, you were right after all, Hubai exclaimed in astonishment. How on earth did Miss Yang manage to pull you out of the sand? She simply pulled her out. Su Ping replied matter-of-factly. What? The others were incredulous. Pulled a living person out of quicksand? What strength must that require? Wang Pengzi suddenly felt a chill down his spine, realizing that the strength of this mountain-moving woman was far beyond what he had anticipated. He had often dismissed her with disdain. What if Shirley Yang had decided to retaliate? Old Su, but that was quicksand. How could anyone pull someone out? Hubai, having trained in the desert, knew the perils of quicksand. It was not just a matter of a few soldiers managing to rescue someone. The fact that they had returned indicated it was not true quicksand. Everything unfolded as Su Ping had predicted. According to my notes, there are numerous stone tombs in this vicinity. It is likely that the collapse of an underground stone tomb caused the sand to flow. Stone tombs? Upon hearing this, Haigua's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting about Yu Isin. Teacher, does this mean there could be an ancient tomb here? The ancient tombs of the western regions are crucial to our research. It could herald a new chapter in Western archaeology. Wang Pengzi eyed Hao Aigua, muttering, "What is wrong with this guy? He is acting like a lunatic." After the two women recounted the events, confirming Su Ping and Amp Apos' assertions, Wang Pengzi declared, "Let us not dawdle. We must hurry and take a look." He grabbed a shovel and urged the others to begin digging. Su Ping, however, felt no inclination to join them. Yi Yisin, observing the remaining Su Ping at the camp, bit her lip, torn between words. Su Ping glanced at her. The desert was dotted with tamarisk, providing some convenience for those who paid attention. Summoning her courage, Yi Yisin finally spoke. "Brother Su, could you step away for a moment? I have something to attend to." After speaking, she timidly glanced at Su Ping, fearing he would pry further, leading to her revealing her need for water. Yet she truly could not afford to waste water. Otherwise, movement would be impossible. Understanding her predicament, Su Ping, not wishing to be overly critical of a young woman, tossed her his water bottle. "Use it sparingly." He then turned to observe Hu Bai and the others digging. Staring at the water bottle Su Ping had left behind, Yu Yisin felt overwhelmed, and tears welled in her eyes. Before long, Yu Yisin had finished her task. She approached Su Ping, returning the water bottle and murmuring, "Brother Su, here is your water back. I didn't use it." Su Ping regarded Yu Yisin thoughtfully, nodded, and accepted the bottle. "Do not cry so easily. It's rather distressing." "Oh," Yu Yisin replied, nodding obediently like a chick pecking at grain. Meanwhile, Hu Bai and the others had dug over a meter deep, uncovering several stones. Indeed, it is a stone tomb. The group erupted in joy, with Hao Aigua and Professor Chen unable to suppress their smiles. That was caused by explosives. Glancing at the stone's fracture, Su Ping recognized the signs. When explosives are detonated, the surface of the stone darkens due to the intense heat and pressure, and ultrasonic scans reveal an abundance of minute cracks within, indicating structural damage. As they continued to excavate, they discovered a cluster of stones concealing an opening where explosives had blasted through, now buried beneath yellow sand. The person who had detonated the tomb was clearly skilled with explosives, utilizing military-grade TNT. Hao Aigua, observing the half-meter-wide opening, expressed concern. If this is indeed a stone tomb, it's likely that its treasures have already been plundered. Standing at the edge of the sand pit, Professor Chen commanded, "Let us clear the sand from the entrance. We need to investigate further." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the sands, the group meticulously cleared the entrance, cautiously entering the stone tomb. The ancient tomb was modest in size, consisting of a single chamber with several open coffins haphazardly arranged. Beside them lay an abandoned bundle containing numerous packages of explosives. "Russian TNT. I toyed with it during my time in the army," Hu Bai exclaimed, examining a bundle of explosives with newfound confidence. "This is a travesty," lamented Professor Chen, surveying the disarray of the ancient tomb. This tomb held immense research value, and now it has been desecrated. Hao Aigua approached earnestly. "Teacher, we must commence immediate salvage and restoration efforts." Professor Chen, Hao Aigua, and Yi Yisin began the meticulous work of clearing and excavating within the tomb. "I advise you not to linger here," Su Ping cautioned. "Is there some danger here? Look." Su Ping gestured toward the TNT packages strewn about. The thief didn't even take the explosives with him. Can you guess why? In the narrative, there seemed to be little left within the stone tomb. Yet, Su Ping felt a lingering unease. As tomb raiders, they would have surely taken everything of value. There were 3 coffins in total, yet 2 contained empty husks, leaving only one dried corpse behind. Moreover, the TNT remained untouched. This suggested a sudden turn of events that forced the raiders to flee. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Chapter 60. The Corpse Formation of the Celestial Officer, the Kicking of the Star of Destiny. Professor Chen sighed deeply, casting a reluctant glance at the coffins before him. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Xiao Su, you were right. It is too late to protect the excavation now. More importantly, we must catch up with the tomb raiders and reclaim the ancient artifacts they have plundered. They are likely after the legendary city of Jingjue. We must enter the city before they do." I examined the methods and traces left by the tomb raiders. The coffins had been opened within the past 10 days. If we hurry, we might have a significant chance. Hao Aigua agreed, declaring, "The teacher is correct. I suggest we reduce our rest time, starting tomorrow." "Xiao Yi, what are your thoughts?" As they journeyed together, Hao Aigua noticed that Su Ping and his companions were rather disinclined to heed instructions. The only ones willing to listen were a few intellectuals. In such critical times, all intellectuals must unite. "I will listen to Brother Su," Yu Yisin said. Stealing a glance at Su Ping, How Igwa was taken aback. Why were his own students turning against him? Why did they choose to follow an outsider? I concur with Igwa and Amp. Appo's perspective. Professor Chen nodded earnestly, then turned to Su Ping. What do you think? Not much, Su Ping replied without hesitation. Exactly, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if watching a farce unfold. Those old Russians might have explosives, military grade. They could even have firearms. If we encounter them, it will surely lead to a bloody conflict. Seeing Wang Pengzi's cowardice, Hao Igwa reprimanded him. We must bravely fight against all evil forces that threaten the cultural heritage of our great Xia. With just this bird gun? Wang Pengzi retorted, lifting his semi-automatic air rifle. Utterly speechless. This isn't even a proper way to get oneself killed. Following these intellectuals is truly a stroke of bad luck. Regardless, Professor Chen saw the argument escalating and interjected, we should set off promptly. Comrade Xiao Su, you possess the ability to slay the ancient behemoth. I believe you can handle them, correct? Rest assured, those tomb raiders will not survive, Su Ping replied in a calm tone. The antiques and artifacts will eventually belong to us. Not survive? The group frowned in surprise, staring at Su Ping. Old Su, why are you so certain? The city of Jingjue is not a place just anyone can enter. Su Ping took a sip of fermented mare's milk, his gaze profound as he continued. The mysteries there far exceed your imagination. No one who has entered has emerged unscathed, including you. His eyes swept over Professor Chun and the others, implying an unsettling truth. This statement struck a chord, yet it was indeed the reality. Even Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi felt that Su Ping was exaggerating. Only Shirley Yang understood the terror of the city. Once they found their way inside, it was uncertain how many would emerge alive. As the group departed from the ancient tomb, Wang Pengzi couldn't help but mutter in frustration. These old relics have never even touched a firearm. Yet they speak with such conviction. Due to the potential unknown dangers within the ancient tomb, the group took turns keeping watch that night. Su Ping volunteered for the first shift. The closer they approached the city of Jingjue, the more excited Shirley Yang became, unable to sleep. She rose to accompany Su Ping. Engaging in light conversation, Su Ping clapped his hands, rising from his seat. Let us enter and take a look. Where to? Shirley Yang blinked in confusion as she saw Su Ping heading towards a stone coffin, hastily following him. They descended from the stone coffin and arrived at the innermost part, where a pitch-black coffin, resembling charcoal, lay. No one had noticed it upon their arrival. Old Su, could it be another giant Zongzi? Indeed, Su Ping nodded. In the realm of tomb raiding, there is a saying, in the depths of the earth, one must avoid the coffin made of Jingjue, lest one suffer dire consequences. In places where sunlight never reaches, a peculiar tree, akin to charcoal, grows. This is Jingjue. It takes a century to grow a single ring and is highly in nature. Coffins made from it are excellent for preserving corpses, as they will rise upon sensing human presence. Such coffins are absolute taboos in the tomb raiding profession. No one knows what kind of monsters may emerge from within. Shirley Yang finally understood. So, that group of Russians was frightened away by the monster inside? Are we here to deal with it? Despite Su Ping's grave tone, Shirley Yang remained unperturbed. With Su Ping by her side, she felt a profound sense of security. You will handle it, Su Ping said, just as he pushed against the heavy lid of the coffin with a creaking sound. The lid shifted, revealing a creature covered in black fur, resembling a black monkey. As the lid opened, the Zongzi sensed the presence of humans. Its eyes snapping open and locking onto Shirley Yang. It exhaled a thick black mist and extended its bluish-purple hands toward her face. Hiss. In an instant, Shirley Yang and Appo's heart raced, and she stumbled back in panic. It was then she realized that Su Ping had already retreated 10 meters away. Me? Fight the Zongzi. Are you joking? That and Amp, Appo's death wish. Before she could hesitate, the giant Zongzi lunged from the coffin. With no other choice, Shirley Yang had to evade its attacks. She had learned many skills from her grandfather, including secret techniques and street jargon. One such technique was called 8 steps to chase the toad, allowing her to move with agility, dodging like a monkey. She had practiced previously, which is why she excelled when faced with perilous situations beneath the Kunlun icefall. After taking a powerful tonic, her agility had improved further, allowing her to barely keep pace with the Zongzi, but striking it was entirely out of the question. Su Ping stood aside, refraining from intervening. Talent attribute, incredible strength green, copy condition, kill the Yingxizi, copy success rate, 100. He was in no rush to act. Shirley Yang was his exclusive worker. If she defeated the Yingxizi, it would be tantamount to his own victory. This was also an opportunity for him to assess the extent of Shirley Yang's newfound strength. Moreover, intensive combat would benefit her growth. More importantly, as her strength increased, so too would his. This was the beauty of having an exclusive worker. One could reap the rewards without effort. Seeing Shirley Yang being relentlessly pursued by the Zongzi, Su Ping shouted, "Use the Celestial Officer and Amp, Oppos, S-Corp's formation." What? That is the kicking of the Star of Destiny. The secret technique of the mountain-moving Taoist, the kicking of the Star of Destiny, originated from the corpse formation of the Celestial Officer from the Western Jin dynasty. In the profession of tomb raiding, there are 4 supreme techniques. The foremost is the Zhang family and Amp, Oppos, S secret, the Scorpion backward climb. The kicking of the Star of Destiny ranks second. The third is also a mountain-moving technique. The 8 steps to chase the toad. What Shirley Yang had just employed was a part of the 8 steps to chase the toad. Understood. Shirley Yang finally recalled the ancestral secret technique, the kicking of the Star of Destiny. This technique was exceedingly difficult and physically demanding, yet if executed correctly, even a corpse spirit could be defeated. Previously, due to her limited strength as a woman, she had only grasped the surface of it without learning or applying it. Now, as she recalled the moves her grandfather had taught her, she suddenly leaped into action, maneuvering behind the giant Zongzi. With both hands, she reached under the Zongzi and Oppos' armpits, clasping them together to lock its neck, while using her knee to press against the Zongzi's cervical vertebra. Shirley Yang's expression tightened as she exerted tremendous force with her arms. And suddenly, a cacophony of cracking bones erupted from within the Zongzi. Chapter 61. Opening a personal space, 100,000 times amplification roar. The massive rice dumpling let out a pained scream, its mouth agape, and instinctively raised its head. In the next moment, it could no longer roar. Bones and sinews shattered. And the creature's head, along with several vertebrae, was forcibly torn from its body. Following this, the terrifying rice dumpling collapsed heavily to the ground. Dark, viscous fluids and internal organs gushing forth from its neck in a chaotic torrent. Breathless, Shirley Yang stood in shock at the scene before her. Violently throwing the rice dumpling and Oppos' head to the ground, her arms trembling, though her strength paled in comparison to that of the rice dumpling. She overcame this shortcoming through the star-kicking technique, achieving victory through cleverness. Nevertheless, this exertion took a significant toll on her stamina. Turning to Su Ping, she exclaimed with excitement, "Old Su, I did it. I truly did it." He. Having witnessed Shirley Yang and Amp, Oppos' application of the star-kicking technique, Su Ping felt greatly enlightened. Familiar with the mountain-moving secret art, he was confident in his ability to perform the star-kicking technique, and even more powerfully than Shirley Yang. Copy successful. Your strength green has received a substantial enhancement. As Su Ping sensed his newfound strength, he realized it had increased by at least 50%. And he hadn't even lifted a finger. Amazing. This is the advantage that a diligent worker brings to oneself. Just then, he noticed a series of small texts appear before him. Destined 1, blue, triggers a super surprise. Ahead lies the miraculous snake god space. Destiny grants you the ability to open a corresponding space. Is that possible? My luck is truly extraordinary. The destined talent is indeed a remarkable gift. It's a waste for it to reside with that fat man. Unexpectedly, it has brought me immense joy. A diligent worker, with the spirit of labor, truly proves reliable. Not only can one enhance their own strength, but also replicate talents, and even trigger the ability of a destined one. What does it mean to win effortlessly? This is what it truly means to win effortlessly. Su Ping took a deep breath, finding Shirley Yang increasingly pleasant to behold. The land is vast and rich, with abundant resources. Moreover, she is loyal and hardworking. Excellent. With a satisfied smile, Su Ping said, as long as you continually hone yourself, you will find that you grow stronger and surpass your grandfather is not a problem. Old Su, I am truly grateful to you. Shirley Yang excitedly stepped forward, rising on her tiptoes to gently plant a kiss on his lips, smiling as she said, "You have given my life hope once more." Once, her grandfather had left the Great Xia in despair, heading to the land of the Americans, no longer seeking the elusive dust pearl. Even he had lost hope, feeling that the road ahead was bleak. But encountering Su Ping changed everything. Upon returning to their camp, Shirley Yang regained her former composure and confidence, quickly falling asleep in her sleeping bag. Meanwhile, Su Ping delved into studying the ability to create a virtual space, a talent exclusive to the destined ones. In essence, it was straightforward. By offering valuable items as a sacrifice to the heavens, one could be granted a personal space. The destined ones truly enjoy divine favor. Su Ping clicked his tongue, pondering how to make a sacrifice. The most direct method is to offer money. While money may not be omnipotent, a lack of it is utterly debilitating. It seems even the heavens adhere to this norm, requiring some form of tribute. Su Ping pulled 10 large bills from his pocket and silently recited, offering various tributes, sincerely feeling the void, open the mystical cave of the spirit. In an instant, the money in his hand vanished without a trace, evaporating into thin air. He waited patiently for the opening of the cave. After a considerable time without any sign, he wondered if his offering had been insufficient. He then withdrew all the money he had on him, around 30 to 40,000, and offered it all. In that moment, he felt a clarity in his mind, as if a light not belonging to this world pierced into his consciousness. Upon closer examination, it seemed to be a realm of nothingness. Had he truly opened one? Was it this simple? Surprised and elated, Su Ping realized that with his personal space established, his future endeavors would become significantly more convenient. With a thought, he suddenly opened his eyes, seeing a dot the size of a yellow bean appear before him. He could distinctly sense that this was the personal space he had opened. However, why was it so small? 30 to 40,000. And it was merely the size of a yellow bean? How much would it take to make it usable? Even the treasures in the ancient city of the exquisite could hardly yield a larger personal space, could they? He suddenly felt that this ability was somewhat lackluster. The input and output simply did not align. How absurd. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of the black gold ancient knife beside him, his expression a mix of surprise. Item: black gold ancient knife, can be sacrificed. Description: an artifact from the Zhang family of Changbai Mountain during the Western Han Dynasty, used by the contemporary clan leader. Later given to the clone Miluo Tua to execute a longevity plan in the western regions. After failure, it was hidden in a golden scabbard for over 2,000 years, absorbing the dragon's aura, and is of considerable value. Value: 1,000. Oh. Previously, he could only see the talent attributes of living beings. But now he could also discern the value of items. Was this a byproduct of opening the void? The ability to sacrifice to the heavens for expanding his personal space? This formidable Han Dynasty artifact is only worth 1,000? Even if sold as an antique, it would fetch over 1 million, right? This value likely does not refer to RMB. However, the black gold ancient knife is a rather exceptional weapon, not something he would sacrifice to expand his personal space. If this antique artifact holds value, surely mummified corpses and coffins must also have their worth, right? With a thought, Su Ping returned to the stone tomb. His gaze swept around, despite the overwhelming darkness. He could see clearly. Item: female mummy. Description: noble from the kingdom of Gomo. Value: 3. Only 3 points? He glanced at the coffin before him. Those dilapidated coffins bore no value, not even a hint, until he spotted the coffin of the Inzi deep within. Item: Inzi coffin. Description: a coffin made from 10,000-year-old Inzi wood, an extremely Yin object that nurtures Yin spirits, preventing decay and preserving the body. It is inscribed with a mysterious array by an adept, rumored to have a 1 in a billion chance of resurrection. Value: 100. This Inzi coffin is remarkable. Upon closer inspection, Su Ping noticed that at the bottom of the Inzi coffin lay a genuine mysterious array, akin to the sacrificial array found in the tomb of the Prince of Gomo. Quite intriguing. Offering various tributes, sincerely feeling the void, opened the mystical cave of the spirit. Su Ping chanted the incantation, sacrificing both the mummy and the Inzi coffin. Well, in that instant, the previously tiny personal space expanded 100,000 times. 100,000 times amplification. This degree of increase is astonishing. To think, even if this Inzi coffin were sold on the market, it would fetch hundreds of thousands at best. Now, utilized for expanding the cave space, it has an effect equivalent to 3 to 4 billion RMB. Indeed, in the world of tomb raiding, it is the ancient artifacts that truly shine. Cash is but a fleeting cloud, as long as it suffices. Now, this is more like it. Su Ping nodded in satisfaction. The black gold ancient knife from the Western Han Dynasty, valued at 1,000 points, can yield an effect worth 100 billion RMB. However, if placed on the market, it would certainly not sell for that much. No one would buy it. The value reflects the true worth of the item. Using money as a measure can often lead to distortion. Chapter 62. How deep is truly deep? At last, Su Ping and Appos' gaze fell upon the corpse of the black-haired zombie on the ground. Item: black-haired zombie. Description: during the Western Jin Dynasty, a practitioner sought immortality in the ancient city of Jingjue, ultimately perishing here. He acquired certain legacies from the Inyang masters of the Guimo kingdom and, using a coffin of the deceased and extraordinary formations, was buried in this location. He also killed a local family of 3, hoping to seek longevity through the deceased's Yin energy. Nearly 2 millennia later, he transformed into a black fiend. Yet, being deep within the desert and lacking sufficient Yin energy, he has not yet become a significant threat. Value: 50. During the Wei and Jin periods, practitioners were plentiful, all in pursuit of eternal life. The 5-stone powder was particularly prevalent during this time. It was not until Gohong summarized and created alchemical techniques that the path of alchemy was set on the right course. A black-haired zombie is only valued at 50, not much indeed. However, it has not yet reached its full potential. It is likely among the weaker ones. What would be the worth of encountering a corpse immortal from the Earth Immortal village? The corpse immortal is not currently within his considerations, since both the underworld artifacts and zombies can be offered as sacrifices to expand 1 and amp, Appos, as personal space. The treasures of gold and silver in the ancient city of Jingjue should not be regarded as mere ordinary valuables. How high is their value? What considerable gains can they yield? Su Ping felt a tinge of excitement at this thought. Moreover, the void bestowed upon him by heaven is a true space. As long as he can continuously offer sacrifices to strengthen and enhance it, he could even create a realm where life can flourish. Ultimately, the ability of a destined individual is exceedingly remarkable. This time, it is the ability to open space. What will the next capability be? The following day, the group packed their belongings and set forth once more. Enliman quietly tugged at Su Ping and whispered, "Comrade Su, if they truly have firearms, do you think you can handle it?" Su Ping regarded Enliman with a smile that seemed to conceal a deeper meaning and asked, "My friend, do you know something I do not?" Enliman nodded silently, hesitating before finally speaking timidly. "Well, those people could very well be the batch of foreigners I tossed into the desert when they encountered Enliman. He had been at the police station in the town. The reason for his confinement was that he had thrown a group of foreigners into the desert and returned alone. In truth, he had discovered that the foreigners possessed firearms and explosives, leading him to flee amidst the chaos." "Do not worry," Su Ping replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with confidence. "They are likely long dead." Enliman paused, sensing an implication in Su Ping's words that he could not quite grasp. He gazed intently at Su Ping, nodded silently, and led his camel away. 3 days had swiftly passed in the black desert. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly, as if roasting the group alive, and their water supply dwindled rapidly. Exhausted, they rode their camels through the desert, with Yi Yisun appearing pale and fatigued, her eyes heavy as if she might collapse at any moment. "Xiao Yi, are you all right?" asked Sherry Yang, her concern evident. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak." Yi Yisun replied, "You're not getting sick, are you? If something is wrong, you must tell us." "Really? I think it's just that I didn't sleep well last night. If I rest for a bit, I'll be fine. If you're feeling unwell, don't push yourself. If you need water, come to me. I can share some." "I understand. Sister Yang, please don't tell anyone, especially Brother Su. I don't want them to worry about me." "All right." Observing Yi Yisun's abnormal condition, Sherry Yang felt a twinge of worry and caught up with Su Ping, warning him, "Old Su, Xiao Yi seems to be ill." Su Ping glanced at Yi Yisun, noting her pallor and exhaustion. "It's likely dehydration. Give her the portion of water we received earlier from Chu Jian." Since one person was absent from the group, the remaining members would still divide the water as per the original allocation, resulting in a surplus. It appears Yi Yisun was fortunate to have timed her need well. Hearing Su Ping and Appos' words, Sherry Yang looked at him with newfound admiration. "I hadn't noticed. You're quite considerate." She understood that in the desert, without rules, chaos would ensue. Being lenient could jeopardize everyone. Each individual must take responsibility for their actions. Just because Yi Yisun was a girl did not grant her any special privileges. As fellow women, they often chatted about feminine topics and held hands when going to the restroom. This was simply a natural inclination. Although she shared a good rapport with Yi Yisun, she would not interfere with Su Ping's decisions, as those decisions often impacted the future survival of the group. "You still do not know me well," Su Ping replied with a mischievous smile. "If we have the chance, we should delve deeper into our discussions, and you would understand. Haven't we explored enough already? How much deeper can we go?" Sherry Yang was momentarily taken aback. They had already discussed the Queen of Jingjue, the Demon Kingdom, and the mountain-moving Taoist, topics considered secrets within secrets. What could be more profound than this? Another 3 days passed in the desert. The searing sun scorched the earth, transforming the expanse into a colossal oven. Gazing into the endless dunes, both their spirits and bodies felt as stagnant as lifeless water. And Lyman dismounted and dug a small pit in the sand, examining the dry yellow grains in his hand. Comrade Xiaosu, you promised me that as soon as we reached a place where even the Saxol grass could not be found, we would turn back. Here. There is no trace of the Zidu Dark River, nor any vegetation, not even Saxol grass. If we venture further, we will lose our sense of direction entirely. We truly might become lost in this desert. And Lyman looked at Su Ping with yearning eyes. With just a command from Su Ping, he would unhesitatingly return. This place is truly uninhabitable. Surviving until now is already a miracle. The rest of the group, hearing in Lyman's words, felt equally at a loss and turned their gazes towards Su Ping. He remained silent, merely raising his hand to check his watch, which had ceased moving. With a calm smile, he said, "Do not panic. Check your watches and compasses. Are they not all malfunctioning?" Upon hearing this, the group quickly checked their devices. Not only were they inaccurate, but all their watches had stopped at the same time 5 hours ago. The compasses too had ceased to function entirely. Huba's expression darkened. What is happening? If even the compass is useless, we will surely become lost in the desert. Old Su, you seem to have known this all along? Sherry Yang asked, noticing Su Ping and Appos, as calm demeanor. Su Ping chuckled, "Oh, silly girl. Haven't you been holding on to Walter's notebook? Look at the last page." "Silly girl? Are you implying that I am foolish?" Sherry Yang's cheeks flushed as she swiftly retrieved the notebook and flipped to the final page. Her expression turned fervent, eyes glistening. As she read the English text aloud in a rush, the others listened in confusion. Speak in Chinese. Taking a deep breath to compose her emotions, she then repeated in Mandarin, "In the deepest part of the desert, even the trace of the Zidu Dark River has vanished. In this purgatory of the mortal realm, two colossal black magnetic mountains stand opposite each other, bathed in the twilight glow of the setting sun, akin to two ancient warriors clad in black armor, guarding the sealed ancient secrets for millennia. Through the central ravine, akin to a passageway leading to a new realm, the ancient city reemerges into the world." Mag Mountain. Mag Mountain. Everyone incessantly echoed these two words. In an instant, they comprehended the implications of Su Ping's words. Due to the influence of Mag Mountain, their watches and compasses had ceased to function. This indicated that they had indeed entered the magnetic field of Mag Mountain, and thus, the fabled city of Jingjue could not be far away. The crowd, filled with exhilaration, cast their gazes in all directions but found no sign of any dark peaks. Ultimately, they resorted to their binoculars, yet with each glance, their hearts grew heavier. All around them lay endless yellow sands. Where could the Black Mag Mountain be? Chapter 63. The passionate kiss of Shirley Yang in the narrative. Yi Yisun suffers from dehydration due to a lack of water, rendering her weak. However, this time, Chu Jian emerges as the MVP. Thanks to his provision of water, although Yi Yisun is still dehydrated, she does not succumb to the illness. There is another reason. Within the story, it is Yi Yisun who discovers the Zagalama Mountain, but her dehydration leads to hallucinations. If she were to induce others under such conditions, no one could ascertain whether what they saw was real or illusory. There is even a saying in the plot that before entering the ancient city of Jingjue, individuals fall into hallucinations, perceiving mere illusions that occur just before death. Hubite gathers everyone to discuss matters pertaining to the magnetic mountain. He begins by stating that none of them have seen the actual location of the magnetic mountain. The distance to the ancient city of Jingjue could be several hours or even days away, perhaps further still. Their fresh water supply can barely sustain them until they return to the Western Night ancient city. If they venture further, they will undoubtedly run out of water. And with the compass malfunctioning, they risk losing their way. Shirley Yang purses her lips, hesitating momentarily before asserting, however, historically, all ancient cities have been built near water sources. And there must be a source of water within the ancient city of Jingjue. Hubai nods slightly, affirming, "Indeed, I believe that. But if we cannot find it, our only option may be to slaughter camels and drink the brackish water from the sand. That would lead us to dehydration, which would be catastrophic. And we might even face sacrifices. My camels, they are mine." And Lyman, upon hearing the mention of slaughtering camels, laments, "Could you all please stop fixating on my camels?" Professor Chin disregards and Lyman and Appos as complaint and, after a moment of contemplation, states, "The ancient city of Jingjue is the pursuit of my life. If I could catch even a glimpse of it, I would die content, no matter where that may be." Wang Pengzi, overhearing this, cannot help but complain to Su Ping, the oldest, the least capable, the eldest, and in poor health, yet still harboring such lofty aspirations. This old man is rather selfish, using the lives of others to fulfill his own dreams. And he speaks so grandly. I am truly astounded. Astute observation. Su Ping chuckles, adding, well summarized. However, I believe this old man possesses a sense of responsibility and will choose to return, just as Su Ping predicted. Professor Chen then shifts the conversation to the need to be responsible for the team, and he reluctantly nods, agreeing to return. I disagree. Haigua immediately interjects, exclaiming, Teacher, we cannot abandon this mission. Everyone else has pledged their commitment, vowing to locate the ancient city of Jingjue. If we give up now, wouldn't Ti Xiao Chu and Xiao Sa as sacrifices be in vain? Furthermore, Comrade Xiao Hu, you cannot go back on your word, can you? Is there truly anything without risk? It is normal for sacrifices to occur for the sake of our nation and Appo's archaeological endeavors. We are merely one step away. Xiao Yi, what are your thoughts? At the end, Hao Igua unexpectedly turns to Yi Yisin. I will follow Su Gu's lead. Yi Yisin responds with slight hesitation and timidity. In that moment, silence envelopes the group. Observing the stillness, Su Ping suddenly inquires, is everyone done speaking? Now it is my turn. In truth, the black magnetic mountain lies right before us. We simply cannot see it. It will manifest by dusk. The group gazes at Su Ping in confusion. Such a large magnetic mountain can only be seen at dusk? What is the principle behind this? Is it possible that this mountain moves? Nevertheless, since Su Ping has stated so, they do not argue further and begin to dig sand pits, preparing to rest and wait for dusk. As time drags on, the following hours feel unbearably torturous. Finally, as the sun sets, the remnants of daylight cast a crimson glow across the sky. Lao Su, the time has come. Shirley Young promptly approaches Su Ping. Su Ping glances at the setting sun, rises, and climbs a sand dune to survey the surroundings. Shirley Young follows closely. And when she gazes into the distance, her pupils widen in shock, her body trembling uncontrollably. In the far reaches of the desert, a black line appears inexplicably. This line rises and falls, appearing as though the heavens have drawn a stroke of ink between the sky and the sand. She quickly raises her binoculars, and through them, the distant black line expands tenfold, resembling a colossal black dragon lying amid the yellow sands. Yet, there seems to be a narrow gap in the middle, reminiscent of the Zagalama Valley described in their notes. It is the sacred mountain of Zagalama. Overcome with excitement, she lowers the binoculars, seizes Su Ping and Appo's hand, and exclaims, Lao Su, we have finally found it. Thank you. Upon hearing Shirley Young's voice, the others stand up and turn to look. At this moment, engulfed in exhilaration, Shirley Young wraps her arms around Su Ping's waist, stands on her toes, and unreservedly kisses his lips. Su Ping, reciprocating, embraces her slender waist and kisses her deeply. In this moment, Shirley Young, overwhelmed with emotion, disregards the gazes of others, showing no signs of stopping. The last rays of the setting sun illuminate them, their silhouettes stretching and appearing as if they are merging into one. The feng shui secret technique, blue, has received a significant enhancement, achieving purple quality. Hu Bai licks his lips, unconsciously swallowing. Indeed, power allows one to act freely. All these women gravitate towards Lao Su, whether it being Z or the foreign ladies. It's simply astonishing. Being Lao Su's brother, I can't shake the feeling of living in a shadow. My goodness, they're truly thirsty. Wang Pengzi, with a tinge of envy, remarks, then licks his lips. It really is dry in the desert. The group, equipped with binoculars, also gazes upon the two black magnetic mountains. Goodness, what a phenomenon. It has truly manifested. Remarkable. Absolutely miraculous. The group revels in the joy of discovering the magnetic mountain. Time passes, and eventually, Shirley Young releases Su Ping. She licks her red lips, her eyes still sparkling with excitement. The mountain-moving secret technique, blue, has received a significant enhancement, achieving purple quality. Oh ho! Su Ping gazes at Shirley Young with satisfaction. Indeed, this is splendid. Shirley Young is truly a chosen laborer. Not only can she work for herself, but her embraces and kisses continually elevate my mountain-moving and feng shui techniques. Moreover, the enhancement seems to be growing more substantial. Both have reached purple quality. Even the Kuatian kick has transformed from the previous technique Shirley Young employed into a complete set of moves. Furthermore, within the mountain-moving secret technique, there exists a method to dispel evil. In the Bottle Mountain, Zhigu Xiao once used a song, Righteousness Song, to shatter the round light technique of the lizard spirit with his righteous aura, thereby saving Chen Yulo from the lizard spirit's grasp. Now that the mountain-moving secret technique has achieved purple quality, he too can utilize this righteousness song to vanquish all evils. Ultimately, the techniques employed here still adhere to the principles of the mutual generation and overcoming of all things.